Snowflakes in the sun, warm hearts on the run. A silent night that changed her life. But she rose with the morning light where sorrow tried to stay. She built a brighter way. Now every July, love leads the fight, and darkness can't survive the light. It started with one broken heart, one brave soul. Now 1,000 voices echo, one purpose, one goal. We're standing in a circle of hope. One spark turns the night to gold. Helping one, healing many in this 24-hour soul revival. Her pain became a platform, her loss became a light. We rise, we speak, we show what love can do. This is Christmas. Midnight tears to morning praise, a stage of stories that amaze. Comeback kings and queens arise with truth and fire in their eyes. We don't wait for December snow, we bring the miracle down below. Joy wrapped in every word we say, a gift that never fades away. It started with one widow's vow, one divine spark. Now hope is streaming through the dark, a light that leaves a mark. We're standing in a circle of hope. One spark turns the night to gold. Helping one, healing many in this 24-hour soul revival. Her pain became a platform, her loss became a light. We rise, we speak, we show what love can do. This is Christmas. July, so here we are, voices raised like northern stars. Not just surviving, we're rewiring what it means to heal the scars. To anyone watching, to anyone near, you're seen, you matter, you belong here. We're standing in a circle of hope, and every voice becomes a rope. Lifting one, lifting many, this 24-hour anthem of revival. Her grief became a mission, now we echo it with pride. We rise, we give, we pour out all our light. This is Christmas. The hope-filled way.
All right, so we are back. This is actually going to be the final stretch. We've got, let me see, if it's 3, we got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, about 7 hours left, and we're rocking and rolling. So what I'm going to do here, number one, if you are tuning in, let us know where you're tuning in from, what time it is, wherever you are at. It would be cool to know where we're still streaming, where people are still watching. But I'm going to try to do something a little different, and I don't know if it will work, but I'm going to try. All right. And I just got to tell you that this time for me goes so fast. Like I do not feel like I have been here for the amount of hours that I've been here, but I'm going to try this real quick and see. All right, I'm going to try to do this one here and see if it works, and we'll try it out. Is one of the authors that is going to be featured in Surrender to Rise, the King's Edition. And I don't know if he's there. We got Jose Soto. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
There
Yep.
you
All right.
are. Hello. How are you?
Good.
Welcome. So tell
hmm
everybody where you're tuning in from.
Jose Soto from Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Fort Wayne, Indiana. You're like
Yep.
you're right here, my
Yep.
friend. So this is brand new. Like you're like, what is Christmas in July? Like what are we doing here? Right? It's all
hmm
brand new
Correct.
to
Yep.
you.
Yep.
And we are honored to have you become one of the published authors that is going to be in the next edition of Surrender to Rise. And I just want to say thank you. But you have a story. You have a story of hope and inspiration that can change someone's life.
hmm
And I want you to share a little bit about that.
Okay. Yep. All right. So, from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Like I said, I know Elena, and I haven't told you actually my full story, so I look forward to doing that as well as with whoever's watching. But yeah, so born and raised in Fort Wayne, Indiana. My mother was a Christian woman. My father was raised by two parents, and the environment where I was from, I had a lot of cousins, probably about I would say like 30 cousins from mom and dad's side. And this I was born in 1981, so around the 90s is when throughout the whole United States, a lot like a gang affiliated drugs and all that stuff came around. So when I was like in fifth grade, I'm already looking up to my older cousins and trying to like mimic them and what they're wearing, their colors, their blah 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 blah. By the time sixth grade hits, I'm already affiliated somewhat like with a gang. Yep, sixth grade, seventh grade, eighth grade. Um, I
Wow.
didn't pass eighth grade, so I stopped at my seventh grade education. Eighth grade had all F's already involved with illegal activities and supposed to go to summer school. Um, since I didn't go to summer, they still passed me on to ninth grade. Uh,
Really?
yeah, that was surprising. Yep,
Mhm.
they passed me to the ninth grade, and I barely went. So my father, he was in a Spanish band, and he's also a truck driver, so he was not home too often at all. My mother worked a 9 to 5, so like I said, by the time I was in sixth, seventh grade, she was already losing control, of me becoming a young man, and me skipping school and just all that. So yeah, I didn't pass the ninth grade. Dropped out of high school around at 10th grade. I had like a credit, I believe, and dropped out. Started doing illegal activity. 18 years old, went to juvenile. I had caught a OWI, got put on house arrest, violated house arrest, went to juvenile. They gave me 5 months. I got out in 3 months for getting my GED. So that was a good thing. And when I came home at 18 years old, that's when I got introduced with more illegal stuff, harder drugs, that was around now. So I started dibbling in that, and to throw in there just how bad the environment was, or me mimicking. About the age of 14, I was already having possessions of firearms at
Wow.
14 years old, and yeah, it wasn't good. So ever since then, even when I got out at 18 years old, I had firearm, drugs, and I lived that life from 18 to 26. One thing during that whole time, though, even when I was a child, my mother's a mother of faith. I mean, she prayed hands and knees. And I believe, like, somewhere in my 20s, she really broke down to God. And she has a testimony of herself where, with a mother and her child, like, learning to let go and let God.
Mhm.
And she could not control. She's been crying and praying for me since I was 14. She couldn't control me. She almost witnessed me OD in front of her one time, I believe. So it was this really bad experience for her. When I was in my 20s, she told me after I came home years later of incarceration, I'm gonna get to that she finally let go and was like, whatever happens in his life, God, you have full control. I'm no longer trying to hang on to him with everything I have to give him to you completely. So that's something very big that I'm a fan of the power of prayer, the power of a mother or a grandma praying for you, or just somebody. Uh, yeah, a fervent prayer of a righteous man or woman could avail us to much.
Mhm.
So, 18 to 26. At 26 years old, so I'm involved in the streets all the way till then. Never had a job whatsoever. 18 to 26, I had caught a case. They dismissed the case, and during that time, the my grandma raised me as well. When my mother was at work, my father was gone, and she passed away. And I was about 26 years old. She passed away. I witnessed her pass away. That was the first time I ever shed a tear, and I didn't know I could really like have emotions like that as a grown man, because I don't remember crying since I was a little kid, maybe 12 and under. And I went to church, and mind this, ever since I've been 10 years old or younger, I always went to church. My mother was a Catholic till I was like 12. Then she converted to Christianity. So born and raised in the church, don't recall anything he ever said. It didn't really stick to me. And I want to share this too. When I was 18 and moved out, I still met my mother at church on Sunday.
Okay.
Like even though I was involved in the streets, I still went to church. It was almost like a Sunday dinner. From 18 to 26, still going to church. So fast forward 26, my grandma passes. That week, I went to church again, as usual. And the pastor said, I don't even know what he said, something about giving your life to God, this and that. I raised up my hand, and I felt like within my heart, it was saying like game over. Like something within me was like, it's over. And the pastor was like, come talk to me. And I'm going to send somebody over there to your house to come read the word. And we start at the book of John. We start reading it, and he said, I'll come back in a few more weeks. So I start reading it by myself, the book of John. I always recommend people to start off there. And I started getting emotional. I remember I was in the back of my house outside, and I'm like, why am I getting emotional about this guy named Jesus and all this love he has for me? I never read the Bible before. And I'm reading the book of John, and I'm getting this emotional, teary-eyed feeling that I had with my grandma, a few weeks prior. I'm like, am I still recovering from that? I don't know. But my heart is broke, and he's just showing me this love. And I'm like, okay. So I went to the gym. I started working out. And when I came out of the gym, Speaks Fieldhouse, that's when the federal and government came up to me and said, we've been watching you over the last 6 months. You're under federal indictment. We're locking you up.
Wow.
So that was that right there. Went to the county jail. I went to the county maybe on like drinking and like a bullpen. Never stayed the night there. I went to there. They told me I was facing a minimum of 10 years. And after a couple weeks there, I seen the Bible. And I was like, well, I might as well pick up where I left off. And, I was in the book of John, and I picked it up. And that's when he really started working on me. And within 3 months, I got baptized in 2008. I got baptized in the county jail. And he literally like put this Bible, like to my face, like this is a mirror and you're dirty. You need cleaned up. And man, it was how I explain it to people. To me, and still to this day, it's a miracle what happened to me, because my mind was so I love the street so much. Like I love the hip hop music. I love all of it. I used drugs, cocaine, alcohol, carrying guns, just all the stuff that the streets have to offer. I was involved in all that, robbing, stealing, you name it. Seeing people get shot, all that nasty, ugly stuff. And for him to transform my mind and my heart to really like let me see the light and turn me was the biggest thing anybody could ever do. My mother couldn't do it, no pastor, nobody. Like he literally showed me myself. And how I explain that to people, I was like, I heard a guy mention it this way, that I was like a pig, and a pig, it loves to be in the mud and the alley and all the dirt. It could care less about anything else. That's just his mind is focused on that. And when God like put this word to me, he like sat me outside of my body onto like an elegant king table and presented to me like, this is what I have for you. This is who you're called to be. If you will follow me, this is you. And I looked back at myself and at the pig, and I was like, I don't want that no more. And I was able to see that my old nature, and like, wow, like this is what I want. I want to serve you, and I want your inheritance, and I want all that you have to offer, your love, your peace, and everything. And I just saluted him and jumped into the word. I did that for 5 years, and I was very fortunate and blessed to have those 5 years of doing Bible study every day.
Wow. Like you got me like, I got tears. Like you're choking me up right now. This is absolutely beautiful. So I didn't mean to interrupt,
No,
but
go
it's
ahead.
like,
Anytime.
I'm literally feeling, I'm literally feeling his presence over you, me, us, like
Amen.
whatever. It's just like, whoa, because no, I did not know this. You know,
Yeah.
I did not know this. And so it's beautiful how he can take something so messy
A
that you
pig.
loved it,
Loved it.
you
Yeah.
and you were good there, man. Like
Yep. I was gonna
and
die
he
that
still
way.
says, no, but I have this. And you
Something
still
greater.
had a choice to make, right? And
Yeah.
so just keep going, because I'm over here like, wow.
And the scripture that brings to mind that it says, when I was a child, I spoke and I thought and understood like a child or a pig, you know. But when I became a man, you know, a godly kingdom man, I put away childish things. I put away street things. I put away piggish, foolish things. Didn't want the mud and stuff. So I was very fortunate. 5 years of incarceration into his word. And the whole time it was like always told myself multiple testimony. I'm gonna try to share as much as I can, but like this is all training. You know, incarceration, a lot of people are able to have structure. You know, structure is good for people because it keeps them on a narrow path. But like I feel like within myself and God was like, this is just training. The real fight is out here. That's when the devil is gonna come. You could train all you want, but this is the fight. The temptations, the alcohol, the girls, money, the ways of the whole world. You know what I mean? And there, you don't have so much of the world going on. You're isolated. Out here is another whole nother battle. So I always kept that in mind. And one thing I want to share too, like what my mentor in there told me, this word is very big. Like I'm a big fan of this word that you have to have this written on your heart or mind, you know. And I'm going to share a little testimony on that. For about a year or two, I didn't know too many scriptures, maybe about one or two. And I was fascinated how people, Christians, like, how do you know all these scriptures? I don't understand. I don't have an education. I'm just making excuses. One day, we're a group of about 5 of us, and he was like, I want you guys to come back with a scripture. And then he looked at me in front of these 5 men, you know, we're all grown men, you know, all respect and everything. And he was like, Jose, don't come back with that only one scripture that you always have. And he looked at me and everybody got quiet. And I got real humble, somewhat of embarrassment. But I was like, it was a profound awakening that was meant. It was meant for that. And he told me, he was like, you can't. And I would go to him when I was struggling with my children's mother, just the relationship, just stuff of the world. I would go to him and he would encourage me. And he said, you can't always come running to me as your mentor or pastor. And he says, you can't always come running to this Bible. You're not always going to have this. And he threw it. And he said, you have to have this here and here. Because the
Wow.
day of battle, at any given moment, right now, you get a phone call, something, you have to be ready. You have to have the sword ready. You can't go running for it. And after that, that was so big. I ended up memorizing many scriptures, over 100 scriptures. Like, he just challenged me, and it really sparked that light. And I'm such a fan on that. You have to remember scripture. Like, so Jesus, when the devil came to him, that's exactly what he did. He didn't go run to nobody. He didn't pray. He said, it is written. Man must not live off bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of God. And he just came back because the enemy knows scripture as well. So yeah, did that. 5 years incarceration, came home, and was very fortunate to allow to put my faith to the test, because out here there's challenges, and man, God pulled me through in many times in there, as well as out here, to continue to build my faith, to allow me to have trust and confidence in Him. Yeah, I came home. It was hard right when I came home. I started at El Azteca. I started working there for like $7.25, $7.25. Very humbling, and you know, because I'm used to having money. I had, before incarceration, I had like 3 cars, a house, jacuzzi, all the legal stuff, but I never been that humble where I needed money for food, and there was no plan B. I was like, I'm not going back. You know, like, yeah. So I started there. Ended up getting my CDL license about a year later. Opened up a trucking company. Open up another company now to help people that are coming out of poverty or prison to help them get their CDL license through the grant we got here.
Wow.
But
Wow.
a prayer of mine, I just got double fold of a blessing. In 2012, when I came home, I said I want to start all over. I lost my children's mother for the things that I was doing that she never knew of. You know, during my incarceration, those couple months that I was incarcerated at first, I was really put to the test with my children's mother. She heard about a lot of stories, but they were never confirmed true, and I confirmed all those true, and it was tough. You know, I lost her in the process, but my double fold was 10 years after me coming home. I prayed for a wife and a child and a whole new life, and those came to pass. Like, my wife came in 2021. My little boy is a year and a half, and my newborn is 7 days old. Like,
7 days?
7 days. Yeah, my second one.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. Congratulations.
Two
I'm like,
boys.
7 days. Wow.
2 boys. But God is faithful. You know, God is faithful. He said he'll work out all things together for the good. I rely on I believe in these historical stories. These are real men to me. I believe them with all my heart. Joseph is a big one. He went through a lot of misfortunate stuff. You know, 7 years, I believe, incarceration, something he didn't do. Family turned on him. He stayed faithful. I believe it took him about 15 years, and then he became like second command of Egypt, I believe. But a 15-year span, and I don't think he even seen that coming, you know. But that's a long time. But he stayed faithful, and if it can happen to him, it can happen for any of us. It could be 15 days, 15 years. God's timing is different than our time, and everybody's doors are open at different times. But I cling to that with all my heart and faith that anything is possible. Because in the word it says, with man, with Atlanta, with whoever's watching, things might be impossible, but with God, all things are always possible.
Yes.
If you don't have faith, he could do lack of miracles because of our unbelief. So you have to it's ignited by your faith, you know, and throughout the whole, and that's why I encourage whoever's watching this. Faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the word of God, it says. So this is how you build your faith: listening, reading, encouraging yourself, putting your trust in him. And I rely on that with all my heart, and it's been coming to pass. It's been coming to pass, man.
Yes.
It's been an amazing journey. Definitely. Yep. Amazing.
It is amazing, because you're right. I didn't know many pieces in there, but even just the part from, you know, having sons of my own, and from your mother's perspective, when you said that she got to that point that she had to just let go and let God, you know, that part from as a mother is one of the hardest, when you do realize God, like, you are his child, you are in his, you know, he's got your path there. And sometimes we do have to just let go. And it's beautiful of what he has done through you. And this is total life-changing testimony for people that are tuning in. It's like, wow, because I can feel it.
Yeah, man, all things are possible, man. Just like I said, just continue to read that word, have that short, sharp. His word still just reveals to me daily in my life. One thing I felt strongly that he was telling me when I'm trying to get an apartment complex, real estate, a big old apartment complex, and you know, a lot of things wasn't going through, you know, so I'm just kind of like, you know, I'm gonna give up, I'm gonna doubt, you know. It's not that I don't trust him. And when I'm talking to myself and I say that, you know, it's not that I don't trust him. And I felt with him telling me the other day, he said, I don't want you just to trust me with a little bit. He says, but it says in his word, it says, trust me with all your heart. And I felt like I was giving him like 80% or 70%. I wasn't trusting him like as he would want me to trust him as a father. Like, I have your best interest. Even if I close the door, I have your best interest. But I want you to trust me.
That is huge, because when you think of it, yes, when you think of it, and you actually do, you think of parenting, there are times where we say no. There are times we close the door because we know that it's for their protection, or that's not the right place for them to go, because as a parent, we know this. And sometimes like we forget that that is what he's doing for us when we think we need it to go this way, or we're hoping. And it's like, sometimes that isn't going to happen because he already knows what's on the other side, and it might not be for us, you know?
And in relationships, I look at it, came to mind in relationships. My wife, she became a Christian. Oh my, I wish I had time to share how I met her. That is a divine appointment, literally.
I can't wait to hear that one too. I can't wait to.
That one is amazing, literally. But I want to share something about opening doors and relationships. That she was a Christian maybe less than a year. She found her husband. That's it. Me, took 10 years. And I was a Christian 5 years probably before that. But God's time is different. Just because your door is not open, or anybody that might be single, just keep trusting in him, you know, and he will bring that one that's designed definitely for you. That helped me, like literally, like I am a witness to that. 10 years later, like I was like, I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it.
Beautiful. And now baby number 2 with 7 days. Like, I'm just like, oh my goodness.
Yeah. Man.
Congratulations. So you are in the next King's edition of our book, where we're all working on it. You know, everybody's at different places in their chapter, but this is why we're doing this. Like God just said, surrender to rise, and he laid people on my heart. And so when I reached out to you, and I'm just like, look, like God just placed you on my heart, you do with it what you want. And this is what it's for. Amen. To get this story, to get your testimony written in these pages, for people to be able to just go to it again and again and again when they need that reminder, or when they need that little faith meter, you know, to be boosted a little bit, because wow.
And like, and I try to give people hope, like the young ones too. Like I started all over at 30 years old. I came out with nothing, you know, nothing at 30 years old, no education, nothing. And God's still able to bless me. Wife, children, home, business. But I kept faithful the whole time along the way, steady, faithful. But 5 years incarceration, you know, like anybody, wow. You know, anybody's could do anything, you know, if you put your trust in him. He's able to make anything happen, you know. And not just with my story. If you read throughout his word, there's multiple people, multiple comeback stories left and right.
But that's where we leave it. Like with people, because again, this is about helping one person every day and sharing that circle of hope. But really, it just boils down to that faith.
Yep.
100%.
Faith. Yep. And then in his word, just to help increase some people's faith, says, trust on the Lord with all your heart, lean not on your own understanding. And Jose's understanding, Elena, his ways are so much bigger and greater than our ways that we can't think. So it reminds you like a child, you know, my child might want something, candies or something that's not right for him, or some rock he want to put in his mouth. It's not good. He's crying. He don't know no better. He think I'm taking food from his plate. I feel like that's what we think sometimes. Like, why? It don't make no sense.
That's amazing. Well, be sure to tell your wife thank you for sharing you with us this evening, considering your baby's 7 days old. And how old's the other one?
1 year, 5 months.
1 year, 5 months. So yes, you guys are staying very busy right now, and it's beautiful. Like, it is so beautiful, and I am so happy to see this for you. Like I. Hold up. We got to see what happened here. I'm playing a recording that is like so good. Where is it? Let's see. Can we get it?
Years incarceration, you know, like anybody, wow. You know, anybody's could do anything, you know, if you put your trust in him. God built me up inwardly, strengthened me like unbelievably strong. And then I started working out physically, and I was like, wow, this is powerful. I feel like a king, like, you know, inwardly to outwardly. So when I came home, I was like, what can I use? I was praying about it to bring forth this to other people, to encourage them that way. And that's where Blue Line Athletics came. I'll be launching it soon, but where I got blue from is in the Old Testament. God told his chosen people to make tassels on the corner of their clothes, like little strings, and make it the color blue. I believe it's in Deuteronomy or Numbers. He says, make it the color blue. It's to remind you of all my ways. So blue is symbolic to remember God's ways. And then the lion stands for our king. Yeah, the Lion of Judah. So
I'm excited for that. That is beautiful. And we are definitely going to be here to promote and to, get the word out, because I'm proud of everything that you're doing, and I will do everything that I can to help support and share and just get you connected globally, because we're reaching Australia, South Africa, like we are global right now. So it's just beautiful what we are able to do when we come together with pure hearts and to just pour love out into the world, because that's really all it's about. Yes. Amen. Thank you so much, Jose.
Okay, thank you, Elena.
All right. Have a good night. You too. All right. You too.
Bye.
I like cried because she is a true representation of grit, grind, hustle, strength, discipline to keep going. And I am honored to bring her on to you guys this evening as a published author, Miss Dawn Rodriguez. Hello, beautiful.
Hi, Lena. Hey, everybody. Oh, you're making me cry. I'm like, oh no, not yet.
Not yet. Not yet. Give it like a couple minutes. But that's the truth of it. That's the truth of it. We were brought into each other's lives, and here you are now. And your story is, you are not a statistic.
Yeah. Yep. That was the main takeaway. And that's what I learned through all the mistakes and all the things that I had to go through. But first of all, thank you so much for having me here. I feel so honored to be a part of all of this. This is my first year, y'all, being a part of this greatness. I've met Elena, and ever since I met her, it's just like all of these floodgates of all of these wonderful, opportunities, and, just to be a part of like something bigger is just like, it just keeps flooding my way. I'm noticing so many things, and it's just like, it's just such a beautiful thing. And I love you. And I thank you so much for having me here.
I love you too. So tell people where you're joining us from tonight.
So I'm in San Antonio, Texas. Mm-hmm. So I was born and raised here. And do I just jump into my story?
Yep. Yep. Okay. Go right to it.
Okay. So how everything started and how I ended up where I'm at today, it was a struggle. I mean, growing up as a child and going through a lot of, I guess there was a lot of abuse and a lot of, it was a very complicated, very troubled childhood growing up. So, that kind of takes a toll on somebody's mind as they're growing up and they're trying to proceed as an adult and figure themselves out. So, I was a young mom. I had my son when I was 17, and, I just kind of kept adding these things to my life to make things harder. As my 20s, I just kind of self-sabotage for a little bit and just didn't really know way I was going to go. My path with God, it just wasn't right. And, I struggled a lot. But finally, it's like I put my foot down one day and I said, you know what, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna go to school. I'm gonna do something with myself. I have to stop. That the party's not gonna last forever. Mm-hmm. And so I did. I went back to school. I put my foot down that this is good. This is gonna be what I need to do. Back when I was in my 20s, I wanted to go to school, but my son's dad ended up going to prison. I was by myself. All kinds of things. So this time I was like, no, I'm going to dedicate myself. So, I got pregnant again, of course, because I like making things difficult. But I told myself, no, you're going to be pregnant. You're going to go to school. You're going to study. It doesn't matter. Her father and I used to fight all the time. And, I would just be in the bathroom on the floor studying. I had all my papers scattered around. I was just like, nope, this is going to happen. So it really just like I made that decision. I made that choice that I didn't want to be a statistic. you know, and when I was a young mom, you know, that's how the world sees you. And that's what they'll tell you. When I tried to go back to high school, they didn't want me to go back because they were like, no, you're too much trouble. You get into fights and you're always skipping. And now you got a baby, you're 18. Why don't you just go get your GED? You don't come back to high school. And I was like, what? Are you serious? Like, you're supposed to encourage me to finish. Like, well, why would you like tell me no? Like, well, you're kicking me out of school. Like, that sucks.
Wow.
But I had to sign a contract. I wasn't going to fight and I wasn't going to drop out or I wasn't going to skip. And so I did. I finished school and, you know, so anyway, fast forward, you know, got myself through college. And, you know, it was just, it took a lot of determination. It took a lot of prayer, a lot of just having to miss out on birthdays and weddings and funerals and fun times with my friends and, you know, just to keep pushing through. And, you know, and so I am where I am today. You know, what I do is I'm a nurse practitioner. I do Botox and filler. I work at an urgent care center. I have a couple of jobs. And, you know, and how I found myself getting into this field was because as a child, not as a child, but I guess as I was growing up, I was diagnosed with rosacea. Okay. Rosacea is a skin disease where your cheeks get really red and you just don't know what, and you can't make it go away. And everybody thinks you have a sunburn and they're like, oh, you got a sunburn. And I'm like, no, it's my skin. I hate it. And I would cry because there's nothing I could do about it. It was just red all the time. And so I got obsessed with skincare. I got obsessed with, you know, how am I going to fix this? They didn't know much about rosacea. There was no cure. It was just take these antibiotics and hope for the best. And it did nothing for me. But made me sick. So I just got obsessed with skincare. And so I got into it. And now what I do when I do my Botox and filler, I love my urgent care job too, because I get to help people like the sick, you know, get better. But when I do the Botox and filler and the skincare and all that, that's like my passion. It's like you're making people feel beautiful about themselves. You're giving them back something they feel that maybe they lost or they lost touch with. You know, you're educating them on how to care for yourself when you're at home. And to me, it's like you're just putting the power and the tools in these people's hands so they can go home, feel good about themselves, and then do more, right? Because like when you feel good, you're empowered. You want to like take on the world. You start dressing different. You start talking different. You wear your hair a little different. You know, you just have that boost of confidence. Yes. And to me, it's just such a beautiful thing. I love watching somebody just flower up. You know, they first start off very reserved and, I don't like this. And, you know, then I have to take the before and after photos. So I take the before photos and they're like, oh, I hate this part. You're not going to show anybody these photos, right? And I'm just like, no, girl, I'm doing this because you have to see the after. I want you to see, because, you know, you look at yourself on the mirror all the time. You don't know the difference. But when you actually put it side by side, before and after, it is powerful. I mean, people will cry and people are just like, you know, just so grateful to, you know, be able to get back into their element and go out there and make some moves, make some money, you know, whatever it is that you know, makes you tick, you know, feel the energy and the empowerment to go and do it.
Yes. And I love how you use the term flower up. I love that. I don't know if you've used that before or whatever, but I'm like, that's a thing right now. Like you just made that a thing right now. Flower up that's awesome.
Yeah. You know, cause I mean, they are like so reserved and just, you know, bundled up and all of a sudden they bloom and they open and they're just like, oh my goodness, you know, I feel amazing. I feel great. And so really, you know, that's really what drives me, you know, Elena. And when I met you and you told me about the book, you know, and in case, you know, anybody's watching this and doesn't really know much about the book, it is, I mean, of course, if you're following Elena, you probably do know, but I mean, it is, you know, a book of encouragement, empowering stories, stories of triumph and, you know, how these people got there. I mean, there's such beautiful, amazing stories, but, you know,
real quick, if somebody wants to support you and purchase a copy of Surrender to Rise, where can they do that for you?
Through your website, thecomebackqueens.com.
Oh, Okay. I didn't know if you had like your own yet. They can go to Show Your Crown, showyourcrown.com. And if you just click on Dawn's photo, then you can order, and you're actually supporting Dawn as a new published author. So I just want to make sure we throw that plug in there. So
thank you. Yeah, and you can read the story, and I don't know if we were supposed to get into the details of the story, but yeah, it's a lot, and it's, you know, it's, I don't know, it gets pretty deep. So
yes. And some of the comments here, Gina, my sister says, "Oh my gosh, I'm going to go down to San Antonio for some lip filler, girl." She says, "I didn't get blessed with lips like my sissies."
I know, with your besitos lips, I love it.
Yeah. So I know that you're very passionate about being that voice for young girls.
Mm-hmm.
For sharing some of those things. How was it for you when you didn't necessarily have that role model that believed that you were not going to be just another statistic? Like, why is that so important for you now to be that role model for the younger ones coming up?
Because that's just it. No, it's gonna make me cry. Because that's just it, right? Because if you don't know, if you're stuck with the world telling you that you're nothing, and constantly like putting you down, or you're just coming across bad situation after bad situation, you're gonna believe all the ugly. You're gonna believe the negative. If somebody tries to tell you something positive, like, oh, you're smart, or tries to tell you something wonderful, you're more than likely gonna repel the good, and you're gonna absorb the bad. Okay. And so I just feel like there's so many people that go through that, and, you know, they kind of fall through the cracks, and it's a struggle. And when you try to find your way back, like, you know, like I did, you know, I self-destructed a lot of my 20s, you know, and it was bad. You know, I found myself like almost dead a few times, you know, and, you know, I would have to get revived through, you know, this hydration, but, you know, alcohol poisoning a few times, like, you know, like always doing something that was negative. And, you know, had I had, you know, that positive encouragement, somebody that I had known that gone through it and actually got to the other side, and I could see, you know, the light at the end of the tunnel. If I had that opportunity, or somebody came to me and told me these things, you know, I feel like maybe it would have made things easier. I don't know. I probably wouldn't have listened anyway, but I'm hoping that by me saying these things and me putting it out there, that hopefully it'll touch somebody's heart. If not a whole bunch of them, at least one heart. I want to at least change one life, because, you know, I think that's what we're here. God put us here to make the world a better place, and to grow each other, and to be fishers of men, you know, not to drag each other down and to hurt each other. So I really think that is part of the purpose.
And it is, and it is doing things like this, that what is that? People like us do things like this, right? Mm-hmm. Because we've been through it, and we've come out the other side, and we do need to lock arms and help lift the others that need us. And so by you saying that, like my HOPE, man, help one person every day, and that's exactly what you're doing.
Yeah. Well, thanks to you. When you told me about the book, I was like, oh my God, like, and I had been wanting to do something like this, where I can reach out to other young girls. You would ask me, well, what are you going to do with what is your purpose in life? And one was to be fishers of men, but another one was also, I wanted to be role models to, you know, just, I mean, really, it first hit me, it was like all young girls, right? Because I would always see these little girls come up to me, and they'd be like, you know, just like kind of like, I don't know, just wanting to talk to me, or they'd be like, oh, you're pretty, or, you know, whatever. And I'd be like, oh, thanks, baby. And, you know, for some reason, little girls are always like really drawn to me. And, you know, and then I just start asking them questions like, well, what do you want to be when you grow up? And are you doing good in school? Are you reading? And stay away from the boys, you know? You know, I always found myself just kind of naturally trying to lead and guide these young girls. And so, you know, I always knew I wanted to do something like this. And when you told me about the book, I was like, oh my goodness, like, how did this happen? Like, it just, I mean, we crossed paths. And like you said, like, we try to make it, like try to connect, and it just didn't work. And it just, for some reason, it didn't happen right away. But when I did, oh my God, did it. Like,
yes. And that just goes to show you, like, if God is at work, he will make it happen. Right. I mean, when he is orchestrating his plan, it will happen. And we just have to roll with it. You could have said, like, no, I don't know you that well. You could have, but you saw the gift and the opportunity to have the impact that your spirit was seeking, and that's amazing.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm so open and receptive to it. I mean, people come up to me and start asking me questions. I'm like an open book. I'm like, oh yeah, and just start saying things, or girls are like, oh, I like your lipstick, or I like, your clothes, or like, oh yeah, I bought it on sale. It was here. I'll tell you exactly where I bought it, when I bought it, and the link. Here's a link. You can go buy it too. Like, I don't believe in gatekeeping. I tell everything.
Yeah. So the work that you do, when, like, how do you juggle like two different places? Didn't you say you were urgent care and also the skincare? Like, how do you got to stay busy then?
Yeah, it is. It is really busy. I mean, sometimes it's a little much, but I mean, I have a plan in mind. I don't plan to be like that forever. But yeah, I'm full-time at the urgent care, and then part-time I'll be at the spa. And so
All right, we're gonna do this again, guys. I'm still here.
I don't know.
Oh, there we go.
Either have
we want to be able to get the video going, because these are some of my favorite people.
I have a plan in mind. I don't plan to be like that forever. But yeah, I'm full-time at the urgent care, and then part-time I'll be at the spa. And so
We got anybody there? Who's there? I want Dawn to be on here. Let's see. Hold on. Well, maybe we're
like a group that, all they do is gossip, or, always just, making bad choices, or just trying to, put myself in a good spot. I feel like because I do that, I feel like, I just go with the flow, and yeah, I do work a lot, but it doesn't feel bad. Sometimes it can get a little tiring. Like, I just got off a 12-hour shift right now. So, like, it can be a little tiring sometimes, but like, I don't know, I feel fine. I mean, I just keep going, and, I'm happy. I'm not
that's the key. That's the key. You're happy, that's the key. And because you're doing what you're passionate about, and what you love. And, the thing here is your circle of positivity, because let's talk about that for a minute for somebody tuning in. Sometimes when you start on this journey of that personal growth and development, sometimes it can be very lonely if you don't already have people going in that same direction, right? And many times you almost have to branch out beyond what you're used to, because sometimes you're the first one to start on this path, and everybody's looking at you like, what are you doing? That they don't get it. How have you found, has your circle expanded? Like, well, I'm in Indiana, so of course it's expanded a little bit, but how have you found a group that can help you grow, that can help you in that mindset?
I mean, really, I think you're it, Elena. I think I mean, like at work, I mean, I'll hang and talk to my coworkers, and, we share ideas. And at the med spa, I mean, we're continuing to grow. So I'm there talking to my bosses, and all of their business ideas and how they want to keep expanding. I have some friends that are like, that are into real estate and they do like wholesaling. So I'm kind of picking their brain like on investing. Just like a couple weeks ago, went to it was like a pool get together, I guess, right? And I'm also trying this like where I'm not drinking like any alcohol right now. So just trying to clear my brain because I feel like I just get clouded, and then I just, I kind of not, I don't know, just it kind of staggers. Okay. So, we were at this pool party and I'm just drinking my water. And then, there's a buddy there of mine who has multiple businesses. And, while everybody's over there having a good time and having shots and stuff, I'm over here picking his brain. I'm just like, so what's your next investment? And so, how much would you recommend that I need to put down for this and this, and when's a good time, and is it better to flip or what, just constantly just trying to, I don't know, just absorb everything that I can.
Yeah, it is amazing at how the conversations become different when you are on that path of actual growth and personal development. And I absolutely love it. But we do have a comment that has come in. And so Gina says she's serious about wanting to know your spa information because she's been thinking about this for a long time. So definitely share, does she just message you to get that conversation going on what she would need to do to get a consultation, or how does that work?
Sure. I mean, you can message me. It's at San Antonio Med Spa. And then I also have an Instagram, Glow Up at Dawn. So you can message me.
I like that. Glow Up
yeah, I just changed it. You like it? Yeah.
I like it.
So yeah, it's at Glow Up at Dawn, and I work at San Antonio Med Spa. So you're more than welcome to message me. You can DM me on Instagram, or you can message me here, or either way, or you could even contact the spa. It doesn't matter. But yeah, you can also go on my page and then look at my before and afters, and look at my work and figure out.
Yes, I have seen some of your before and afters. I absolutely love that you post those photos. And for Gina too, I can help get her information so she can contact you directly, because I know she would just hop skip right over to San Antonio for that. So for you, if you were going to share with somebody that's catching this, either they're tuning in from somewhere around the globe tonight, or they catch it on a replay and they're feeling like, I know that there's more, I don't really have a support system, I don't really believe maybe I'm good enough to move forward and do these things, what glimmer of hope can you give them? What inspiration can you share with that person that doesn't quite believe that goodness is for them?
You know what? Honestly, I mean, it was hard for me to believe too, because I know when I think about, all these great things I want to do, we talk about in terms of money, right? Because money comes up a lot, right? Wealth and being able to help the masses, you need money to do it. And, I was just like, well, what if God doesn't want me to have money? What if I'm just meant to be, here where I'm at, and I'm not, that maybe those things aren't meant for me. It was hard for me to wrap my head around it because I didn't grow up with money. I grew up in the hood, so I just feel like that's my place. I came up a little bit, so maybe this is a night. And so it's hard to believe, for anybody, no matter where you're at. I think that something of greatness is not meant for you, but just understand this: that God meant for us to be a part of greatness. He meant for us to be a part of something better. And, if you feel discouraged, or you feel like, it's just not matching up, maybe you got to change your environment. You got to change your friends, the people you hang out with, the music you listen to, change the way you talk to yourself. Because I feel like sometimes especially women, we do this a lot. We look at ourselves and it's like, oh, our wrinkles or our weight, or just our grays or whatever, oh, I look tired. The way we see ourselves, it is contagious. Yes. And you'll start to believe it. So start telling yourself nice things, and start doing little things, and it's not all going to happen at once. Maybe you get up and go for a walk, you want to start exercising again. You're not going to be like this cross-trained fit person like overnight. but it just starts by little baby steps, you know.
Yes.
Maybe instead of drinking the soda, you know, maybe drink like a water instead, you know, just kind of start doing little marginal differences. And eventually you'll start to see the difference and you'll get there, you know, but you really got to start with yourself. You got to start talking to yourself nicely. And you have to also understand that, you know, that we are all meant for goodness. Like, why not you? Why can't we be all ballers? Why not? You know,
I
like,
love it. I love it. Why not you? Definitely. And you talked about affirmations. Do you have like specific ones for specific things that you focus on, or is it just simply stating affirmations on a regular basis? Like, how do you look at your affirmations?
yeah, it's just, yeah, I just wake up in the morning and whatever I feel in my heart, you know, if I feel like, you know, lately I've been, you know, making bad decisions, you know, I'll look at myself and I'll be like, you are smart, you make wonderful decisions, you are a child of God, you know, you are fulfilling your purpose. You know, I will tell myself these things, you know, if, you know, just, I guess just kind of depending on how I feel, but if it's, you know, I'm feeling low in a certain area, I'll kind of focus on those areas to just say something nice to myself.
And I think that that's great, because for somebody that affirmations is a new concept, that's the one that I know people like roll their eyes at, like, oh gosh, you got to talk like positive to yourself. But it is so powerful to talk goodness over you, because you hear it and your brain takes it in as truth. It knows no different. And so it is so powerful. It really, really is. To talk goodness over you, because you hear it and your brain takes it in as truth. It knows no different. And so it is so powerful. It really, really is. Alrighty, we are going to take this one off. So I feel like I see some people that are on, but I don't know who is on. Diana, I see Diana. We are still rocking and rolling. We are in the actual final stretch. It's almost 4 a.m. where I am, and we're here until 10. And right now we don't have our next guest coming on for about just over an hour, but I do have some recordings of some people that I really know wanted to be a part and just not available. The schedules didn't align. So if you see me popping in, popping out, I'm like right here, but I'm wanting to at least give them the time to share their message. But let's see who else. I got like YouTube, I got Facebook, and all the things going on right now. So this has been an amazing 4th annual. If you're just tuning in, we had our last 2 guests on up until maybe just around 3 o'clock. So I knew that there was like a little window of time here. So what I'm going to try to do is see one of the videos that I think is amazing is David Gotcher. And I want to play his, let me see if I can pull him up again one more time, because his story is amazing. And he's one of the kings in the Surrender to Rise Kings edition. And if I can highlight him, if I can feature him, I'm going to. So let me go ahead and pull him up and see if we can add him to this.
Hello, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. It's so good to like see your face. People would probably not even believe this is the first time we are connecting. Right. And you are one of the kings in the Surrender to Rise edition coming out. An amazing story. So tell us, where are you tuning in from?
We are in Eastern Kentucky, Harlan County, but we are actually fresh here. I actually was raised in Oklahoma. We just moved here, so we're just starting a new chapter here in Kentucky right now.
Eastern Kentucky. So we're neighbors, because I'm in Indiana. So there we go. So let's get right into it, because you have an amazing story, and your surrender like you could pick which times, right? Which moments. Just pour into people today. And I know that you're no stranger to talking on camera, so just pour into people today.
First off, I just want to tell you thank you so much for this opportunity. This is so awesome. And this is something since the change of my life that's been on my heart, is actually trying to write a book, but I never knew where to start. And then I found YouTube, and YouTube led me to you, and God just opens crazy doors, you know, whenever you just give it over to him, you know. So I struggled for many years, about 19 years, with a meth addiction. It started very early when I was about 14 years old. And it progressively got worse and worse and worse. And I would try to climb out of it. And then every time I'd try to climb out and fall, it seemed to go even deeper each time. And but I just want people to know that they're, like the title of my chapter, nobody's too far gone. I went so many years believing that I was too far gone, that there was no hope. I'd always known Jesus. Luckily, that seed was planted in me very early. And so I always knew of him, but it took me a long time to learn how to build an actual relationship with him. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, just whenever you give in, I think the small statement of let go and let God is bigger than people realize.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the way that you, state that, it's, gosh, that's like the greatest act of trust.
Yes.
Right. It's almost like, jumping and just trusting that the net is going to be there, whether you can see it or not. When you let go, but trust that God is going to catch you wherever you are. I always like to say, if you simply reach out for him, you will not miss, because he is that big, So by you saying that you felt like you were just too far gone, is it because you felt like maybe you had asked for his help, and then he gave you some, and then you fell back?
Absolutely. I think one thing that we need to understand too, and to know, is whenever you're trying to bring someone fresh to God, is to let them know that, like y'all were talking about earlier, it's not just give it to God and everything's going to be okay. There's going to be struggles. Depression's going to be there every once in a while. I mean, it's not just going to take it away. And I think I went through so many years of having that understanding, of thinking that if I just gave it to him, it was a cure-all. And so I would give it to him. And then once that struggle came, it was immediate, like, okay, well, that didn't work, So then it was just a stumble right back into the old routine. And I think whenever you finally get the concept that he's there as a friend to get you through the hard times, he's not there to just take it all away from you, it's a life changer. It's a life changer. And it's like you said earlier about that statement not being plastic. Something so small and simple being so life changing. Mine was when I went to recovery that last time. There was a preacher, and he said that nothing around you is going to change until you change you. And that struck me so deep, because I went so many years, I think, trying to build this wall of trying to make people think I was something that I wasn't, because I, looking for validation, and but still my core wasn't changing, because I just wanted my surroundings to change and everybody else to be okay and think that I was okay, but still living in that struggle. But yeah.
Wow. And when I remember when I heard, like, stop living plastic. Okay. My struggle at that time was, I knew my marriage was over. But I refused, like, divorce was not an option to me. Right. I had kids. So my sons, their dad, and I remember, like, wiping the table. Divorce is not an option. Divorce, like, like, you shouldn't be having to tell yourself this, right? Because things went really bad. But one day I heard God say, I was at a stoplight, and I heard him say, you will never become who I intended you to be in this marriage. And I was so against divorce. And so it's like it almost seemed like it just came out of nowhere, but I stepped forward to do what I knew needed to happen. And so sometimes God's lessons, man, they're not what we think they should be.
No.
And I'm sure, like, reading your chapter, there were many turns that you had to take to get to where you are today that were not where you intended to be. What can you tell to the person that feels like they're too far gone right now?
Just to have trust in yourself. I mean, and have trust that he is big enough to be that change for you. He is big enough to be that friend for you in those situations, and don't try to do it all on your own. Because when you're trying to fight those types of lifestyles or situations on your own, you're only setting yourself up for failure every single time. And like I said, just simply said, I mean, let go and let God. And it's so real. And before I figured it out, my daughter, she was 8 years old. And so the first half of her life, I was fairly an absent father. I always made sure I was there. She knew that her dad was, that her dad loved her. I taught her about Jesus from a young age, even though I was way off the rails. But whenever I did finally let go and let God, we were able to get custody of my daughter. We got her out of a fairly bad situation. She's 19 today. Happy birthday, Miracle.
Oh, happy birthday. Mm-hmm.
She's in her first year of college. And but yeah, see, I mean, it brought me from being someone that was almost ashamed to be around my daughter to being a provider and showing her the correct route, and not just telling her the route to take, but showing her that, she saw me go from this to this. You see. So that's another thing we've got to understand too, is it's not just our words. It's more so in our actions. And our strongest tool to change other hearts is our testimony. That's what he says. By the words of our testimony, we're going to show other people. And the actions of our testimony, we're going to show other people.
And I love that. And you brought up something that I don't think we've heard yet today. And it's the friendship with God. That's why I call him my God. He's my main man. He loves to have a sense of humor, and then he loves me in my hot mess. Like, we are best friends. But very rarely do you hear that part of it, of the actual friendship that you establish and build with him. Because he's not some entity that is just like so formal that you can't reach in every day. Like, it's a friendship. So when you say it like that, it makes me think, especially as adults, you know how hard it is to make friends with people?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of hard sometimes when you feel like you don't belong, or what do I talk about? Can I sit here? Am I cool enough? Like, and so maybe some are looking at God like that. Like, we're not even friends. How would he even hear me?
Right.
And so how did you strengthen that friendship with him, that relationship?
I think it was just a sense of just giving in and realizing the pain that I was causing people around me without even realizing it. And
that's a big one.
I don't know. I've always wanted the opportunity for my testimony to get out. And that's whenever I found YouTube. And it's not like it's some big thing. And that's not really the point of it. The point of it really is just to reach people with my story so they can see that there is hope, that they're not too far gone. And
Yeah, because as people read your chapter, how many years were you using drugs and addicted? Like how many years of
19
that?
years.
19 years.
Started when I was about 14, and I didn't get truly saved out of addiction until I was 33.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And that's why you can say you're never too far gone.
Right. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I mean, and luckily, whenever that transformation happened, I think it came at such a specific time, because right after we changed our life, my wife has a very amazing story too, her testimony. But in that moment, that's when things were transferring in the drug world, where we were having the fentanyl epidemic. And I can almost guarantee you that neither one of us would probably be sitting here today if we had not been transformed in that moment. And it's powerful. And I don't know. God is he's big, and he wants to be your friend. And if you just can understand that he's there for you through the struggles and the hard times, it's simple as that, is just realizing, like you said, that he's a friend. He's not a cure-all. He's there to help you get through the struggles. And you're never going to be perfect. Never are you going to be perfect. And I spent even the first few years after my transformation beating myself up because I wasn't to where I thought I should be. Right. And I think it wasn't until the point that I understood that no matter how far I go, I'm never going to be able to say that I'm perfect, because we're not perfect. We're not perfect. But once you give into God, what God does is he gives you the strength and the want to turn and do the right thing, right? Because it's not by our works, and we're never going to be able to do the good works that we expect by what the law states. But what it is it's a fuel to want to do the right thing once you're friends with him.
I love that. I love that friendship makes you, you know what? Because it reminds me of something that says, when we love our kids better, they do better. When we love our husbands or wives better, they do better. Like when we love ourselves better, we do better. And so when you think of that friendship, he wants us to do better, and just imagine if we all were locking arms and everybody wanting to do better because we all love God. That's my dream world right there. And that's why we do little things like this, because, and I shouldn't say little things like this, because by you sharing your story and everybody that's been on here sharing their stories, by us spreading this, it can go far and wide, and we can make a difference. But just imagine if everybody could develop that friendship and just want to do better.
Right. That's it. That's what it's
it.
about.
I love it. I love it. So, yep, we got some hearts on that one. Tish says, that's my David. I am so proud of you. Oh, we love Tish. What a powerful testimony, David. God is good. I do. When I read your chapter, and I will tell you, my mom, she's the only other person that has read the manuscript besides the Kings, because again, she's quality control. And she said, she was like, wow, you could almost feel the fight that you had to want God's love, to want God's help, and the power of addiction, man, it just kept pulling you back in. Yeah. And I just want to say congratulations and praise God, because I'm so happy to be able to be here and have this conversation with you today, because you are right. Probably wouldn't be had it not happened when it did, and you were able to surrender and come through. Yeah.
Thank you. Like I said, I really appreciate the opportunity to get my story out there further. And it's not about our story. It's about our story showing how powerful of a God we really do serve. And he does want you to start a relationship with him. And there's nobody out there that's too far gone. Trust me. If someone like me could be saved, my mom and dad spent years and years and years mentally planning my funeral. I mean, that's how bad it was. Like, I lived in the depths of hell, on the edge of death for a long, long time. And in this almost like a pity party type lifestyle. Right. And, but yeah, I mean, God is good, and there's nobody too far gone. Absolutely nobody too far gone.
I love that. Thank you so much for sharing with us today. And again, guys, when that first edition, the King's Surrender to Rise. That is David's chapter. Nobody Too Far Gone. So thank you so much for sharing with us. And it was just so great to be able to finally like see you face to face.
You too. Thank you so much.
All right. All righty, guys. Let me move this here. That was David Gotcher, and that was a pre-recording because this schedule doesn't work for everyone, and this weekend doesn't work for everyone. But that was David Gotcher, and he also has a chapter in the book Surrender to Rise. So this book, I really just can't even explain to you the power that is in it. The men that stepped forward to share their stories and to realize like that they all have this sort of commonality, and God stepped in and just made it right. It's just beautiful. So we are still here. We are rocking and rolling. Oh gosh, it looks like I got some people on, and I don't even know. Spencer's on. Nobody Too Far Gone. Amen, Spencer. So we have about an hour before our next guest actually joins us from around the globe. And then things kind of start waking up for everyone again. So what I'm going to do during this time, so that you guys don't have to just sit and listen to me talk for like a whole hour, I am going to... Spencer says, "Hey, Queen, you are rocking." Spencer, I hope that your evening went okay. I hope that that everything went okay for you, based on where we were earlier in the, I guess last night. Yesterday. But so what I'm going to do, guys, is to just kind of give myself, I'm here, I'm going to try something and we'll see if it works. But I have 1 hour. We have 1 hour before our guest comes up. And I think he's from Uganda. I think that's where he's joining us from. But I'm going to play one of my episodes that I feel, because I believe in dreams, because this is part of my dream. This is part of something that God showed me, this grand vision. But I do feel there are 10 non-negotiables that must be present to build your dream, the unbreakable dream. And I just want to share this with you. I'm hoping that it will play. If it doesn't, then I'll come back on here and you guys can hear me talk for an hour. But if it does, some people are out there trying to build these massive visions, these big God-given assignments, and sometimes they focus on the actual things that they need, these technical skills and these other kind of skills, and truly to make it happen, these core foundation pieces that have to come from within you, if they're not there, all the other stuff just won't work anyway. So I really feel imperative that this is important as I start to release my show on Prospera TV Network, that it starts with this one. So I'm just going to play it. If it plays, great. If it doesn't, then I'll just come back on and see you. But we'll check it out and we'll see how it goes. To help you build your dream. I believe in dreams. And so we'll walk this journey together. Hello and welcome to the very first episode of Crowned, for the one building an empire and trusting God at the same time. I'm Elena Rodriguez. I am your show host, and I am the president and founder of Prospera TV Network. So number one, thank you for the love, the support, the encouragement. We have 16 shows on board. We've been live for 2 months. We are streaming across Roku, which is in 17 countries. So that is huge. So number one, I want to say thank you for the support. But number two, I am glad that you are here on my actual show, because I really wasn't going to start a show of my own, to be honest with you. However, what I quickly realized is that many people out there that are called to more, They feel that tug in their gut. They feel there's a deeper mission within their spirit. They've been through an experience that could have broken them, but man, they got up and they went again. God is using them in a mighty way. Many times when you are called to that something more, doesn't necessarily mean you know what to do in that moment. Doesn't necessarily mean you know how to build this dream, this big vision that you see that God gave you. So I felt it was my duty to create this show for you, because I know that you are here to build that dream, build the empire, but you are trusting God at the same time, every step of the way, not knowing what's ahead, not knowing what's next, but you're still doing it. You're still going. And I'm so proud of you for that. So as we kick off this first episode, I first want to let you know that this is kind of like a warmer upper. This is the place that I felt was imperative to start, because as you continue on watching future episodes of Crowned, we will be here every single week. I will be giving you actual nuggets, real tangible action items that you can implement in your own business in real time to get you moving forward, to get that snowball growing with momentum, because that's the hardest thing to do, is to take all this possibility, all this world, this whole world of wonderment, and turn it into something that's actually working for you, that makes you feel like you're making progress, something that you can actually see, success that you can measure, which is huge. So as we work together week after week after week, we will be building upon that. I do have the Crowned Era Academy, which has 9 modules in it. And so we'll be kind of digging through the modules and giving you a little bit more meat, some more detail, some more substance to work with. But just know that that is the journey that you will be taking as you tune in for shows with me week after week. I am here to help you build your dream. I believe in dreams. I also believe healing is the foundation dreams are built upon. And so we'll walk this journey together. I encourage comments. I encourage you to reach out and ask questions if you have them. We are found at prosperitytvnetwork.com. You can find all our show hosts on prosperitytvnetwork.com. So please feel free to visit us there, leave us some messages, contact us, all the good stuff. All right. So let's get started with what this very first episode is about. Now, I am all about building your dreams, but I do know that building your dreams can feel overwhelming. It can keep you stuck. It would be easier to look at all the reasons why it won't work versus striving and searching for the one reason why it will. And it's also easy to think, oh my gosh, this dream is so massive, this dream is so big, and I'm just like right here, and it's not possible. I don't know why I keep having these ideas. I don't know why I keep seeing this grand vision. But do me a favor. Don't ever take that big dream and shrink it down to where you are right now. Instead, I encourage you to tune in week after week after week and grow into the person that is meant to build that dream. Never shrink it down. So that's a one ask I have of you. Oh, and speaking of leader, what type of crowned leader are you? That is so important, and it is something that we are going to dig into episode after episode after episode. There are 4 crowned leader types that I work with that makes it easy to understand how we can connect and communicate with one another. This will help you not only in your personal relationships, but in your business, in your clients, just all around. So if you have not taken the quiz, what type of crowned leader are you? Are you a phoenix? Are you a visionary? Are you a serenity? Or are you a spotlight? Today's episode is so important because it is the foundation. It's where everything starts. If you do not understand these 10 non-negotiables, then I'm just going to make this easy for you. Just wrap it up, put it away, and go enjoy your free time. Because building your dream is not easy. Building your dream is not fast. Building your dream doesn't have shortcuts, but there are 10 non-negotiables that you must have in place and you must be in alignment with in order to make it happen. Now, if you might be wondering, like, well, how do you know this? What have you done? A little bit about me. Okay, in the past 4 years, I have built Besitos Beauty, which is a cosmetics company. We are vegan, gluten-free, paraben-free, animal cruelty-free, but I built Besitos Beauty Cosmetics from the ground up. I actually built it from my mom's recliner when I had lost my home at 46 years old and had to move my 2 sons back in with her. And it started as a simple lead magnet. Now, if you're in business, you know the term lead magnet. If you're not in business, it was just a way to bring people to me so that I could explain to them actually what I did, what the work was that I did. And at the time, it was rebuilding confidence and self-esteem. And for me, lipstick was the thing that did that for me. And I thought if it did that for me, maybe it could do that for other women. Now, why was I so passionate about it? Well, because I had discovered my husband at the time, 5-year affair. But I had discovered a 5-year affair 9 months after he passed away. So yes, I became a widow on Christmas Eve of 2018. And at that time, I was only 44 years old. So when I can speak on what does it really, really take, what are the non-negotiables does it really, really take to build your dream when your whole world is falling apart, when you're an emotional hot mess, when you have like financial ruin beneath you, I know what it takes. So the first business that I built is Besitos Beauty, and that was established in 2021, so 4 years ago. From there, we have created Surrender to Rise, which is a book series that actually talks about that moment when it's like, can it get any worse? Yes, sometimes it can, but that moment that you hit that rock bottom, that moment that you throw your arms up and say, God, like, I don't know what I'm doing here. I can't do this anymore. You have to surrender. And the moment that you surrender and realize that you have like absolutely no control over anything, not even when you take your very last breath, is the moment that God can step in, do his magic, and you know what? He will lift you up. So through that, I've created the book series, Surrender to Rise. We've got 2 books in the series available, and the third one is in motion, in progress. Plus we have Surrender to Rise live events. The next live event will be September of 2026. So I'm sharing these pieces with you to let you know that becoming widowed, losing everything, discovering betrayal, financial ruin, losing my home, this is what I've built in 4 years. So we started with Besitos Beauty. We moved into Surrender to Rise. There was like a lot of little things in between there. I wrote a couple other books. And now here we are, Prosperity TV Network. And so in a matter of 2 months, we've got 16 shows. We are in 17 countries. And so I kind of know what it takes to build your dream. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not perfect. I don't have all the answers. I'm not where I want to be. God gave me this grand vision that's bigger than I know what to do with, but I have come quite a ways. And so I'm here to share the pieces with you in Crowned. And the reason that it's called Crowned is because when I was losing everything back in like, I think it was 2020. Okay. Remember, I became widowed on Christmas Eve, 2018. 2019 was my year of hell. 2019 was the year that I discovered like I had been married to a stranger and living a lie, like the movies that you watch that it's like, oh my gosh, suspense and drama and all the chaos and stuff. That was my real life. So I realized I had like absolutely nothing and I had been living a lie and I had been married to a stranger. That's pretty much my reality. Then we went into COVID shutdown. So then it got even worse. So I can say that yes, you can still do it. You can pick up those pieces and rebuild your dream. But don't rush the process because you're going to miss some of the most critical components along the way. And like I said earlier, healing is the foundation the dreams are built upon. So that's part of it. That's why there are no shortcuts. The moment you realize that you're at another level, there's going to be something to uncover and work through before you can get to that next level. So it's an ongoing process. And that's why I hope that you come back week after week after week to be able to learn a little nugget a little something else about what I have found it truly takes to pick up those broken pieces and rebuild your dream. But before we get into the whole content of Crown, God gave me this and I'm going to share it with you every single time. Remember who you are. Remember whose you are. Boldly step forward. Show your crown. And that brings us to Show Your Crown Enterprises today. And Show Your Crown Enterprises houses Besitos Beauty Cosmetics, Surrender to Rise book series and events, Selfish Empowerment Retreats, Prosperity TV Network. So when I'm talking about for the one building an empire and trusting God at the same time, that's why I can speak to it. I am building an empire. Show Your Crown Enterprises is mine. And so I just want to ask you today, what is yours? If you have one, drop it down in the comments if you're watching this on YouTube. And if not, go to YouTube and drop it in the comments so that we can all connect and see what you're up to. What are you building? What's your passion? What's your dream? What's your desire? What drives you? All the things we want to know. So as we get ready to discuss those 10 non-negotiables of an unbreakable dream, and I'm talking unbreakable. I don't care what's in the way, what you're experiencing, what life is throwing at you. It's these 10 non-negotiables that must be in place simultaneously to create that unbreakable dream. And in order to build the empire, to create that vision, to bring it to life, the one that God gave you, it has to remain unbreakable. Because life is going to hit you, bombs are going to be dropped, hearts are going to break, finances are going to be a hot mess, emotions, all sorts of stuff is going to kind of like just drop down. That's called life. But the dream doesn't falter. Keep in mind that your dream, it's not fragile. It's fierce. And I need you to hear that again. Your dream, the vision that God gave you, the whisper that he, put in your ear that started generating this like beautiful picture. That dream, it's not fragile. It can take it. It's fierce. So in order to build it, you have to come with that same energy, that same tenacity, that same passion. It's fierce. It's not fragile. But it needs something from you. A lot of times we think about building the dream, and we're thinking of ourselves, but what does your dream actually need from you? Have you ever asked your dream that? Have you ever asked your dream, what do you need from me? Now, one of the things that drives me, and this isn't one of the non-negotiables, this is actually just something I want to ask you, and something that keeps me moving forward day after day after day after day after day. Being touched by death, watching death in front of me multiple times, but especially when it was my husband, I had to turn the machines off and just watch this happen. So when you know that like you can be here for breakfast and like gone by lunch, kind of changes your perspective a little bit, just a little bit. And so one of the things that drives me day after day after day is envisioning myself when I'm on my deathbed, when I know that like this is it. And I always envision being there in my dream, just kind of standing at the foot of the bed, and we're having a conversation. And I want my dream to be able to come and say to me, wow, you did more with me than I ever thought possible. You did more with me than I could have even imagined. You made me more beautiful than I could ever see myself. I want my dream to be proud. I want my dream to be able to say to all the others out there, see this one over here? We belong to her. You see what she did with us? Amazing. I do not want my dream to be able to come to me and say, why didn't you pay attention to us? Why didn't you do anything with us? We came to you over and over again. Why did you ignore us? Why did you never push yourself harder to believe in us? Why were you afraid? We were here for you. Time and time again, why didn't you just do anything with us? We had so much in store for you, but you didn't. And now it's too late. And now we don't know where to go or what to do. I do not want my dreams to be able to say that to me. So what do you want your dreams to say to you? When your time is up, what do you want your dreams to say to you? And I really want you to think about that question and then think of the answer every single day. Because building your dream is not for the weak. It's not for the impatient. It's not for the ego-driven. So ask yourself that question. So back to the 10 non-negotiables to build that unbreakable dream. 1, commitment. Dreams don't die from doubt. They die from inconsistency. And a lot of times inconsistency can show up as maybe. I call maybe the place that dreams go to die. Your dream needs you 24/7, that commitment. You have to marry your dream. Now, I want you to think about this. Imagine standing at the altar or the beach or wherever you're getting married, and you're committing yourself to someone for the rest of your life. Not just on the days that it's good, not just on the days that everything is perfect and moving along, but on the hard days too, on the ugly days too, on the days that you don't really like each other, but you're still committed. Your dream needs that from you every single day. Are you ready to marry your dream? Are you ready to commit to it? Through sickness and in hell, good, bad, rich, poor. Like, think about it. Your dream needs that. Your dream needs to know that it can also depend on you, that you're not going to drop it at the dime of a hat the next time something better comes along. Think about that. If you were in a marriage, you stay committed, you work it through, you figure it out. You don't think like, that one looks good. Ooh, that one looks good. Let me go here. Let me go here. Your dream doesn't want that either. So how committed are you to it? What are you willing to do day after day after day to ensure that it knows you are committed to it, that it matters to you? Marry your dream. Say, I do, and then mean it. Stay consistent. Show up for it every single day. Number 2, vision. If you can see it, you can serve it. Your dream is there because it's bigger than you. Your dream is there because it's meant to impact and serve many others, but you have to serve your dream. Your dream will become magical the more that you pour into it. But if you're there to constantly just take from your dream, what's it doing for me? What's it got for me? What can I get from it? It's going to burn out, because that's not what a dream is. You have to serve it. You have to see this huge vision and then be committed to serving it in some capacity every single day. And don't let it scare you. Okay? If God is allowing you to see this vision, no matter how big, no matter how massive, it doesn't mean it's going to all be built tomorrow. But believe in it and start with the very first step. You know, your vision could entail 1,000,000 pieces. But those 1,000,000 pieces won't fit together if you don't start with one. And then you grab another one, and then another one. It's no different than anything else. See the big picture. Don't hold it back. Don't shrink it down to fit you where you are. Remember, we already talked about that. See it for as big and beautiful and as grand as it is, and then start serving it day in, day out. Nurture it, pay attention to it, love on it. The more you give it, the more it will give back to you. Number 3, creativity. I said it. For some of you that are like, oh my gosh, I am not creative at all. You don't need more resources. You don't need more more noise, more things, more this, more that. You don't need more resources. You just need to be more resourceful. You need to think a little differently here. You need to get a little creative. Use what you have with where you are right now. You don't need to be anybody different. You don't need to have the bigger, better thing. You don't need to wait till everything is in line. Get creative and use what you have right now. There was one time for me a couple years ago. Okay, I was kind of hitting a low point with my physical health, and I really hadn't touched Besitos Beauty for a while. I just was ready to be like, oh, I'm just done with it all, because I was tired and I was physically ill. And I remember thinking, like, God, what am I going to do? You know, here I am, single, on my own. I got 2 sons. We're all trying to like come back from this trauma bomb that hit us after becoming widowed, losing everything, discovering the affair, like all of it. It was a really, really dark time, not only in my life, but in the lives of my 2 sons. But we were navigating it. We were making our way through. But I had hit that point where I thought, what, like, again, God? Like, again, now I'm hit with another something, and this time it's physical. It's affecting me, like, physically, which then drains you emotionally. And I remember, like, asking God, like, what am I going to do? And he said, use what's right in front of you. And I took that literally. So I opened my eyes and I looked up, and right in front of me was a shelf full of inventory of Besitos Beauty. So I got to work. Let's build a dream team. Let's sell some products. Let's get out there, get the commercials, make the contacts. Like, so sometimes we already have it. Most times we already have it, because God knows you aren't in a place to go get all this stuff. You don't need to go get more things. Use what you have. So creativity, being resourceful, not more resources. A lot of times you're going to keep yourself stuck if you're trying to grab from here, grab from here, grab from here, get that. You're going to stay broke. You're going to listen to too many voices. You're going to be confused, and you're not going to really make progress, even though you're going. In those moments, you're kind of like running on a treadmill. You're going to use your energy. You're going to use your money. You're going to use your time, and you're not going to get anywhere. So let's get creative. Use what's right in front of you. Use what you have, but think differently about it. And you'd be surprised at really how much you have at hand to begin working with. So we've talked about commitment. We've talked about vision. We've talked about creativity. Now let's talk about growth. Growth is your number 4. Your dream, it can't outgrow your thinking patterns. It can't outgrow your belief systems. It can't outgrow you. You have to grow. So remember when I said, like, don't bring the dream down. Don't shrink it down to meet you where you are. Because if you had everything that you needed to make that dream come true, you would have done it by now. Keep that vision big. Keep that grand picture. But then put some people in opportunities in place to help you grow. Now, one of the things that I want to share about growth, you could call it mindset, you can call it personal development. I don't care what word you put on it. You're going to learn that about me very quickly as we go in week after week after week. I don't care about titles. I don't care about labels. So when I will say quite a bit, like, call it what you want. Whatever word you need to use to like understand that we're talking about the same thing. So it's kind of that mindset, personal development, awareness. You've got to step out of this cap that you have that's kind of at the top of your head. And a lot of times people don't understand, how do I get beyond that? So I want you to think about this. You can watch this show and you're going to gather this information, but if you don't talk with somebody to challenge your thinking about it, it really hasn't served its purpose. If you read a book It might be great. You might have some like wow insights, but if you don't talk to somebody that can come from a different perspective and ask you questions that make you think a little differently, it's not going to serve its purpose. Same with podcasts, same with, sitting at conferences. If you're just taking all of this in yourself and staying right there, you're never going to grow beyond where you are. You're going to take information in, but you're never going to quite expand your ability to think differently about it. You're never going to see it from a different perspective. So when I talk about growth and it's expanding that awareness level, here's an example. And I love to use this one all the time. Let's say you're at the park. Okay. Let's say you're at the park with a 5-year-old, because children are just the most amazing little human beings that really blow my mind like all the time. But let's say you're walking at the park and it's a sunny day and the sun is shining and the sky is like really, really blue and there's a couple white puffy clouds in there and it's just a really beautiful day. And you look up and you're grateful and you see these puffy clouds and they look like cotton balls and that's all great. But then the little kid says, "Oh my gosh, look at that cloud." And so you look up and you see this beautiful white cloud and the little kid says, "Doesn't it look like a big elephant carrying a balloon?" And at first you chuckle, right? You giggle a little bit and you smile, and then you look up and you're like, "It does. I see it. It does look like a big elephant carrying a balloon." And you actually can see where they were coming from. That's an example of how someone can help you see things differently. You looked up the first time and you saw just the cloud. But because someone said, "Can you see this in it?" You look again and you're like, "I can." But you never would have had they not said that. So that's the power of communities, of conversation, of talking about things. So you can read books, you can watch shows, you can listen to podcasts, you can sit in audiences, and you can take information in. But if you're not exposing yourself to people that will challenge your thinking, are you really growing? And the answer is no. And your dream needs growth. So be sure to position yourself with people that are sometimes not going to always tell you what you want to hear, but that are comfortable asking you questions that are going to stretch you, that are going to push you, that are going to challenge you, because those are the people that are truly in your corner, because they know the questions to ask to push you a little bit further, because they know that's what it takes to build your dream. That's what it takes to stay committed to that unbreakable dream. And those are the people that you want in your corner, the ones that will help you grow, that will challenge your thinking and help you see things differently. Because if you already had all the answers and if your way was the right way, you would already have everything. So you need people to help you think a little differently, get creative, keep that vision in sight, and stay committed every single day.
Thank you for watching Prospera TV Network. We hope you're enjoying the show. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
All right, so number 5, passion. Now, passion, that's your permission slip to go fast. That's your permission slip to just go for it. That's your permission slip to say yes to that burning desire within you, that passion. It's that fuel. You need it. It's that energy. It's that drive. You got to be passionate about it. You got to be willing to work hours that before you would have slept. You got to be so passionate that when you wake up, it's on your mind. That when you go to bed, it's on your mind. That when you're out doing other things, it's still on your mind. Now, this is something that people might not agree with me. They might be like, you got to be able to like let things go. You got to be able to like just chill. You can relax. You can take time off. But the passion that you hold for your dream, it has to be there. It has to be there on the days that you're tired. It has to be there on the days that you don't feel good. It has to be there on the days that you are a hot mess, or you do feel like you're going to pull your hair out if somebody asks for one more thing, but you're passionate about it. It has to be there when you've tried for the 5th time and it's still not working. It has to be there when you reach out and you ask somebody to join you and they say no. That passion has to be there when you're like, oh my gosh, I got this great thing going on, and like nobody cares or nobody wants to listen. You got to be the one that is most passionate about what you're doing, what you're believing, and what you see. You got to have the passion for it. If you need motivated, okay, motivation is not my favorite word. I have a hard time with people saying they need motivated, because why should I have to motivate you to do the thing that you say you want? If you want this dream, if you want this grand vision, if you want to be in that position, if you want to be at this level, if success looks like something to you, but you're like, oh gosh, some days I just need motivated. I just don't get it. I shouldn't be here to motivate you to do something that you say that you want. Okay, so I'm just going to make this very clear. If you're tuning into my show week after week after week, we're going to have some ouch moments. I'm not going to always sugarcoat things. We got to dig in, because why? Because your dream is depending on it, because your clock is ticking, because your hours and your minutes, they're not unlimited. So sometimes we're going to say the hard things. Sometimes we're going to push a little deep. And then sometimes I'm going to say, are you done with the pity party? Are you ready to get up and get busy again? Because I know what it took to build my dream. And on the days that I wanted to crawl in a hole and die, on the days that I wouldn't have been mad if God didn't wake me up in the morning, there was nobody that was going to do it for me. It had to be me. So if you don't have that passion in your heart to look at the person who thinks that you're crazy, and you're like, that's okay, I don't care if you think I'm crazy, because I'm passionate about this, because I know it's going to work, because I know that this whisper that God gave to me, this big grand vision that he now has allowed me to see, I'm passionate about it. It's mine. He gave it to me. It's my responsibility. It's up to me to build it. Nobody else can do that but you. And if you're not passionate about it, you're going to get tired real fast. And you're going to ask yourself day after day after day, why am I doing this? And if you don't have that desire to just keep going, then I caution you now, do ask yourself why. Why are you on this journey? Because if you get it, you get it. And that passion, it's there. And no matter how many times I always like to think, when you get a baby to sleep and the baby seems like they're like sleeping, and then you lay them down and then they sit right back up. And you're like, oh my gosh, here we go all over again. Okay. That's what it's got to feel like. Every time something pushes you down, you got to be like, I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere. I don't care how many times the answer is no. I'm going to get up and I'm going to go again. You got to be that passionate to have the unbreakable dream. Number 6, sacrifice. This is a tough one. This is a tough one. With sacrifice, let me just tell you, there are going to be more times that you pay in private than you're able to be seen rising, succeeding in public. The sacrifice that you are going to give for your unbreakable dream, many people are not going to even know. They're not going to see it. And they're not going to really care. Because you see, everyone's out there doing their own thing. That's one of the reasons why when people are like so worried about having things perfect, or oh my gosh, it has to look like a certain way, or oh my gosh, like let me get this whole course like put together and make sure that it's like 100% everything's good. People don't even like really care. Everybody is like running around in a million directions and they're going so super fast, and half of them don't even know where they're going. So the sacrifice, people don't even really care. They just want to know, what's in it for me? What do I get out of this? How's this going to help me? So when you're so passionate about building this grand vision that you're committed to day after day, that you're creatively thinking about, and you're purposely like pushing yourself in growth, the sacrifice that you're going to have to make for it, most of it's going to be done privately. People aren't going to always see it. And even if they do see some things, they're not going to fully understand it. So sacrifice can come in many ways. Financial, your dream is going to cost you money. And when you set your budget, it's going to cost you more than that. Just going to let you know. Your dream is going to cost. Now, I got lots to say on this subject, and we might have to have another show all about that. But let me just say, you will find a way if you're looking for a way. If you're looking for an excuse, you're going to find that too. All right. So we are solutions based. We are going to find a way. We are going to make a way. And excuses are the number one cause of failure. So we don't really focus on excuses here very much. I know things are tough. I know things are hard. Get creative. There's always a way. But your sacrifice, your money, it's going to cost you more money. Time, it is going to cost you hours that you don't even know where they're at. So when people say, when I find the time, I always ask, well, it's not hiding from you. Where's your time hiding? It's not hiding from you. You get 24 hours in a day and you get 7 days in a week. We all do. So are you spending time in front of the TV? Are you spending time scrolling? Are you spending time hitting the snooze button? That one's mine. The sacrifice comes from getting up when you're tired, telling the friends that are inviting you out for an evening to just hang out and have some drinks or socialize or go out dancing or whatever, like, no, I can't come. I gotta build my dream. The sacrifice is going to come in so many ways. It's going to come in discipline for yourself. It's going to come in saying no to things that you previously would have said yes to. It's going to come into looking at your budget and where are you rearranging things. It's going to come in looking at that clock and time blocking differently, because you got to use these 24 hours in your day differently. Like, the sacrifice is going to be real. And depending on what your dream looks like, you may lose some friends. You may need to get a different job. You may need to let go of the job. You may need to move. I don't know what your dream is. I would love to know what your dream is. So if you want to drop that in the comments, tell me a little bit about your dream. But it's going to require sacrifice, and most of that sacrifice is going to be done privately. And most of the time, people aren't going to even care. And that's the hard part, because you want everyone to believe in your dream as much as you, and you want everyone to honor like this work and this effort and this drive that you got. People don't care. That's why you have to be passionate about it, because it's yours. God gave it to you and no one else. No one else is going to get it. The beauty of what we're doing here is that even though I don't get your dream, I get you. And I get the fact that I know where you are because you have this dream. But I will never be able to see your dream exactly like you. I will never be able to believe in your dream as much as you. That's yours. That's the beauty of it. God gave it to you. You will never be able to believe in me like I have to believe in me. You will never be able to see my grand vision like I see it. But you can still support me. So the sacrifice, not everyone's going to get it. So let's get into number 7. Oh, number 7, this is another tough one. They're all tough. They all take intentional effort. None of them come naturally. They come a little bit easier the more that you embrace your dream, but it takes effort. So number 7 is discipline. As adults, didn't we think like we couldn't wait to become an adult so we didn't have to listen to our parents or we didn't have to listen to the rules? Well, discipline, now you got to listen to yourself. Some of you, that you might struggle with that a little bit. So discipline, okay, get this, like discipline is the divine partner to vision. So when we talked about commitment and like you got to be willing to marry your dream, I want you to think of discipline and vision. They're at the altar together. They complement each other. So when you see this grand vision, this big picture, this overwhelming, beautiful world of possibility, you got to be disciplined or it will never come to be. And I'm just going to shoot it to you straight like we do. It will never come to be if you do not have the discipline to see it through. This is where I can tell you, you must show up even when the crown feels heavy. The discipline to continue on, to continue taking the step forward, even on the days that it is heavy. It's a must. It's a non-negotiable. The hardest person to lead is yourself. See, part of the reason you got into entrepreneurship, part of the reason you want to build this small business or you want to build this empire is for the autonomy, right? You want the time freedom, you want the financial freedom, you want to be able to set your own schedule and come and go, and you want the money just flowing in, and you want all of this like stuff. But you haven't really earned the right to like take days off. You haven't really earned that pay raise to just kind of like do what you want. But do you have the discipline to tell yourself no? Do you have the discipline to wake up when you're tired? Do you have the discipline to stay up when you would rather just sleep? Do you have the discipline to not go spend money on something like that's part of sacrifice? But it's the discipline to stick with it. Even when it's uphill every single day, even when you feel like you are on that treadmill and you're putting all the hours in, you're putting all the effort in, you're putting all the work in, and you feel like you're getting nowhere. I guarantee you, if you actually ask the right person that's going to challenge your growth awareness, you will see your progress. But if you don't have a system in place to measure your progress, it's going to be really hard. All right, so now we're into number 8, persistence. With persistence, there are going to be days that you're going to feel like quitting. There are going to be days that you stop and ask yourself, like, why was I even thinking I could do this? Or why did I even want to do this? There's going to be days that you doubt yourself. But I want you to think that future self, that you a year from now, he or she is watching. So get up and do it. If not for yourself today, but for yourself for the tomorrow. So a lot of times people talk about your why, and that's great. You got to have the why. You got to have that purpose. You've got to have it. I look at the why a little differently because my experiences are a little different. Again, I just go back to my 2018, 2019, becoming widowed, boom, 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 boom. Like everything, my whole life crumbled. And I really can't stress that enough, and I don't dwell on it. It's part of who I am. I use it as fuel because here's why. My why isn't in front of me. Am I passionate about what I'm going to leave for my children? Yes, I am. Am I passionate about setting the example for my kids? Yes, I am. But the reality is that's not what keeps me pushing forward. That's not my why to like help dig me through the tough times of building my dream. My why, my persistence, that place that digs in, that keeps me going even when I'm tired, that keeps me going even when I failed, that keeps me going even when I don't know where I'm going next, but it keeps me going. It's behind me. That why that feeds my persistence, it's behind me because I will never never go back to where I was before. I don't care what I have to do. I don't care how many hours I have to work. I don't care how many times I have to ask and I'm told no. I will never go back there. So persistence. What is the thing that's going to keep you pushing forward? And if your why is in front of you, then let that be enough. But has it been enough? Has it kept you moving forward every single day, no matter what? And be honest with yourself. And I'll be honest with you, mine wasn't, because there were times that I just couldn't even see it. There were times that I was so defeated. I was so tired. I was so angry. I was so hurt that I just couldn't even see tomorrow. I already told you that. I didn't care if God woke me up another day or not. So how is that why in front of me going to keep me going? How is it going to keep me persistent in building this dream that felt overwhelming, that I had no clue how I was going to do, that I almost became angry that I could see this big vision because I was looking at where I was right now? And I couldn't understand, how do you expect me to build this thing so grand when this is where I'm at right now? I have nothing. So my persistence, that place had to come from behind me. It had to remind me that you will never go back there. It had to come to show me that these kids of yours, they will never have to deal with what you've had to deal with when you became widowed. They will never have to figure this out. It all was behind me. And it kept pushing me forward, and it still pushes me forward every day to keep me persistent. Your dream needs that from you. Persistence. A story of mine that I had with one of my coaches from years ago. There's a book called Think and Grow Rich. It's a really, really, really old book written by Napoleon Hill. It's a book that I read every year. We're kind of doing a mastermind on it where I'm just bringing up some topics of the core systems, belief systems in it. And to work with my one coach, I had to read the chapter on persistence 40 days in a row. And this was not the most exciting chapter. The book is not the most exciting, okay? So this chapter was like, oh my gosh. And if you missed a day, you went back to day 1 and you had to go again until you read it for 40 days in a row. That was to train the muscles, those persistence muscles, to just keep going. Read it when you're tired. Read it when you are bored with it because you've already read it 39 times. But if you miss day 40, you know what? You go back to day 1. Like persistence. Where's your level? Where's your level of persistence? Because your dream to remain unbreakable, that's a non-negotiable. It needs that from you. All righty, guys, you're going to be like, we weren't done watching that. We weren't done watching that. Well, you know what you're going to have to do? You're going to have to go to prosperitytvnetwork.com and just watch the show Crowned, okay? Because we are just minutes away from kicking off the actual final stretch. I've been here like all night, but I didn't have any guests. Like everybody was like sleepy sleep. So I just played a couple videos while I like ate a banana and drank some more energy drinks. So Mallory, if you were watching that, I'm like, sorry to cut you off before the number 10 of the non-negotiables. But yeah, that is my show Crowned. It's for the one building an empire and trusting God at the same time. And it is on Prosperity TV Network. So I have to cut it off because, guys, as we get ready to start the morning, our very, very first guest is coming to us from like across the globe. I had the honor to speak with him not too long ago on a phone call. He has an event coming up, and I'm sure he's going to tell you about that. But it was just an honor to be able to say, like, hey, I'm doing this thing. It's new to you, and do you want to come and like be a part of it? And so I'm going to bring up and add to the stage. We've got Mr. William playing hello. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well, and you?
I'm kicking it. We've been going for I don't even know, like we do the 24-hour, and I only have what? I've been here since yesterday morning.
Wow.
And it's a
Wow.
Stream-a-thon. We're here for the final stretch. But tell us where you are tuning in from.
Yeah, thank you. I'm calling from Ghana, West Africa. Yes, yes, West Africa.
Wow, and it is amazing to have you here, and it's an honor to have you be a part of this. It's the fourth annual Christmas in July, but it's your first
Wow.
time of being here.
Yes.
So what we want to do is we want to just kind of pour some goodness, pour some positivity and some hope
Mm,
out into the world. And I know your story is amazing. So can you
mm,
just kind of, I'm just going to give you some stage time and you just share with us what's in your heart to share with us
mm.
all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, greetings to everybody watching and those who are going to watch later. My name is William Plange from Ghana, West Africa, and I'm the founder of No Human is Useless, which I'm going to talk about because this whole movement came out of my own journey of pain, struggles, feeling lost, fighting silent battles I couldn't talk about, and all these things have been shaped into becoming this movement, which is helping people overcome depression, letting people know that there's actually gold in uncomfortable situations. So I titled this talk When God Hides Gold in Discomfort. All right. To let everybody know that when you go through struggles and pain, it doesn't mean you should commit suicide. It doesn't mean you should take your life. That is where something good is actually found. All right. But before I step, I just want to show this. This is my best friend. All right. I we became friends in 2017, and this little thing here changed my mindset, and that is something I've worked with all my life. So I call this the invisible mark. It is black. You don't see anything on it. All right. And I believe this is who human beings we are when you're not aware of your worth, when you're not aware of the beautiful things God has placed inside of you, when people don't see any good in you, this is how you look like. All right. And I just want you to know that sometimes this is hot water. Sometimes these pain, these struggles, betrayals that we go through in life doesn't mean we should give up, doesn't mean we should commit suicide. It is actually going in there to reveal the beautiful things we have inside of us that we are not paying attention to. Okay? And these struggles, this pain, sometimes I believe God actually allows them to happen so that we pay attention to the beautiful things we are not paying attention to. Most of us are all about going in for that job, going in for that money, and so we don't pay attention to our inner self to bring out the best in us. All right. So this is the invisible mark. It was black. Now you see a beautiful image popping up, and this is who we are. I believe everybody is blessed. Every human being, regardless of where you come from, um, your skin color, whatever it is, you are blessed. You have something special. You have a purpose that you are supposed to bring out for the world to benefit from, or for people to benefit from it. All right. So I say God hides the gold in uncomfortable situations. Now, I grew up in a community where we were programmed to understand that when you go to school and you pass your exams and you're first in class, your life is automatically going to be beautiful when you complete school. And so I grew up with that mindset, only for me to complete school, and then there was no job for me, and it got me struggling. All right, it got me struggling, and I see my friends who I was way better than in class. They had landed good jobs, they were living their life, they bought their cars and all of that. And whenever I saw them, I felt lagging behind because I was better than. So if that myth that was said in our society was true, then I should be the one to get the good jobs and live the life they are living. But that's how life is. That's how the reality of life is. It has its own twists and turns. All right. So one day I met these friends of mine who were living good, and then they passed the comment to me that, hey William, get a life. We are all moving. And this thing really hits me so hard, because it, it wasn't like I was lazy. I was trying, I was making effort, but it wasn't working out. And all these things were God's plan. And I didn't know. I didn't know about all these things. But I was just busily struggling to get something to do. Now, when my friend passed this comment, it really hit me so hard. And in my society, we don't understand depression. You know, they see it as a sign of weakness, especially for men. So men don't cry. As a man, you need to be tough and all of those stuff. And so there's nobody to talk to. All right. So I was keeping this thing inside of me. It was hitting me inside. I was dying slowly, but there was no help. Because if you go to somebody to talk to them, they are also going through their struggles. So they're not going to leave theirs to come and solve yours for you. All right. And my family at that time barely noticed me because I wasn't contributing to the bills and all of those stuff in the house. So, I took a personal decision. I don't know what came to me, but I said, oh, okay, so I need to leave the city. And because it felt so heavy, it felt so burdened. So I moved out and I went to live in the forest with a small family. And it was not comfortable. But today I say that's the best decision I ever took in my life. Now I got to this forest, no electricity, no good drinking water. We wake up in the morning, we walk like 5 hours into the farms to get food stuff. We carry it on our head, come back 5 hours. And it was because I wasn't exposed to this kind of life. I'm somebody born in the city, bred in the city, now in the forest, doing hard work. And it was tough. It was tough. But guess what? That's where I found my purpose because who had some challenges would come to me and say, William, this is bothering me. Can you help me out? And all of that. But these problems they brought to me, they felt because I was coming from the city and I've had some level of education, I can solve it. But then these problems they brought were not problems that we were taught in school. They were problems that requires deep spiritual thinking, like the Spirit of God and something from within for you to solve these problems. It was beyond the physical stuff. It requires spiritual levels. And I didn't know I had this inside of me. I could just speak to these people, tell them, hey, just do this, it's going to work out. And truly it works out. So they come back to me and say, William, thank you so much. What you taught me really happened, and then it has got my problem solved. And anytime they said, God bless you, thank you so much, William, I get this sharp feeling inside of me. And it made my day so fulfilled. All right. I was listening to a video before our call about consistency, and I really loved it because, what will always drive consistency is the passion, is the purpose that comes from within. Because if you're having it has a wavelength. There are times it is going to go down, sales are not going to come. And if you don't take care, if it's not coming from love, it's not coming from the passion that drives it, the consistency is not going to, it's going to break. And anything without consistency, you will not have results. All right. So what will drive you, what I do right now, is coming from within. So if I wake up, that is why I'm up this morning to be on this call, because I love to share my passion. I love to give people hope. I love to help people recover from depression. And so I love that consistency video I was watching. And if it doesn't come with passion, it's going to break. And consistency always brings a result. So I tell people that choose a business based on what you love to do. And so if sales are not coming, love of it. And that's how the breakthrough comes. All right. So back in the forest, I was here when they say God bless you, I had that feeling. And so that's why I noticed that there's something actually in me. But because I was in the city busily looking for a job, a salary paid job, I wasn't paying attention to it. All right. So I grabbed that and I'm very prayerful. One day I went to sit under a tree. I was praying, God, am I going to live here all my life? I want you to speak to me. Then whilst I was saying that, I hear a female voice whisper in my ears that, William, go back to the city and start a business called the Errand Boy. The Errand Boy, that's all I heard. No explanation, didn't tell me what to do, just Errand Boy. And I want to tell this, divine messages, all right, always come unclear. Sometimes it doesn't make sense. Unless you act on it, then it becomes clearer. All right. I just heard Errand Boy with nothing. What are you going to do with it? So 6 months down the line, I came back to the city, started this business. I got somebody to design a logo for me, Mr. Planch, and it was good looking. So I said, add my slogan, the Errand Boy. So we added the slogan and we had a logo, the errand boy. Now I posted this logo, and a friend of mine called me that, hey William, what is this? Errand boy is so childish. Why don't you use errand man? And I'm like, and these are some of the challenges we face. When we get divine messages, people from the outside will come with so many thoughts. People are trying to advise you, do it this way. Listen to what comes from within.
Mhm.
Follow your dreams. Because when I go to bed and I sleep, whatever I see in my dreams, I'm the only person who sees it. And that is what you are supposed to follow. So this guy came with a physical mindset, the errand man, thinking that that is more professional. But I heard my voice while I was praying, the errand boy. And that is what I decided to go on. So I decided to go with the errand boy. So I posted it and I said, hey, if you're a busy scheduled person and you want somebody to pick up your kids from school, do the groceries for you, run errands for you, call on me. I'm the errand boy. And guess what? My friends were laughing at me because in Ghana, not just in Ghana, in some part, in the parts of the world, when you are called the errand boy, they make it look as if you're a slave. All right, that's the notion they have. You're a slave. People are using you to do stuff. So they were teasing me, but I kept up and then do it my own way. Then a week later, I began to get calls from high-profile people in the community, lawyers, judges, bankers, accountants, people who were busy with their schedules, calling me that, hey, I saw your post. Can you run this errands for me? Can you pick my kids from school? And I began to have some businesses to do just because I listened to the voice. I didn't make anybody deter me from what was coming from within. Now, I wasn't making that much money, but then when they said, God bless you, thank you so much, William, for helping me pick my kids from school, that alone brought in a sharp feeling. All right. It brought that feeling inside of me that money can't pay for. Right. And you need money to survive. Doesn't how can you pay your bills? Do these things. It is going to open doors. It opened doors for me. It made me meet people that I never expected to meet. And these people always led me to meeting other people that I could make business with. All right. So fast forward, COVID came in. I woke up one day and my grandmom said, hey, William, you are way over 18 years old. I need you out of the house because I need to rent your room and make money for myself.
No.
And I thought it was a joke. Yes, I thought it was a joke.
Like
Only
no
for me to say,
no warning, just like that.
nothing,
Wow.
nothing.
Wow.
He just woke up one day, hey, you need to leave this house because I'm broke. I need to rent your room and make money.
Wow.
So I took it as a joke because there was no warning, there was no prior notice. I was going about my day, came back home, and then my grandma had packed all my stuff outside the gate.
Wow,
That, hey, leave it.
she even packed it for you?
She packed for me. She
Wow.
packed for me. She packed for me like outside the gate. And then now I got to know it was serious. So people from the neighborhood came around and it was an eyesore. They were like, why are you doing this to? They were all fighting on behalf because I was a very gentle guy, no problems. I don't bring problems to anybody. Why are you doing this to William? William is the humble guy. Why are you doing this? And she said she's not listening to anybody. So we went to her church. She was a leader in a church. We went there to talk to some of the leaders. They came home and they were speaking to her that, you know what, don't do this to your son, your grandson. He has nowhere to go. He doesn't have a stable job. He said, no, for me. I built this house with my own money. So I decide to do whatever I want to do with it. So my grandson should leave. And it was all tears. But little did I know that God was actually having a good plan for me. We were calling her names. Yeah, we were calling her names. People were saying she's a bad woman. She's a witch. She doesn't want me to progress. A lot of names. So finally, I went to get this small wooden structure, like a ghetto. I dumped all my stuff in there. I had to squeeze myself in there. And at that life had come to an end because I wake up crying and praying. That's all I was doing. Then one day, something just pushed me to jump on LinkedIn. Okay, and I shared a picture of me while I was in the forest. And that picture of me in the forest was taken by a friend in the forest, and his intention was to circulate that picture amongst my friends in the city, so they get to laugh at me because I was looking
Wow.
horrible. Yes,
Wow.
that's me in the forest. That's the picture of me.
Wow. So
Yes,
he's taking it kind of as a joke kind of thing to
yes,
like,
yes,
okay.
yes.
And
So
you put that on
people,
LinkedIn?
yes, yes. I put that on LinkedIn,
Okay.
and when I put that on LinkedIn, I said sometimes we need to go through uncomfortable situations to find our purpose. So I had to go and live in the forest to get my first business idea, the errand boy, to be able to know that I had something in me that I could talk to people and get their burden relief. And so sometimes when you go through pain, don't let that bring you down. I just shared this post, and this man from the US saw it, and he was like, William, I think you have a beautiful story. You have a message. If you want, if you don't mind, let me introduce you to this group in the US so you can tell them your story. I'm like, cool, I'm going to do it. So we had a Zoom call, me and about 50 businessmen and women from the US,
Wow.
and I shared my story. Then before then, I made one of these marks with the image of the CEO of the networking group. Then after I told them my story, I brought the mug out, brought hot water, poured it in. I said, this is who we are. Sometimes when we go through pain, it brings out the best in us for the world to see. So when the image popped up and they saw it, they were like, wow, William, wow, this is beautiful. And
Mhm.
guess what? A guy who had been sacked from home, crying in the ghetto, started shipping these masks from Ghana to the US. They were buying
Wow.
from me because of
Wow.
my story. Yes. And I started making some cool cash. They
Mhm.
featured me on the Times Square billboard. Just imagine somebody
Wow.
from nowhere. And being on the Times Square billboard is a huge gig for celebrities here in Ghana. But
Mhm.
look at me. I got to be on and I paid nothing. All right. So
Um,
sometimes I say it's not all about the money.
mhm.
It's not all about the money. Somebody, though money is important, it's not all about the money. Because I get to be on this paying nothing just by sharing my story. Because I empowered them because some of them were losing hope because of COVID with their businesses and all of that. So like William, if you've gone through all these things and you're still pushing, then we can also do better. I'm like,
Wow.
yes. Yes. So I became a member of the group, and anytime we had a meeting, I hear them talk about books.
Mhm.
Oh, somebody would say, I read this book and it was powerful. I read this book, it was powerful. And so I had no intention of becoming an author. That wasn't part of my plan. But hearing these people talk, I was praying one day and I heard this same voice, William, these people love books. You have a story. Why don't you put it in a book and call it No Human is Useless? I heard this voice clearly. So this is the result. I brought up this book, No Human is Useless.
Wow.
And today, this book is 9 times international best-selling in US, UK, Canada, and Germany. And all these things happen because my grandmom sacked me from home. All right. So I say,
Wow.
yeah. So I say, thank your enemies because they paved the way. Sometimes God just allowed some things to happen. God allows people to hurt us. God allow people to push us into uncomfortable situation so he can get a chance to bless us, to uplift us,
Wow.
But sometimes when people do us wrong, we call them enemies. We
Mhm.
decide not to talk to them again. We decide not to move around with them again, But sometimes it is God's perfect plan. If my grandma hadn't sacked me, today I wouldn't write this book.
Yeah.
I wouldn't, I'll still be living with her right now. But today I'm married, I have 2 kids, I live on my own. And all
Wow.
these things wouldn't have happened if my grandma hadn't done that. All right. So I try to tell people that discomfort is actually
Mhm.
where the gold is found. And today
Oh,
I'm blessed.
that's beautiful. Discomfort is where the gold is found. Wow.
Yes, yes, yes. And so fast forward, I have formed this non-profit, No Human is Useless movement, where I go all out. I go to schools, gatherings. Yesterday I was speaking in a church and they were crying, and that is how how great God can turn things around. I go around sharing my stories, and I have pictures to everything I've been through. So when people see it, they see the authenticity in,
Yes.
in the in the story I'm telling them. So this movement is all about empowering people, telling them the reality of life, sharing story of pain and struggles that we go through, and how we can turn that into purpose. I also have the healing room session where we gather people in a small confined space where we tell it all out. We share deep, deep, deep real stories, and we don't feel judged. Like, everybody feels free. We talk, some cry, and they get relief and they get healed. All right. And I've had the opportunity to go to the UK to pick up the Caribbean Global Awards for my global effort in helping people recover from
Wow.
depression. And all these good things are happening because when I was in my tough moment, I didn't commit suicide. In my tough moment, I didn't take my life. I just gave myself just one more day to try again, and
Uh,
all these good things are coming. All right? So I'm trying to encourage people that when we go through tough times, suicide is never an option. Depression is here to stay. It's always going to come. There's no solution to it. It's always going to come in different forms. But we have to have a defensive mechanism to face it when it comes. Because if you are jobless and you are thinking of not having a job and you are depressed, all right, then you get a job. Now you've overcome being jobless. Now you have a job, you go into the job, and then there are toxic colleagues around who are also disturbing your mental health. That is another form of depression
Yeah.
that you are going to face. All right. And then now you think you need to quit, but you've forgotten that when you needed a job badly, you were crying. Now you have it, then you want to quit. So depression
I love that. It's so true.
yeah, yeah. So it's always going to come in different forms. In your relationship, in your marriage, in your workplace, in your church, everywhere you find human beings are, depression is there. But it's up to you to find a mindset to face it. Because whatever happens to people, you are not the first person for it to happen to. People have gone through that, and some are still moving on. So I just pray that people have that spirit to hold on just one more day to make it happen. And one last thing I want to share is this year, January, I was busily looking for an opportunity to be on stages to speak. And everybody was turning down on me. People I know were capable of were turning down on me. They were like, "No, William, we can't help you at this time." And it was troubling me. So I went back to prayers. I was praying and I heard the same voice again. William, if you're looking for a paid speaking gig and you're not getting it, why don't you create your own event so you can get a chance to be on your stage and speak as long as you want? And that was
Yes. Speak as long as you want. I love it.
so I tell people that we were born to be creators. God created us in his own image, and if God is a creator, we are also creators. So if you're looking for something and then you keep getting a no, it's high time you think about creating your own stuff. And that's what I've done. And
Yes.
today I'm happy to share that in September 21st, I'm organizing the No Human Issues Less conference, and I have booked a 2,500 seater capacity auditorium.
Wow.
Yes, and
Wow.
I've got people coming down from Switzerland who have booked their flight, coming down because of me, because of this event, and just fly back home. So this is how powerful God has made everybody. If you are getting a no for an answer, don't let it break you down. And now today, I love no's. When people tell me no, I really love it. You know why? Because when I look back in my journey, people who said no to me always led me into meeting people who are way better than them that are giving me a yes.
Ah,
So now when no comes in my life, it means, oh, okay, then I am even looking for something small. There's a bigger thing that I need to meet up.
I love
Then I end
that.
up getting
I
something
love that. Yeah. Tell me no, because there's somebody bigger over there.
big. Yes. And that is how it has been. Even with my conference, looking for people to speak on, they are saying no, and I end up getting high profile people in Ghana who are willing to come and share their stories. And that is how it is. So I know it's good for me currently based on what I've experienced. I know it's good for me. It's always turning my nose to bigger yeses for me. So my last words is I just want to encourage people that never give up when things are tough. Please look deep inside of you. God actually wants you to know that there's something good that you're not paying attention to. Gold is actually found in discomfort. Thank you so much for having me this morning.
Wow, what a blessing. What a blessing that you were to us this morning. So just out of curiosity, your event, is it in person only, or is there a virtual option?
So it's going to be hybrid. It's going to be both in person, and then we are going to stream live for people to also benefit from it. Yeah.
Nice. So we'll definitely want to get that information from you so that, you know, we can share it out and stuff. But just how inspirational is that to be able to look at that one circumstance that yeah, it appeared horrible. It appeared like, you know, a terrible thing for your grandma to just like put you out, but looking at it as that blessing that moved everything forward from there. That's awesome. That is beautiful. So thank you so much for being a part of this, kicking off our morning, and being part of our Stream-a-thon. We've been here. We'll be here 24 hours. So
wow, I love it. This is my first time.
Yes,
it's my first time, and I enjoyed it.
Yes. No, I thank you. I thank you for being here, and you know, stay tuned. Stay tuned in throughout. We're here for a couple more hours, but I definitely want to be able to connect with you and get the link to know more about your event so that we can get that shared out. And great things that you're doing. Congratulations.
Thank you for having me.
You are welcome. Thank you. All right, enjoy the rest of your day. Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye. All right, there we go. All righty, guys. I'm going to let me remove a couple things from here because I got too many screens. All right. So here we go. We've got Allegra that has said good morning. We have Emilio that has said good morning. And that was amazing for William Plange to be opening up with us this morning, all the way from Ghana. And his story was amazing. And now we're going to do a little something special with Miss Mallory. Let's bring her to the stage. Good morning, beautiful. How are you?
Good morning. Happy good morning, Elena. I'm great. How are you?
We're rocking and rolling, girl. I'm still going.
I know. I love it. Everything, all of the information, every time I come on, it's like the speakers are fire. Everything that you're dropping is fire. It's such a good cause. I'm so happy to be here this morning.
Thank you. And I'm excited to be able to have you. You're going to open us up with some, I said, it would be great to have like your sound pulls, maybe even some breathing, like whatever flows through you, like this is your time, but just to revive us, to open us up in I'm going to probably stand up and just stretch my legs and like, let's just bring it in. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay, I'm going to remove myself and give you the stage, girl.
All right. So happy good morning, everybody. Again, my name is Mallory, and I'm so excited to be here this morning. So today we're going to start out. I know everybody's probably just waking up, or if you're like Elena, you've been up all night long on the energy drinks and the caffeine. But so we're just going to start off with some breath work. It's Nadi Shuddha breathing. So this is to kind of wake up the nervous system, get everything nice and flowing this morning. So we'll go over that exercise. And then I have my sound bowls with me this morning too. So today we have our sacral chakra bowl. We have our crown chakra bowl, and then we have our heart chakra bowl. So I felt like they were very fitting for everything with the message today of hope, helping one person every day, and all of these amazing messages that we've been hearing. So with your Nadi Shuddha breathing, what you want to do is take your right hand. You're going to be using your thumb and your index finger. So it's alternate nostril breathing. So what we're going to do is we're going to plug off our left side. You're going to inhale through your right. We're going to do this for a count of 4. So we're going to inhale, plug off your right with your thumb, exhale through your left. Inhale through your left. Plug off the left, exhale through your right. Inhale through your right. Exhale through your left. Inhale through your left. Exhale through your right. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. We'll keep this up. Remember to breathe. You are here for a reason. You were designed with such perfection and such purpose. Every morning, every day we wake up, it's a whole new set of possibilities. A new chance to tackle our goals. A new chance to exist in this amazing life that we have been given. A new chance to start over. To rewrite pieces we feel no longer serve us. And to embrace the ones that are allowing us to grow. You and your God are the authors of your story. And at any point in your existence, you have the ability and the choice to keep writing that story or to start writing a new one. As long as you have breath in your lungs, you still have time. Time to continue your mission. Time to step into your divine purpose. God's timing is always perfect. He is never late. On your next inhale, picture a white light filling your body from the top of your head down through your chest, down your arms, through your fingertips, into the belly, filling you up with love, with hope, enhancing every piece of you that serves your greatest good, and allowing the parts that no longer serve you to be released on your exhale. You are perfect. You are created in love and in God's image. Nothing is by accident. Everything is with intention and purpose. You matter. Your purpose matters. Your vision matters. There is no one else in this world that can do things the way that you do. You are a unique miracle. Put here with a purpose. You can return to your normal breathing. And on your next inhale, I invite you to hold at the top of your breath for 4 counts. Exhale what no longer serves you. Inhale all of that light, all of that love, all of that purpose. We exhale our doubt. We exhale those limiting beliefs and we let them go. Let's take one last inhale together. Hold at the top of your breath. Exhale, release. I hope that these bowls helped awaken you this morning with the breath work and just kind of get your mind right for the rest of this amazing event that Elena has going on today. I'll share just a little bit about myself. So again, my name is Mallory, and I am a survivor of addiction and complex trauma. And along with many other people who have struggled with addiction, the comeback from that is intense. I know very well about, making certain choices, whether they're your own or whether you're being affected by other people's decisions with their free will, and how that feels going from here to feeling like you are below your rock bottom. I know how it feels to look around and think, how am I going to get myself out of this situation? And I'm here to tell you, like so many other people, with the power of prayer, with the power of resilience, never giving up, believing in yourself, it is possible. If we are here, we are awake, we have breath in our lungs, we still have another shot. Whatever your purpose is, wherever you feel like you are called in life, maybe you're struggling with something right now, your fight, your story, your journey is not over. This is a small hiccup in the road. You possess the power to transform whatever struggle you're dealing with into your success story. We all have this power. This is not a gift that is just given to some and not others. We all can receive this gift. The message of hope, helping one person every day, that mantra has truly helped me along my journey of rising back up to where I want to go. Of course, I'm not there yet, but rising up in that process. And I found that when I take the focus off of myself and I ask myself, how can I help you? How can I serve someone else today? What can I do for them? It makes my problems feel much more small. uh, Helping other people, that is what I live for. That is my passion, helping other people navigate through addiction, navigate through their trauma, whether it be through movement therapy with yoga, sound therapy with healing bowls, talk therapy, writing therapy with journaling, whatever that may be. But transmuting your pain into purpose, finding what that purpose is, rolling with it, sticking with it, having the right people in your corner, like Elena was talking about earlier, so important. Having those people to kind of call you out, reel you back in. If you've maybe lost sight, it gets hard sometimes. Your why, your purpose, like Elena was saying earlier. Yes, like when we have them, but it gets hard to tap into that sometimes. When you have a person in your corner who you shared your vision with, you know what that is, having the accountability team is incredible, and it makes all of the difference. I found with whatever I've tried to tackle, God did not mean for us to do things alone. When it was my addiction journey, yes, God got me through the first part of that on his own, but then he placed people in my life to help me with that, a church in my life to help me with that, a Celebrate Recovery program so I could get involved and help serving other people. So having your team, your community is so, so important on being able to thrive into that purpose. And that really made a big difference for me. Your story is not finished here. If you feel like you're at a point in your life right now where you don't know what to do, you're at a rock bottom. I've been there, and I can tell you that you have overcome every obstacle in your life to date. Everything. If you think back on all of those hard things that you went through, all of those situations that came up where you were like, how am I going to get through this? The pain is overwhelming. I see no light at the end of the tunnel, but yet here you are. Everyone here, everyone listening to this, you are a survivor. You are a thriver. You are making it happen. You are doing the dang thing. You are showing up every day. And whatever that looks like for you, showing up in your business. Maybe it's showing up. You got out of bed today. You brushed your teeth and you showed up and you got up out of bed. Those are all wins. We're all at different stages in our journey, and that's okay. That's how it's supposed to be. We were all created and designed with so many things in common, but so many beautiful differences that keep us united. this Christmas in July event, what Elena does, it creates a space and a community for so many like-minded people, no matter what stage you're in. I mean, I absolutely love this event and the message that comes with it. I remember, as well as Elena, unfortunately, we do share losing a husband. I'm a widow as well. I lost my husband to suicide in 2014. And I remember riding in the back of the car we were out of town when this happened, back to my house, and was just like, how am I going to get through this? I saw no light at the end of my tunnel at all. And trust me when I say it got darker before it got lighter. That was my journey through that experience. But through all of that, through losing everything, because my addiction got much worse after I lost my husband, I hit a rock bottom point. I'm talking abusive relationships around very toxic, dangerous people, had no relationship with my family, homeless, living out of my truck, barely surviving, 90 pounds, sopping wet. I'm talking lost in the middle of the wilderness, no compass, like lost, and had no relationship with God at this time. The miracles that God will work in your life when you ask Him to come in, when you ask Him for help, it's mind-blowing. I have no words for them. If a person can come from rock bottom with nothing, rebuilding, I am now a business owner, a yoga teacher, going back for my addiction counseling certification, relationship with my family. God restores everything, as long as we keep the hope. As long as we keep hope for ourselves, no matter what that is. You can take this message, whether it's hitting your rock bottom with working through addiction or struggling in your business. Either way, the solution to that is the same. You show up for yourself. You're going to make it through to the other side. You've got your support team. You tap into the tools that you have. And the gratitude list for me is huge for keeping my inventory sheet balanced. It's very easy for me to have my right side of the paper with all of the things of, I wish I was here and this is my goal for this. And, man, I haven't hit this marker yet. It's very easy to point out all of the negatives in yourself, right? But then when you start on the other side and you start your gratitude list, what am I thankful for? What have I accomplished? All of the good things that I have in my life, it's like, holy cow. It really levels the playing field for me. And I'm sure that a lot of us do that anyways, but the gratitude list, game changer. When I'm having a rough day, I stop and pause and I'll reread it to myself. I have mantras that I will carry with me in my back pocket. My business is a resounding success. I am happy, healthy, and thriving. I mean, I will pull these out and reread those to keep my mindset where it needs to be. Keeping the faith, keeping the people around you, never losing hope. You've got this. No matter what stage you're in, you have got this. Just keep pushing, keep praying, and you'll get there. You'll get there.
Amen. Beautiful. Like I'm over here behind the scenes going like, yes, amen. Like I'm talking to you because you're just like nailing it. And then I'm like, oh yeah, you can't even hear me. But number one, thank you for doing that with us. I was even able to get some stretching in and it just feels amazing. But for sharing that with us and just even the gratitude, just gratitude, keeping that list in your back pocket for all times.
For sure.
So you're getting your what certification or what?
Yeah, that just kind of spewed out. I haven't really spoken about that yet. So
Yeah. Well, I picked up on that because you got certified in the yoga, right? And so
yes.
that's new. And so then what's this next thing? I'm excited for you.
So I have decided to go back, and it's kind of like in the social work realm, but getting my degree in addiction counseling, addiction and trauma counseling. So more of the talk therapy aspect of that. So then it can kind of be, we've got our sound healing, we've got our movement healing, we've got our talk healing going on. So it just kind of seemed, God just kept lighting that up. And
the full circle right there for everything.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, exactly. So
congratulations. I'm so excited for you on that. I can't wait to hear about that journey as it unfolds for you too. So
thank you.
Big hugs. I'm just like, holding you tight and just thank you for starting us off with our fourth annual today. And we're doing it, man. We're doing it.
Thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of this again. I absolutely love everything that this stands for. And it's been fire. Like I got up this morning and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's like all this information. Where's my pen and paper? Like I'm just having coffee. I'm like missing it. What?
Yeah. Well, and that's my show. So I just needed to play a video so I could go eat a banana and drink my, but that is my show. And so I'll be bringing that on my Prosperity TV network. Every week, and it's really just focused on the for the one building an empire and trusting God at the same time. And I'll just be bringing nuggets to you. So, yeah, awesome.
Amen. You are such a light, Elena. Thank you so much. I love you, girl. Thank you.
Love you. Thank you. We'll see you later. Enjoy your day.
Yes.
All righty. Okay, guys. What we're gonna do is I'm thinking, who do we have? I think we've got Diana coming up. As we got into that breathing, that was amazing. But as we wake up and as I want to make sure and see if Diana has our login. Let me make sure. We are live, but what I'm going to do here is get us where we are, maybe there we go. If she's able to come on, and if not, we'll see what happens. But what we want to do is we have to wake up. Mallory got us nice and stretched and refueled and the oxygen moving. And as everybody else is waking up, now we've got to dance. We got to do it. We got to do it. So everybody get up out your seat and let's move. Here we go.
Snowflakes in the sun, warm hearts on the run, a silent night that changed her life. But she rose with the morning light where sorrow tried to stay. She built a brighter way. Now every July, love leads the fight, and darkness can't survive the light. It started with one broken heart, one brave soul. Now 1,000 voices echo, one purpose, one goal. We're standing in a circle of hope. One spark turns the night to gold. Helping one, healing many in this 24-hour soul revival. Her pain became a platform. Her loss became a light. We rise, we speak, we show what love can do. This is Christmas. Tears to morning praise, a stage of stories that amaze. Come back, kings and queens, arise with truth and fire in their eyes. rise, we don't wait for December snow. We bring the miracle down below. Joy wrapped in every word we say, a gift that never fades away. We started with one widow's vow, one divine spark. Now hope is streaming through the dark, a light that leaves a mark. We're standing in a circle of hope. One spark turns the night to gold. Helping one, healing many in this 24-hour soul revival. Her pain became a platform, her loss became a light. We rise, we speak, we show what love can do. This is Christmas. Christmas in July. So here we are, voices raised like northern stars. Not just surviving, we're rewiring what it means to heal the scars. To anyone watching, to anyone near, you're seen, you matter, you belong here. We're standing in a circle of hope, and every voice becomes a rope. Lifting one, lifting many, this 24-hour anthem of revival. Her grief became a mission, now we echo it with pride. We rise, we give, we pour out all our light. This is Christmas. Christmas in July. Help one person every day. That's how we change the world. That's how we heal the hope-filled way.
I love it. Oops, here we go. I'm like, whoops, remove. There we go. Okay, we got the blood flowing and we are still rocking and rolling. So good morning, everybody. I see that we got some people on. If you are there, drop a comment. Good morning, Daniela. Hello, Allegra. And again, thank you, Mallory, for getting us started and waking us up on this final stretch. So my next guest, such a dear friend coming to us from South Africa, I believe. Diana, we are right. Here we are. Hello.
Hello, Helena. You made it this far.
Woo, good morning. It is so great to
Good
see you.
morning.
I think you've been a part of this from the beginning. I want to say you've been here for several years of the Stream-a-thon. So thank you for being back. Thank you for getting us going again. So how are you?
I'm doing well, thanks by God's grace. And how are you?
Yes, you look beautiful. You look beautiful. So tell everybody where you're tuning in, where you're joining us from.
I am joining you from South Africa, a city called Pretoria, and it's sunny today in the middle of winter. Bless the Lord.
Wow, the sun is shining. What time is it where you're at?
5 minutes past 12 p.m.
Okay. So you're in the afternoon. We're in the early morning.
Yes. 6 hours
Yes.
ahead of the Eastern Standard. Yes.
Yeah. So this is your time. This is your time, and I want you to be able to open it and share whatever is flowing through your heart, because you know this is all about pouring into people, sharing hope, inspiration, and somewhat through your own experiences, that guidance that you can give someone. So just share what's on your heart this morning.
Thank you so much, Helena. The first thing that I wanted to do now, as you were saying, I've been here since the beginning, and you have been here since the inception of this year. Something just crossed my mind that just give thanks for a start. Just say thank you. Thank you, Lord, for this moment, because this is the day that the Lord has made, and we are going to be glad and rejoice in it. And I want to thank God without making it a formal prayer, but I want to thank God for the love that he has for us. He came down in the form of a man because he loved us so much, because we are his image. He couldn't do just letting us go and go to the extreme of having eternal death. Therefore, he loved us. And I also want to thank him, because he said, when he came to fetch us, and he said, I will never leave you nor forsake you. Thank you, Father, for that. Because otherwise we would be lost in all situations. I thank him, because yesterday when I was listening, somebody said, he said, I am not leaving you alone. I'm leaving you with the Holy Spirit, who will be the comfort, the leader, the one that will give us knowledge. And I want to thank God, because he is always there for us, despite what we go through. We are sitting here because we want to inspire, we want to encourage, we want to uplift, we want to give hope for those who have gone through the situations. And I am one of them. I have been through situations, Helena. When I counted yesterday, I realized that I moved 10 times in my life.
Wow.
10 times, and of all the 10 times, only once I had a choice. I said, I am moving. But the entire 9, it was because of circumstances and situations beyond control, my own personal control. But I'm happy to be sitting here to saying to somebody, here is a bridge. Don't be afraid of this bridge, because through this bridge, you are going to cross over. How? By all means, because you are not alone. I'm saying this because I have a story to tell, to empower and give hope to another woman. It was 1995. I was pregnant, and I was happy that I have now going to have a baby girl. And as an entrepreneur, I had a job. I also was working on part-time basis, and I had a plan. But 5 years down the line of all my plans, I thought, I'm going to have this type of family. My children are going to go to this type of school. I'll be living this type of lifestyle. I have all the assets. I had accumulated things that I know they will give me happiness in terms of the standard of the world. But little did I know that God has a plan. The Bible says God knew us before we were formed, and his plans are not our plans, and his thoughts are not our thoughts. I knew this is what I want to do, but I wasn't aware that God had a plan for me, and he has already put that in a package when he created me. My destiny was already given, written, and stamped. One good evening, I was about 7 months pregnant. All of a sudden, I started feeling a pain, very serious pain along the sternum area. And because it was midnight, I woke up and I was like, oh, I'm having pain. What is this pain all about? And the pain continued, seriously so. In a very short time frame, I started feeling dizziness. I started feeling like the whole world is now revolving. It's like I'm not stable anymore. I wanted to go to the ladies' room. The bathroom was within my bedroom. You know what? I couldn't even see the direction of the bathroom in that small space. And immediately I started vomiting. everything just started to be disorganized. I didn't even know what is happening. By God's grace, we had landlines in the bedroom. So I quickly reached out for a landline. I called a friend. I said, please help me. Something is not right with me. She thought maybe I am in labor because I was pregnant and she was not aware how long am I. But I said, no, I don't feel like this is labor. I explained my situation. And indeed, she rushed. But by the time she arrived, I was already going on drifting into unconsciousness. I could hear, but I was already moving slowly into unconsciousness. Fortunately, my son heard the commotion. He opened the door for her, quickly rushed to a hospital. The moment I arrived, I started fitting. I started experiencing seizures. By God's grace, on that very evening, my gynecologist was on call at that private hospital. They called him to OPD, emergency section, wherein he there and there ordered for cesarean section in order to save me and my daughter. So in that space, when they thought they have saved me because the surgery was successful, something just happened. I call it a tsunami of my life. The blood pressure was not controlled. It could not be controlled despite the medication they were trying. It was very high. And the cesarean section, the surgery part, within 3 days, it was not healing. It was starting to ooze blood. It was becoming septic. And everything was just not in control, despite the expertise that they had. And at the same time, I was into coma. So they were dealing with more than one situation. Person going into coma, in and out, high blood pressure, uncontrolled, cesarean section, not healing, septic. I think I stayed there for almost more than 3 weeks, in and out, high care. 3 times to surgery while they were trying to clean and re-sew the place, but I had that space. In 2 months' time while I was in hospital, remember, as a therapist, I had my own private practice. As an entrepreneur, I had things that I took from different suppliers because I was also running a daycare. Then I started experiencing issues of phones coming through, messages coming through, people to say, there were people at the house, they wanted to know why you didn't pay last month and all on that. And now I started experiencing more and more stress while still in hospital. By the 2nd month, because they couldn't just release me, I was at risk. I went home. Now from bad to worse. Every other day there was a knock at the door, people wanting me to pay. 2 months without payments, and then the maternity payments is getting smaller and smaller by the day. I could not afford my bills. Finally, by the 3rd month, they started repossessing my furniture. Later, my car. Later, I think it was the 5th month, I couldn't go to work. I was still so sick. And I've got a premature baby here. I had to close my daycare. I had to close my private practice. The only salary coming in was from my workplace. And also because I did not have enough days, it had to be a very limited. Fast forward, I was evicted from my own house. Where do I go with 5 kids and a premature baby? And we are in a city environment. There's no one who can take me with my family. I had to be, by God's grace, given a temporary accommodation with the kids. Now it's starting to work on me emotionally. People start knowing that I lost a house, I lost furniture, I lost cars. Now they started labeling me. They gave me all names. They gave me like, she is a failure. She couldn't keep up with the bills. They didn't even understand the cause of that. They gave me all different labels. But I want to bring this part of a label because we never realize how damaging the label is. Labels, they contain limitations because they now change who you are and put a label on you to say you are a failure or you are what can I say? Maybe you are a divorcee, for example. Maybe you are a widow. They give you all the names. You start wearing that label thing because it works in your mind. It starts changing who you really are. And it challenges your belief system. You start believing in it. Labels, they start rewriting your own destiny. On creation, God said, you are anointed. You are a blessing. You are a prophet. I appointed you. I gave you these talents. But labels rewrite your blessings. Labels, they will cost you a freedom. You are no more free. You are told who you are. You are too old. You are a failure. Just let go. Because labels also, they create some doubt and fear in you. They instill a low self-esteem, hopelessness. They create a glass ceiling. They build you into a box. But I want to come here to say, I found myself in that space because I had to move from where I was evicted to somebody's house. Temporarily, I was moved to another place. Temporarily, I had to take a decision to go away from the city to my village home, a distance very far from where I worked. So I had to leave my children there, the older ones, and come closer to where I work. Who takes care of the kids who were at a Model C school, who their medium of what medium of teaching was English. Now they had to adapt to certain languages, our vernacular. They couldn't cope. They just couldn't cope. Now they started giving problems. They started associating with the wrong people. Now I have a problem. My personal health, a premature baby, the teenagers. I had to move to the nearest place where my husband was working with the hope that he will role model the boys because they are getting into teenage stage. Little did I know that it would be another added stress. He's not used to staying home with us every day. He has a lifestyle that he was working far from home. He has friends. He only comes home to visit every month end. Now we expect him to be full-time and we don't have enough. He started compensating by working some overtimes. And the same thing happens. The boys goes to it. It became a serious problem. For a period of almost 10 years, I was in debt. I didn't own a thing. I couldn't take any bond or go and buy something on my name because my name was there in the credit bureau. The moment you put my ID number, just jumps, red flag. this woman is a danger. And 2017, after a long time, after I've considered all the options, after I've questioned why God, after I doubted his existence, after I asked who sinned in my family, is it me? Is it my parents? Is it my great grandparents? What could have happened from a professional woman down to nobody? I couldn't even speak to people, have a conversation, except them asking me, we heard that your house has been repossessed. We heard that your car, oh, by the way, you don't have a car. They kept on reminding me. The worst part of it, 2017, one of my sons was hijacked. And it traumatized me even worse because there's nothing I can do at that stage. But by God's grace, we found him safe, even though they took a lot of things. And I had to move again to another place because, it was just enough. I was even considering, you know what, maybe if I'm not here, that sense where you don't know where to go, where you can just hide so that nobody sees you, you feel like you can just disappear and maybe you'll come back again another day. I don't know. I wouldn't want to lie that I was in a depressed mode, but I was having this thing like I can close my eyes. When I open, it's a new day. Nobody knows about me. I'm starting afresh. No debts, nothing, and all that. One good day, something triggered something in me. I was raised by my father. My father used to tell me, because in my family, we were five. We are still five, thank God. My youngest was a boy, and all these four were ladies, and I'm the middle one. In those days, the girls wouldn't go far with schooling, they would get married. But my father told me one day that I don't want you to get married young. I see a potential in you. You are smart. He started telling me the positive things about me. He started asserting me very early. And he started telling me that, the difference between you and another person is just that you don't know. You are not in competition with that person. You have your own way that God has created you. You are better. Don't compete. Do your part. He created this thing in me that always says, if it doesn't work today, it will work tomorrow. And if I can't do it, no one will do it better than I do, because I am different. I am unique. I had that thing in me. But as you grow, experiencing such situations, it becomes dormant. But 2017, after that, the hijacking of my son, something just triggered that person in me. I woke up one day, I remembered that, you know what? My father said, I can do it. My father said, with God, nothing is impossible. My father said, I am smart. Of all these things that are happening to me, I think I can come out. Now, the hope in me, they say hope is that feeling of expectation that something good is going to happen. I started having that hope. I started saying, I think I can do it. When the thoughts of fear, doubt, limitations comes rushing, I would say, no, I will do it. I can do it. How? I wouldn't know. But God had a plan for me. God had a plan for me. I met this person. That's where support groups comes in. I met this person, may his soul rest in peace, because he's no more. He said to me, I understand your story and I heard about it, but I know you from school because I attended the university with him. And he said, I know you from school. There is something in you. I think you must consider bringing that thing back. I said, I think I heard that from my father, that there is something in me. He said to me, write your story. Speak about it. I said, I'm not an author. I don't even know how to write. He said, just write something on a piece of paper. Take a book and write what happened to you. All these things that happened to you, just write it down. Give it to people who knows how to make a book. And I did that. From that moment, I started looking for a Bible teaching church around the place I was, because I was now forced to write my testimony based on what God did in my life. But I didn't understand much about it. So I went to church, and in that church, I found a support system, and I started dwelling into the word. Hence, I would say that's where I found the who I am, my identity. And immediately once it became open and visible there, who I am, I started saying, listen, doesn't matter. The bills are still there, but I am a new creation. The old is gone, the new has come. I produced my first book, and that book was to honor the Lord, because he has now answered my prayers. And my book is called Prayers That Gets Answers. We can find it in my website. It looks like this. Through this book, I can tell you that having a support system is so important. Hence, when we are here, we are forming a support system through this platform for women whose identity has been stolen, because the Bible says the enemy comes to steal, destroy, and kill. And if you find yourself in a space of being destroyed, something stolen, and you're about to be killed, I'm here to tell you, be still and know that God is there. Because Psalm 46 says so. Be still and know that I am God. And he says, when we experience challenges, we should not be anxious of anything, but we should pray about everything. Because his line is forever open, and his line is prayer. He says, abide in me, I will abide in you. Psalm 23 also says, even though you walk through the valley of darkness, don't fear any evil, because he is always there with you. And more often than not, the battle is not ours, it is of the Lord. Because whatever we are going through, whatever takes us out of what we used to know, is just a detour that redirects us to a purpose. We need to learn how to turn pain into purpose. And the moment we can grasp that, we won't ask questions, why? We would go back and, God, what must I do with this situation? What is it that you want me to learn out of this situation? And he will lead you. He will show you the way. Indeed, he knows the way. He knows the direction. All what we need to do is, when I work with my clients, I love the story of Naomi, the woman in the Bible. who, due to situation, she had to move from her own country to a different country, hoping for the best. But the worst happened. He lost the husband, he lost the sons, he was left with only the daughter-in-laws at his age. But I love the fact that, you know what? At one day, the Psalm 46:10 came to mind. She became still. When she was still, something started happening. That's the 5-point plan that I usually share. I say to people, once you are still, a plan starts manifesting. The plan is you become aware of what is happening. And you need to be aware of that. Because once you are not aware, you will keep on fighting. Don't fight. Be aware of what is happening to you. Acknowledge that, yes, I'm going through something. I don't say accept it. I say acknowledge it. That now something wrong is happening here. I'm in a situation. And once you start acknowledging and being aware of it, then the thoughts, the positive thoughts start jumping in. You will be able to take a decision to deal with the situation. You have not even started acting, but you are starting to think positively. You are taking a decision within yourself. You are being transformed by the renewal of your mind. You are also starting to see yourself. That's where faith comes in. You are starting to see yourself the other side. You are now left with the hope that should push you to that destination. And I always say to people, it's good to have a vision, it's good to have faith, it's good to have hope, but if you don't act on that, you're still at the same place. Naomi acted. He said to their daughter-in-laws, we are going back home. In fact, he said, I am going back home. Remain with your families. You are still young, you can get married. I am going back home. She started acting on that. There were challenges. She was old. Now she's a widow. The labels will find her there. Oh, you left. You thought you will make it. Now you are back. You are poor. You are a widow. Nobody to take care of you. I say to people, stick to your decision. Just that thought, stick to it. Doubts will come. No, you can't do it. You are too old. You are too ugly. Doubt will come. Please stick to it. Once you stick to it, be committed to the change. Don't even look back. Be committed. Make a plan. How am I going back? By God's grace, God will drop some ideas. And I also say to people, you are not alone. Seek mentorship. Seek a support system. When the daughter-in-law of Naomi, Ruth, wanted to follow her, Naomi became the mentor to Ruth, because Ruth didn't know anybody at this new place. So she became the mentor. Naomi became the mentor to Ruth. She told her how to behave, how to dress, what to say, when to say.
Yes.
So lastly, I say to people, when after you have seek the mentorship, show up. Show up to that decision. Showing up meaning shows the consistency of doing that thing. Moses had some excuses when God said, go and take my people out of Egypt. He said, no, I don't know how to speak. No, I'm not good. No, I'm not that. But finally, he showed up. Hence, they were able to move from Egypt. Show up. It
Oh,
is your responsibility to show up.
Yes, you got to just show up. Thank you for that beautiful message this morning, to get us started on a beautiful Sunday here. And gosh, thank you for being part of the 4th annual Christmas in July Stream-a-thon. I feel like you're kind of chopped up, so I don't know if you can hear me, but that was beautiful. And just thank you for pouring into us.
Thank you so much. The line was a little bit unstable, but I heard you. I want to thank you so much, Elena, for this opportunity. You are doing a great job by giving women out there or people out there the opportunity. Mm-hmm. This is an opportunity of a lifetime, the support system. When we get challenged, there is a situation where we let go and forget that we are still having something. There was a point where God asked Moses, what do you have in your hand? He said, a rod. Even if you lose everything, there is still something that you can salvage and still use. David used a stone. Moses used a rock. We still have something. We have been packaged in such a way that there's a lot that we can still use. So
thank you.
Don't give up.
No,
don't give up.
Yes. Thank you so much, Diana. It was great to have you join us this morning. And we've got a beautiful lineup still to come. So I appreciate you joining us from South Africa. And we'll be talking to you very, very soon, my friend. Love you.
Thank you so much. Have a blessed day further with the remaining speakers. Yeah, it was beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All righty, guys, we are moving into, good morning. I see Mallory back on here, Adam back on here. We are moving into one of the kings that is in the Surrender to Rise Kings Edition book. And he was also in person at the event in Texas in May, and is already going to be on board for the September 2026 Surrender to Rise. So let me see if we can get him added. We've got Junior. Okay, so he'll be coming. I know that I saw him there. So there he is. And it is like 5:30 where you are.
Good morning.
That is dedication. I love you, man. Thank you for showing up. I'm so glad that you were able to pull this off, because I just wanted you to be a part of this year. How are you?
I'm doing well. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Yes, I'm doing well. It is very 5:30 this morning, but that is great. Yesterday evening when I couldn't make it, I have to make it, so you sacrificed so much, and you set a great example for all of us. And Elena's Elena, so yes, got to be there. So
I love it. So I want to be able to give you the option, like I think you were part of the, I don't know if you were, I think you were part of Christmas in July last year, but this is you pouring into using your own experiences and pouring hope and inspiration into somebody. And hearing you in Texas in May, I want to give you the option to take the full screen and just have your time, do your thing, or we just have a conversation. But I really hope you just take the screen and do your thing.
Well, I mean, what would you like me to speak about per se? I can do either or. We can have a conversation, or I'll shoot from the heart.
Yes,
doing that as well.
I think from the heart. What we have seen a commonality throughout this theme of take action. Okay, but take action through the pain, basically, because somebody out there is sitting feeling a little bit hopeless for something, but we need to remind them that they can get up and they can take action. And I know you have a multiple stories that you can pull from, but hearing you in Texas, I want you to just share from your heart.
Okay. All right. So yes, I'm blessed to be a part of the King's Edition.
That's what you should be getting yours in the mail any day now.
Awesome. I was humbled to be asked by Elena to just contribute to that. And initially, I was a little hesitant because I think that sometimes for me, I can't speak for anybody else. Whenever God opens a door, sometimes we don't really know God's opening that door. So I was like, should I do it? Do I have time? And, I mean, imposter syndrome, like, what do I have to contribute? But I truly believe now, after going through so much in my life, that we don't go through things in our life for ourselves, but more so for others. So if we just keep it close to our chest and don't give it out and don't share your testimony, then it was basically for nothing. In my opinion, it was like, okay, so you just went through something tragic. You overcome the biggest obstacle in your life, and you're not even sharing that testimony to nobody, not even at a dinner table. So for me, it was like this opportunity to share a little bit of my story of what I've been through in this life, or what I've put myself into and then got myself out of. And so that was a definitely yes. Once I thought about it and I looked at it from that perspective, like, yes. And God is still teaching me to say yes to opportunities. Elena recently asked me about another opportunity, and my heart was like, yes. And then my time is like, okay, do you have time? And I'm still trying to carve that time out. And I still want to do that. And it's about joining the Prospera TV network. And I was like, yeah, I need to do that. So
yeah, you do.
So for those of you that do not know, I was sentenced to 3 45-year sentences, and and I served 23 years in prison. But before that, right, there had to be a chain of events that led me to the courthouse. So I grew up in a household that was not my dad was an alcoholic. He was physically, emotionally abusive. He would beat us up whenever he would get angry, literally with his closed fist. So I used to see the way he used to treat my mom and speak to my mom. And I was thinking I would never be like my dad. He gave me an example of what not to be like. And I grew up angry at him as well. And it wasn't until I was older that I got a soft heart to him and for him, that I started like having sympathy for him. It's like, maybe this is all he knew. Maybe this is the only thing that he knew how to be like. So he was an alcoholic. And for those of us that have family members or have gone through themselves through addiction and alcoholism or other controlled substances, we know that addiction is real and it can bring you down and your whole family if you allow it to. So it's almost like a sickness. So then I started having sympathy for him. And as I grew older, I just loved him even more. And he ended up succumbing to his addiction and died in 2015 of alcohol poisoning while I was incarcerated. And that was pretty tough because I would always tell him, hey, Dad, you need to stop drinking. I want to see you when I get released. And he's like, in Spanish, no, mijo, ya no voy a tomar. And he's like, no, I wouldn't drink. And I was like, okay, good. I would shake his hand, hold him. And saw him like 2 months before, and I got that phone call to go to the chapel while I was in prison that my father had passed away suddenly overnight, and the cause of death was alcohol poisoning. So that hurt. But as going back to my youth, I mean, my brother, he ended up getting stabbed, and I don't even know if I'm supposed to say this, but he ended up getting this injury, and he ended up passing away at the age of 16. I was 14 at the time, and that really, I think that was pretty much the how did they say, the straw that broke the camel's back. And that was pretty much it for me. I tried to stand up, and I did initially, because my dad, again, he was an alcoholic, so he just started drinking, and my mom was emotionally distraught, and she's a champion. My mom, she's a champion, and Elena had the opportunity to meet her and in Dallas here. But I had to step up to the plate. I had to basically help my mom pick my brother that had just passed away, his clothing that he was going to wear for the funeral, help her design the grave marker. And basically I felt like I had to step up to the plate to be the man of the house, because my older brother passed away, and my dad was being an alcoholic, and I had a younger brother that was 2, just about to be 3, and I mean, so I had to do something, right? And I felt really responsible. But soon after that, I became just an angry teenager. And I don't know if it was because I didn't know how to handle my grief. And I really didn't really mourn my brother's death because was too busy stepping up to the plate and doing things that I felt needed to be done. And not knowing, I just started running the streets and just doing things, just being angry. And I tried to do good. I tried to move to College Station and try to go to A&M University over there, but I just could not stay away from Dallas. And anyway, so I ended up in prison. And yeah, I did 23 years in prison. While I was in prison, I was still in finishing up my high school. I got my GED in there, and then I just got my about 8 years into it. And this is funny because Elena had the opportunity to meet my wife as well. My mom is Celia Velasquez, and my wife Carla Olguin. I knew Carla since '93, or the year that my brother passed away. And there's a whole another story to that. But so one time I asked Carla to come visit me while I was in a Dallas County jail on my case. And she was like, "For what?" I'm like, "I don't know. I just haven't seen you in forever." So she came and she started coming. We got married by proxy while I was in prison in my 8th year. And one day in the visitation room, she asked me, "So what do you do with your time in here?" And I was a little thrown aback because nobody had really asked me such a simple but yet profound question. What do you do with your time? And I was like, I'm just trying to do my time. That was a common thing, the phrase in prison. "Hey, how you doing today?" "Just doing time." That was it. And people ask you, "How you doing?" You tell them, "I'm just doing time." And what that means is like you're just trying to make it day by day, just doing your time to get out, hopefully one day, and you're just trying to make it. But not realizing until my wife really asked me that question and I started doing some thinking, like, what am I doing with my time? Not realizing that just doing time is not enough. Doing time is not enough. Just hoping that you stay out of trouble and getting out one day was not enough. Because it's kind of like out here, you're floating through life. What are you doing? "I'm just going to my job, coming back." But what are you doing? What's the purpose, right? So I really, really had to dig deep and start asking myself, long after that visit was over, what am I doing with my time? Because one day, God willing, I will be out of prison. And what am I doing now to prepare myself for that day? I go to visitation. I would tell my family, I'm not the same. I mean, I go by JR. Some people call me JR. Some people call me Junior. My family calls me Junior. I am named after my father. And I would like, hey, I'm not the same teenager I used to be when I was committed this crime. But where was the tangible evidence? Where was the proof, right? And there was none. Whenever people, in my opinion now, change, there is evidence of said change. And there was no evidence besides my words coming out of my mouth. Hey, I'm not the same Junior I used to be. Well, where's the evidence? So my wife really, really made me look at that. And believe me, when I say my mom, I love my mom to death. And it's like, she did so much to try to help me and convince me and lead me the right way and gave me a great example. And sometimes we don't listen to our parents.
Sometimes we don't.
Sometimes we require somebody else to come tell us how to do things, and we listen to them more. So for me, that somebody was my wife. And so needless to say, another visit came and we started talking. I was like, hey, maybe I should go to college, right? I got my GED and maybe I should go to college. And this was like in 2009, 2010 when we first started talking about it. And so, yeah, nevertheless, I decided to go to college, and I ended up getting my 2 associate's degrees from Central Texas College. And I ended up getting my bachelor's in business administration from Texas A&M University. So what they do, they send the professors into the prison, and they have a classroom inside the prison. And we do it just the old school way, just with textbooks and just write the essays, or we do it the old school way. We don't have access to the internet while in prison. So I was, it was coincidentally that I had mentioned previously that I went to College Station. I wanted to go to A&M University prior to my incarceration. And so I ended up getting my degree from A&M University, although it was from Central Texas College. Central Texas, I think it's in Killeen, I believe. I've never actually been on campus because, again, I took my degree while I was in prison.
Wow.
But and then I ended up getting transferred to another unit facility in Rose Sharon, Texas, to get my master's degree. I got my master's in humanities from the University of Houston. But during that time, I was getting my education in 2014 is when I truly surrendered my life to the Lord during a Kairos weekend retreat. They come in, volunteers come in, and they just pour into us. And I was always of the mindset like, hey, whenever excuse me, whenever I do decide to surrender my life to the Lord, because I was always a believer of the Lord, but I never surrendered to Him. That I would say, hey, I'm going to do it whenever I'm ready. I just don't feel like I'm ready right now because what I don't want to do is be a hypocrite like a bunch of other hypocrite Christians that I see. And that's how I used to tell myself. That's how I used to justify not surrendering my life to the Lord. And it wasn't until that weekend a volunteer told me, hey, are you saying you're trying to be perfect? Are you trying to cleanse yourself before coming to the Lord? Are you saying that what He did on the cross was not enough? So He needs to get back on the cross and die again for the rest of your sins? I mean, what are you saying here? And whenever he said that, and I was like, wow, I felt like dumb, right? Like, wow, I mean, that makes perfect sense. I mean, what he's saying, because he's like, you don't come to the Lord until you're perfect. You come to the Lord as you are, and you get better by coming closer to the Lord. And so I was like, so what am I doing, right? Because I believe in the Lord. I'm trying to do good in personal growth and development, trying to get my education, and there's still something missing. And that's something that was missing is my surrender to the Lord. And I did. Whenever I surrendered to the Lord, it was like, wow. It's like I told myself, I'm sorry. I think I got your live came up on my
Well, all over the place.
yeah. I have two monitors on. I'm so sorry. Yeah, this one down 1 second. So, anyways, so I did. Whenever I surrendered my life to the Lord, and it was just like, hey, this is the weekend that I'm surrendering my life to the Lord. I'm making a public proclamation. Hey, if anybody sees me saying anything, doing anything that I'm not supposed to do, I give you a free pass to correct me, because hey, you can correct me, right? We're all believers. And soon after that, I think it was a year later is when my father passed away, and things just started getting a little bit difficult. And it's like it doesn't necessarily get easy because hey, you surrender the life to the Lord and everything's just going to be smooth sailing. Not necessarily. I mean, they may have for others, but maybe not for others. But again, what is God preparing us for? Just so that's in a nutshell. I mean, I think that's where my faith is, and also there was a decision that needed to be made, and it required me getting out of my comfort zone, because that's again when I had mentioned with you, Elena, whenever you asked me about the King's Edition, and even the Dallas event that you had, I had no excuse not to attend a Dallas event. This
in your backyard.
I'm here, so I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll be there. But then, otherwise, sometimes I do find myself even now shying away from certain things. It's like I'll just stay in my comfort zone where I know I am safe and it's good, no judgment, no anything. And I don't know if it's because I have been judged in my life, obviously incarcerated, and just try to stay away. But I there's a driving force within me that I know that all the experience that I've gone through in life are not for me, that they really are for somebody else. And if I keep it here, that I'm doing somebody else an injustice, and I'm doing the past an injustice. And I recently made a post about the past, that I feel like I'm called to help others in some form or fashion, however God sees that, whether that's me speaking to somebody one-on-one or in a group setting, or just a speaking engagement or anything, or through the book that we wrote. And I need to continue to stay prayed up, stay in the word, because by doing so, then I'm able to discern what the Lord has for me and what he doesn't have for me. My mom says it in Spanish, lo que es para ti, lo que no es para ti, no es para ti, which means whatever is for you is going to be for you. It doesn't even matter if you try to get out the way, it's going to be for you. And what's not for you, it doesn't matter if you try to stand right in front of it, it's just not for you. It's just not. So, and by staying plugged into the word, then I believe that I'll be able to discern that. So in a nutshell, that's
and I do. I believe that you will discern things. And I think even just opening up the conversation to being honest that you don't know, like why sometimes you want to stay there. It will reveal itself, you know, it will reveal itself. But what I know is that you have an amazing presence, an amazing story, and that yes, someone needs you.
Yeah, amen. Thank you, Elena.
Amen.
But so yeah, that's what there's just so much, and to me that's like the main thing that has shaped me in my life into the person that I am today. And I'm not bitter about being incarcerated for 23 years. I'm not bitter that my father passed away. He was an alcoholic. I'm not bitter that my brother passed away at the young age of 16. And I'm not bitter. I mean, there's in my opinion, there was a season for that, to be sad and upset. And to me, I would be doing them all, my past, my brother, my father, an injustice if I stay in that.
Yes.
You know, so I have to come out of that in order to really to have purpose. You know, so oftentimes we ask ourselves when tragedy occur, why, God, why did this happen? So if we stay too much in the why, then I mean we're not going to fulfill that purpose. So we got to get out of that cycle and fulfill the purpose, whatever that is. And it starts with one step forward, then the second step forward.
And that's it. I mean, and that kind of pulls then the take action, the theme that has kept showing up. I didn't set that theme, but it repeated itself through different guests, that there's that point that we're all faced with, that no matter how hard it is, like at some point you have to make a choice. And do you take action or not? And, you know, you had every reason to not, but you chose to. And that alone is inspiring, you know, and maybe because you were the one that went through it and you did it, maybe you can't see it from the viewpoint of us looking in, but it's very inspiring. And that's where I know that people need you, and you'll know what to do.
Oh, thank you, Elena, for sure.
But I do want to tell people, because you haven't even gotten your copy yet, but people can get you a copy from you. They can go to showyourcrown.com and click on your face, click on your picture.
I'm so excited to see it. I mean,
once you hold it in your hand, it'll be amazing. So, so I want to just say thank you for getting up, showing up, and making this happen today, because it's almost like feeling like such a family now that I just feel like it wouldn't have been complete if you didn't like make it here. So I just want to say thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Elena. I mean, I appreciate it. Like I said, you're doing everything Christmas in July. And actually, I did not make it last year. And I had mentioned that to my wife, like, man, I couldn't make it. You know, we didn't make the time, but 5:30 in the morning in prison, I would get up like at 2 a.m. to go to work. So for a job that I did not get monetary value in, and it's like, so of course I can get up for Christmas in July.
I love it. And she's probably like, hit the snooze button.
Yeah, my snooze went off a couple of times this morning.
Tell her I said thanks, Carla.
But yeah,
yes. It is. It's amazing. And we're going to tell people, you know, September 2026, we're coming to Arlington, and we're doing Surrender to Rise live, like big next year. And you're going to be there, and you're actually going to be a huge support and help, because that's right where you are. So people need to start getting geared up for that. I'm excited.
So excited as well.
Yeah.
For sure. Well, thank you for having me on, Elena.
Yes.
Appreciate it, and looking forward to the next one.
All righty. Thank you so much. And we got Jonathan coming up next, and he's another king. So it's a morning full of good stuff.
I'll keep the Facebook up, and I'll make me coffee and watch it.
Thank you. We'll see you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Oh yes, like just amazing. The I'm just gonna say it right now. The men's stories that are in this King's edition, you're meeting them. It's an amazing book it's just a beautiful project. There are only seven men in here because it's just very selective. It's just a God thing. So I'm going to bring to the stage. We've got Jonathan Emery. Hello, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Are you awake?
Kind of. This is gonna get my day off. Get running, and I'll go to church and stuff after this. But yeah, this is great.
There we go. Welcome to the 4th annual Christmas in July.
Awesome. Thank you.
We're doing it. We got Martha, Doug. So we got people on here. So you know the drill, man. Number one, you're in Surrender to Rise also. And have you gotten your books yet?
I have not.
Okay. Well,
Did you send them?
Yes. All like they're all they're the ones that I took the picture and said, these look sexy because they're all in that black box. But yeah, so we're just opening this up. We're opening this up for conversation. But it is really to take an experience of yours that you can share to give someone hope and inspiration, because sometimes people are in that situation that they feel there is none. And if you can take your experience and share that little nugget of wisdom with somebody, sometimes that's all we need.
Yeah. So I came onto this not really having like a full script or anything like that, Yeah. And so there's a few things I could mention. So I had a great talk with the gentleman yesterday or the day before, and he shared a little bit about a story. I'm not going to dive into that, but he's like, oh, it sounded like, and I told him about mine, right? As I lost my job, went through divorce, et cetera. So he wanted me to dive into that a little bit more. So I shared him even further.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, it sounded like you're looking for your purpose, or you found it, like along the way. And I told him, yes, I believe that. And so the stuff he's experiencing, he's going through that too. And I kind of shared how I navigated all that, reaching out to people, and then it's starting the podcast. Like, it's kind of like how it kind of opened up my eyes. And so this is different, Elena. Like, speaking this stuff is different for me. Usually I'm on the other side receiving everything, right?
Yes.
And it allowed me to, and I just share because the podcast part, because it's definitely opened up my world for me, which led me to speaking, getting in books this year for the first time. Mm-hmm. So connecting with people, understanding what they've gone through, and sharing their purpose, their journey, the reason why they went through whatever they had to go through to get to where they are now on this side, and so much further thereafter, right? So like, they're still moving on the journey. We all are. Mm-hmm. So I shared with him that stuff, and it made me feel good, because it made him feel like that there is something on the other side still, even though he's navigating through something that he's going through at the moment. But it gave him a sense of purpose as well, right? And he's got this incredible stuff that he's doing with men. And I told him, I'm like, stick with it. I'm like, I love it, because there's not a lot of people doing what you're doing. Mm-hmm. And he is, obviously, but it's just hearing that there's a few good men out there that are like, what are you going to call it? Business tribe, mm-hmm. People, just men coming together just to kind of level up a little bit. But that I just wanted to share that real quick. And so with the whole podcasting thing for me, I have something here. I'll bring it up real quick, but mm-hmm. It's not like I found it. I knew where it was. It was just, I happened to be in the room yesterday, and I'm like, just looking back on it and starting to think a little bit. So real quick, my father and my grandmother growing up had a bar down the street from where I lived. So I lived on, I mentioned this before, I lived on Summit Street, which is top of the hill, and the bar was at the bottom. So the place was called Hillside Tavern. And, growing up as a kid, I seen things good and bad. This is not like your TGI Friday kind of bar. You know what I mean? there probably were dollar specials, I'm sure, but you know,
Yeah,
it was nothing.
yeah.
It was nothing like where you wanted to go and take your family sometimes.
Real quick, it reminds me
Yeah.
of when my cousin, I would stay at my cousin's house all the time, but they lived on the top of a bar, like the upper level, and it was called the starting point. And so trust me, I think I kind of know where you're going.
Yeah. Well, my grandmother lived upstairs
Okay.
of the bar, and then there was I think 7 or 8 rooms that they had. Yeah. But you know, going as a kid growing up, me and my sister, we would see things. I probably saw more than she did as far as like the bad stuff.
Yeah.
But there was this. So I got it right here. So there was this. It's a crystal ball or glass, probably, right? And that is something that for whatever reason he like loved. I don't know why. I guess it would just look cool. He never really gave me the reason of, you know, what blossomed him to purchase it sometime in his life. But I remember it now. It went from the house to there. You know, all the liquor and stuff is behind, you know, where the bar, and it was there. So I started to think yesterday, like, and you all know this, like a bartender sits there and listens to problems. Like that's it, right? Now he probably had those same people, you know, telling him their whole life, and he had to listen to them day after day, the same people, right? Because they're the regulars, they come in. And so he's trying to probably figure it all out, help them navigate. Maybe, I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe, you know, he's pretending to listen. I don't know. But this is kind of cool because you know, this ball probably heard and saw so many things. You know what I mean? And so like here I am on the flip side, looking at, you know, I'm in the same sense doing the same kind of deal with the whole podcasting side. Understanding how people navigated through what they've gone through, and then even thereafter, right, where they're going. And you know, I stay in touch with a lot of guests, a lot of people I've had, and it's always been a pleasure just to help them too, to support them to keep moving forward with whatever they're doing. So it kind of got me that thought and the feeling of how sometimes things is like a full circle in a sense. And, you know, I never thought I'd be sitting here actually saying this, right? Like I just never,
Right.
you know what I mean? Yeah, this was just like yesterday. I'm like, you know, Elena and I were just going to chit chat, you know, maybe drink some coffee or whatever. I'm going to bring this ball and just like start this conversation and just see where it goes. Right. But, you know, his ball is, you know, is my headset and my microphone. Right. Yes. And so now that's led me, like I said, to speaking in books, and like and wherever that goes to reach other people, it's an adventure for itself. And then, you know, now that it's gotten to the radio, and I know you're doing your channel and stuff, like it's a whole, you never know who's going to listen or watch it, and who it's going to touch.
You don't you don't know, you know, even this, at 5 a.m. we had a gentleman from Ghana, then South Africa, and that's just in this little circle, like of this 24-hour. You don't know where your experience is who needs it, who needs to hear it. And it's been so cool to watch this journey unfold, like with you too, because I've been very honest, like, let's do this, see what happens. I don't know. Let's look in the crystal ball and see if it can tell us where
here. It's right here. I can't use it. I don't know how to use this thing.
We got Martha on here.
I don't even know how to turn it on.
She's like, what a cool parallel. And we're like, yeah, John, we got to teach you how to like look at the crystal ball for us all. Tell us what's ahead. Yeah.
It's an off switch somewhere. I don't know. But no. But yeah, so like for example, there's somebody local to me that I met at like I met her when I was speaking in January here. For the first time I spoke. She had a booth and stuff. And I got to know her a little bit about, you know, what she's doing. And I'm like, oh, you just want to share your journey and she on my podcast. But since then I connected with like 3 or 4 other podcasters. Right. And so she went on to this other one about suicide. And I had no idea that she experienced that. Like, we didn't discuss that in my podcast, but so I listened to a little bit of that, and that was a 50-minute episode, and I probably only listened for 30 minutes. But for her to say in the beginning of that, like, this is the first time I'm opening up and sharing this to the world, in a sense, and there was a lot that she shared, which is good. And so I responded back. I messaged her back, and I said, that was awesome, and people need to hear it. Now, whoever that touched, I don't know, right? But she took that lead. Like, she decided to connect with that podcaster. I sent her, and they went ahead and did it, and a couple others thereafter. But that's the idea, right? And so even what you're doing here, Elena, you're connecting so many people, and hopefully people are watching this, so they come back and watch the replay or whatever, and go from there. But it's just taking that one leap, right? Leap of faith, leap of hope, whatever you want to call it. The universe, is guiding it in a direction.
And I think one of the main driving forces behind this is, we all know, like, we're here because of my pain, and it's an experience that I created. But a big part of it is because we're all the same. We all have the same fears. We all have the same doubts. We all want it to be perfect. We're all a fight. Like, we all are. We've just at different levels of, like, I'm one that's like, hey, let's just try it and do it. And someone else might be a little bit more cautious or want it a little, more perfect, but we're all still the same. And I think that if we can create that space, and that's what I'm just trying to do, to honor you, to honor her, to honor him for being human. Like, let's just love each other through all the fears, all the insecurities. And I think that we're proving that, I think that showing up time and time again, whether we know the impact we're making or not, I think we're proving the fact that the more we come together and we're open and honest about it, how much we're growing. All of us, how much we're growing. And I see that in all of us, that we're connecting and growing. Mm-hmm. And I just want to create the space to be able to do that.
I think you got it. Create it already.
Trying.
You're trying, you're doing. That's exactly what it is. We're all doing if we get up and do this, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, even just from meeting you, when I think of, like, the first time that we met, you're almost nervous. I don't know what to say, because really it's hard to believe, but I'm an introvert by nature until I'm in my zone that I'm, like, passionate. But look at how far we've all come. Look at what we're doing. And that's just what's so really cool, because you would encourage someone to come on your podcast and share and all the thing, because their story matters. But then sometimes when we turn the mirror and we think, well, why would anybody want to hear ours? It's the same thing. Yeah,
that's exactly right. Yeah, we kind of hide in our own little shell. Mm-hmm. But yeah, and having those people come on is great. I also encourage other people, not just to start a podcast, but just keep on moving and just, go ahead and line up with all these other podcasts. And that's what I do. Like, they'll come on and I kind of lead them in direction of other podcasters.
Let's talk about that, because
sure.
the theme has been take action. Well,
take action.
Junior says, great message. And Martha says, we don't get to see the ripple effect. We just have to trust we share for a bigger reason.
That's it.
Amen. Oh, and they said, yes, I'm doing it. But the theme, like that take action theme, you took action. You've taken action with your podcast, and look at the growth that it's having. So talk to the person that's afraid to take action. How did you do it? How did you have the courage to get started?
I say this, I was at a breakfast table, I guess at an event, and everybody got up and left but this one guy. And he asked I'll find his name. He's local to me too, but we never really, like, connected and have a chit chat besides that breakfast table. But and I said podcast, and I don't even know why I said podcast, right? And he's like, oh, do you have anything? And I said, wow, these 10 Facebook Lives when I was doing life insurance, and it was entrepreneurs, sharing their business and whatever. I said, I have these, but it's not what I want my podcast to be. He's like, strip the audio, start it. And, 6 months later, I stripped the audio, started the podcast, launched those 10. Episode 0 said, hey, these are what the first 10 are about, but thereafter is what the podcast is about. So that was enough to get started. And then I was able to find friends, family to start with, that I thought would be a good fit to listen to. Mm-hmm. And then it just expanded from there. Like, the connections and network has grown immensely, even just like jumping in entrepreneur groups and stuff I never been a part of has given me an avenue to find other guests come on. And then definitely connecting with other podcasters across. Yeah, if Martha's on here, she'll tell you, like, there's podcasters all over the world. I said, hey, go on some of these. And that's another avenue. Like, so I keep getting emails from other podcasters. Hey, I think they'll be a good guest for you. And vice versa. Like, if they have a podcast, we can collaborate and go back and forth. And that's got me going. I didn't think I'd be doing this still, right? I didn't say I would stop either, but I just wanted to just see what happens. And so 2.5 years, almost 3 years in November, in 159 episode would be this week. And I'm still doing it. And so there was times when I did shoot out in one more than, there's times that I shout out more than one per week because I had enough episodes. But that's not my goal. Is just the one per week. So if you do the math, that's why I have so many episodes before the 3 years comes up. But yeah, that was it. And it was enough for me. And the real reason was to learn how other people's navigated through their life. And so and I share this with others. I get to be on the receiving end. I get to say, hey, I can listen to this person. And if I like what they say, I can write it down and use it in my own life if I like to. Right. Or I can share with others as I meet them along the way and say, hey, this person did this. And that's right there. Right. I don't have to tell you what to do, but this other person told me what to do. It's so much better. Right. And they're like, oh, really? Yeah. And then, they'll listen to them because it's a third party. Right.
Yep. Third party credibility every time.
But yeah, that was what got me the ball rolling. And it wasn't like I didn't do it for their audience. I didn't do it to monetize. I just did it to start and just see where it went. And, Jim Quick, he's one of those memory guys. I don't know. I don't listen to him much anymore, but he's all about practice. Practice makes progress. And so I carry that on with, my kids, and I just encourage them just to do something like that, right? Not practice makes perfect, right? We're never going to be perfect. If we're perfect, then we're just, what are we doing it for, right? There's no reason for it. So it's just to keep on going, keep on pursuing, keep on trying to figure things out to make it better if you like, or just keep it where it's at, because that's what makes you you, and people are attracted to you and what you're doing.
And that's absolutely it. People are attracted to you and what you're doing. You have a podcast community now, mm-hmm. right? Yeah. Talk about that a little bit, because somebody tuning in might be like, I don't even know where to get started, or I don't even know anything. Share a little bit about what you've actually created beyond the start of your podcast. I mean, you've got all this experience now, all of these years under your belt. Now you're actually helping other people, right?
Yeah. So I have a thriving community called Podcasters Hub with 35 podcasters or people starting a podcast. Mm-hmm. I actually just had another one just join the other day. We never met in person until we went on Zoom, that one call we had.
Nice.
So she's starting one, and I don't know if she's listening to this, but it's on mind, body, and spirit. Don't quote me on that, but it's somewhere around that, right? And so it's us where we can come together bi-weekly at least, every other week, and we're questions, answers. I have special guests coming in every month, at least once per month. I've had quite a few in April or May. So all the recordings are in there. Everything's in there that they can go back, watch, learn. But it's a place to be around high energy people that are podcasters, right? And so we want to pursue and help those others keep moving forward, right? 90% of podcasters don't get past episode 3.
And why is that, do you think?
It's work. They think, oh, I could just create this one, launch it, and then they go, oh, I was going to commit myself to do one per week. Now I got to hurry up and scramble and find, do a solo episode or find a guest and edit and get it out there. And then
it's time consuming.
It
can be. It can be. Yeah.
And so they go, okay, well, if I didn't make it this week, then who's going to listen to me next week, right? And we just give up.
It's kind of like when you're going on a diet and you screw up, you just wait till the whole next week and start on Monday again.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. When it's got to be like now, like you and I are talking now, like after we're done here, like I got to go do this. Not wait till next week. Yeah. There's that. And then after episode 21, you're in the top 1% because so many fade away right, before all that. There was one I saw, don't quote me on all these statistics either, but there's one I saw where it was like 5% only get past episode 100. So, I mean, like, that's just because there's so many out there, but they're all mostly dead anyways. So they just take the large number and break it down. But there's a lot of room for growth. Everybody thinks it's dead, and it's not dead. More and more, my kids are starting to listen to podcasts, more video and audio. And they're 12 and 15, so it's get to a younger age, and there's more countries that are picking it up. The US, I think, probably listens to maybe 5 podcasts per person that actually listen to podcasts. But yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of opportunity out there. So don't think that if you're not Joe Rogan and you're not Lewis Howes and you're not getting all these downloads, that it's not worth doing. That's not, what it is. Just they're doing it now for a huge business. They're making money off of this, right? Yeah. But they started with nothing. Like, I remember listening to Joe Rogan, like being in an audience. I wasn't there, but I remember hearing this, right? He said, oh, I was on stage and I was like, does anybody here know about my podcast that he's had for like 5 years? And he said, all these people are like, yeah. And he was shocked. Like, he had no idea that all these people were listening, watching to him.
Wow.
And then that's when he was like, oh, I'm just going to keep going then. This is doing something good. And I know Lewis he said it not too long ago in his podcast that he was more of the guy that they turned to for courses. Like, that was his thing. He was making money off of that. But then he saw a shift where his podcast was picking up. So then he just applied everything to the podcast. And I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing he's got a lot of money now from the ads and everything he has. Yeah, but it just grew. It takes time.
Well,
right?
And it's a consistency thing,
it is, absolutely.
Yeah. Like, there's not going to be 1 million listeners that come to your very first episode,
No.
And thank goodness too, because if you look back at your episode 1, you're probably like, oh my gosh, like, I didn't even know what I was doing. Right. But the thing is like, you bring up a point. Well, we got Jose on here. Says, what's up, John? Great to see you and hear from you, Jose. So we're still going, Elena. Yep. Still going, Jose.
That's right.
But one of the things that like pops into my head, I mean, I know looking at the streaming channels different from podcasts, but kind of not really. It's just video, but is doing it because you genuinely care about the person that is listening or watching.
Yes. Is that a question for me?
It's almost like I think sometimes when you said people don't make it past like episode 3, is that because it's more for what they need out of it instead of doing it for the purpose of getting the message out? I think that there's probably something there.
I think it's because they're trying to build the audience, monetize it. They have a business. Like, they're trying to make, like, that's their first thing. And I think that's the wrong thing. I know. So I created a PDF so you can figure out your why to start a podcast. And that's what you have to hold on to. It's just like a business or whatever. Why are you selling lipstick? Right. And all that stuff, like you keep that and you keep carrying through it. And so that's the problem. They don't have the foundation part, just that small little piece. They just want to go, oh, let's get in there and just make this happen. Like, I see all these quick responses, like, just start. Well, Yeah, I can tell you just start too, but you know, you could just start building a house and you start with the roof first, right? But it doesn't work that way,
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
so that's what I believe. I believe they just see an opportunity to hurry up and get it out there and then make all this money, and it doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It usually, you know, and just in any kind of thing, it's almost like when I ask people certain questions and they talk about what they're going to get out of it or what they see for it. And I'm like, but why should I stop what I'm doing to listen? Like, what am I, as the listener, what am I going to get out of it? And I think that makes a really big difference if people are looking at it from the perspective of, this is great for me and something that I want to do because I want to say that I have this, but nobody's going to stop what they're doing unless it's serving them and they're going to get some value from it. And I think that's like a fine line for people when they don't get it. They just think because they're doing it, everybody should like stop what they're doing and just like listen. And it really don't work that way.
No, it doesn't. There's so many podcasts out there. They can jump around to whatever podcast they want to.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard.
So life's check mark. That's yours. How did you come up with that name? Like, where did that just jump out at you? I'm just curious because I love the logo. So it's like, where did life's check mark come from?
So it was a thought in my head before I even lost my job, 5 years ago. And it wasn't the podcast part. It was just the check mark, right? So I thought, okay, so my check mark at the time I felt like was grow up, get a job, if I college, career, whatever, family, house, 401k, all that stuff, right?
Like check.
Yeah, check mark, right? That's my life. And so, looking back and everything, we have our own life's check mark, and the idea is not to be in a capsule of how somebody else is telling you how to do it. Like I meet all these great people now, and they could tell me, do it this way, and I could be like, okay, but then I also could be like, no, like I can this direction, and come back and see if maybe what you said was right. So that's the idea. Like, live your life the way you want to live it, right? And that's very important too, because you're going to grow up, and you can go ahead and look back, right? There's times now I could even go, wow, am I going to regret this or not? And I have to keep thinking like that. And so I want to just live my life the way it is now, like be present, right? And try not to worry about the future and not dwell on the past. So that was my check mark. Now you can always look at it at the same way. You can always look at it as, a financial way. Like, I put all my money in stocks. I lost it all because somebody told me I had to do it. Like, you know what I mean? And then there was another part in my head where I thought that the first part of the check mark is like a slide, right? In a sense, like you're growing up as a kid, maybe around 1920s when you start peaking and you start climbing the other side of the check mark. And that's when you're building your life. So that's kind of the idea and where it came from. And
I love it. I'm glad I asked. See, I'd never know if you don't ask. But this has like been awesome to have this time with you this morning to get us started on this 4th annual Christmas in July Stream-a-thon. And I just want to remind everybody that you are one of the kings in the book, and you will have yours. They'll probably be there tomorrow because they were shipped at the end of last week. But yes, so I just want to say I love you, man, and thank you for spending your morning with us. And we've got a couple more hours left to go.
You have a couple more. You got this. I appreciate this. Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you so much. And before, as we move on, I think Doug's coming up next, but I'm going to play my song again because we got to wake everybody up. I don't know if you've heard the song yet, but we're going to play the song and everybody get up and dance. So thanks, John, and I'll talk to you soon.
Yep, take care.
All righty, guys. Yes, we are. We are going to get up and we're going to listen to the song that was created for us, our Christmas in July, and
snowflakes in the sun, warm hearts on the run, a silent night that changed her life. But But she rose with the morning light where sorrow tried to stay. She built a brighter way. Now every July, love leads the fight, and darkness can't survive the light. It started with one broken heart, one brave soul. Now 1,000 voices echo, one purpose, one goal. We're standing in a circle of hope. One spark turns the night to gold. Helping one, healing many in this 24-hour soul revival. Her pain became a platform, her loss became a light. We rise, we speak, we show what love can do. This is Christmas. July, from midnight tears to morning praise, a stage of stories that amaze. Comeback kings and queens arise with truth and fire in their eyes. We don't wait for December snow, we bring the miracle down below. Joy wrapped in every word we say, a gift that never fades away. It started with one widow's vow, one divine spark. Now hope is streaming through the dark, a light that leaves a mark. We're standing in a circle of hope. One spark turns the night to gold. Helping one, healing many in this 24-hour soul revival. Her pain became a platform, her loss became a light. We rise, we speak, we show what love can do. This is Christmas. Christmas in July. So here we are, voices raised like northern stars. Not just surviving, we're rewiring what it means to heal the scars. To anyone watching, to anyone near, you'll sing, you matter, you belong here. We're standing in a circle of hope, and every voice becomes a rope. Lifting one, lifting many, this 24-hour anthem of revival. Her grief became a mission, now we echo it with pride. We rise, we give, we pour out all our light. This is Christmas. Christmas in July. Help one person every day. That's how we change the world. That's how we heal the hope-filled way.
All right. Did you guys get up? Did you get to move in? I'm like, I love that song. That's why I haven't slept in almost like 48 hours because I was working on that video, just jamming to the song. So we are moving right along, guys. It is 7:30 on Sunday morning, and we've got, what, 2.5 hours left to go. So let's go. I'm bringing up my next guest right here, Mr. Doug. Oh, let me expand this. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Elena. Wow. Your energy is amazing. I absolutely love it. I don't know how you have this much energy after being up for 48 hours. You just must be that inspired and charged from what you're doing. I love it.
It is. It's the energy coming in from everybody. And I haven't been up a full 48 hours, but probably close to like 30 some, like when I think about it. But tell everybody, where are you joining us from?
I'm just outside of Toronto, Ontario.
Nice. We got Justin on here saying, Doug.
Morning, Justin. What's up, brother?
So it is so great to have you on. We saw each other just in Nashville like earlier this year, and finally had a moment to like talk by the coffee machine. But is this your first Christmas in July? I can't remember. Okay. Well, welcome. This is our 4th annual, and we said next year for it to be the 5th, we got to do it in person. I'm going to make you all stay up all night. I'm like, bring your sleeping bags or something. You can take a nap in the corner. No, but we're here to just kind of take an experience that you've gone through that you know can serve someone else that is maybe running a little bit low on hope. And with this being your first Stream-a-thon, I'm going to ask you, do you want to sit and like we chat and talk back and forth, or I give you full screen and you can just share from your heart? It's totally up to you.
You know what? I'm good either way. If you need a minute to go refill your coffee or anything like that, we can do full screen and you can hop back in, or we can do the conversational. I love it both ways. It's been so inspiring to see it. So,
well, hey, I'm going to go fill up my coffee and I'm going to give you full screen. I'll be right back, but I'm going to give you full screens. But when I come back, I'm going to listen. Okay. So,
all right. Sounds good.
Right.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I want to share a story with you, as Elaine has alluded to. This is about hope and helping one person every day. Maybe you're stuck in something that just isn't quite right for you. I want to go back in time quite a few years, back to 2014. And it was early morning. It was a little bit earlier than this. So depending on where you are watching this, and if you're watching it live, the sun may just be coming up in your area. Where I am, it's been up for a little bit. But I want you to just take a few minutes. I want you to close your eyes. And I want you to visualize you starting your day. You're waking up before the sun rises. And you're getting ready for your day. You get your morning cup of coffee, tea, whatever your morning energy boost is. You get that ready. And you have that. And you have this earning feeling. You need to see the sunrise. And there's just something's not right. Something's not aligning in your life, but you just really feel this calling to see the sunrise. That happened to me on a November morning. And you jump in your vehicle and you go for a drive because you know a spot where you're going to see an even better sunrise than you could from home. And when you get to this spot, it's not quite spectacular enough of a view. So you decide, you know what? I'm going to climb up a little bit higher so I can get a better view. Maybe you've got to go up in a building, or maybe you got to climb a hill. And when you get to the top, it's not quite enough. You need to get a little bit higher. So you climb a tree, or if you went up in a building, you get up onto the roof. And as you get to see this sunrise starting to come up, you're getting full of joy. But you still have this feeling that something just isn't aligned. Something isn't right. But that sunrise has got you feeling empowered. Well, something's pulling you back. It's the weight of the world, or so it feels. It's your decisions. It's your world. It's your life. It's your family. It's the weight of everything around you. It's just pulling you down. It's this really heavy weight that you can't release. You can't let go of that feeling. See, in 2014, that happened to me. For those of you that don't know, at that time, I was in the midst of my second divorce. My business at the time, heck, it was failing bad. I would have been better off in every way imaginable to have a job working for somebody else. Financially, emotionally, mentally, every which way you could think of. In fact, at that point, that business, as I called it, was on the verge of bankruptcy because I hadn't really built a business. I was dabbling and I couldn't see a way out. I felt the weight of not being as present as I needed to be or wanted to be with my family. And I couldn't see a way out of this hole I dug for myself. But while working on the roof of this 16-story building, I looked over the edge and I thought I saw a way out. But then just like in the movies, when they talk about near-death experiences, when people's lives flash before their eyes, I had memories flash before my eyes. It was my kids. My son, who was 16 at the time. I was teaching him what it was like to be a man. Teaching him to be responsible. Teaching him to keep working even when it got tough. Teaching him to keep going and going the extra mile. Then my daughter, I was showing her what a man is. I was being that present parent. I was helping to raise her into becoming an amazing person and to show her what to expect of people in the world. And I remember this one specific memory with my daughter. We were walking through Walmart on her 4th birthday. And I saw it happening in that moment. And while we're walking through Walmart, we went to buy her a bicycle, her first bike for her birthday. And we're walking through, we grabbed the bike in the sporting goods department and we're walking towards checkout. I'm holding one side, she's holding the other. And she's ringing that little bell, ding, 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 ding. And I look down at her and she's got this big smile on her face. And she's saying, look out, bike coming through, look out, bike coming through. Right there. That was what I needed. That was my anchor point to remind me of part of my purpose on this planet. But then the negative self-talk came in again. And I questioned myself. Was I doing right by my kids? Would they be better off without me? And then the next memory that came in was from when I was 12 years old, when I lost my father. I remember standing beside his hospital bed when they turned off the life support machine, and how much it crushed me and how much it impacted me for decades. Decades. There's no way I was doing that to my kids. At that moment, I vowed to do whatever it took to become the best version of myself so I could lead with purpose and intention, so I could show my kids what life was really about and how you could achieve your goals and how to live with intention and purpose. That was part of my journey. And the kids were my lifeline. They were my anchoring point. But the losing of my dad, that was another anchoring point that I went back to because it reminded me of how I felt. And for years, I felt alone. I felt that I couldn't lean on anybody. I couldn't turn to anybody. These were my quiet moments of desperation. I'd go home and I'd close the blinds because I didn't want anybody to see that I was home. I'd wait for people to phone me just so I could ignore their call, just so I could feel loved, but I didn't want to talk to them. And in that moment, when I stepped back from that roof edge because I knew that I was meant for more and my kids deserve better and I deserve better, I started to do the work. But I also looked around me and realized I was alone on that roof. There was nobody else there. And in that moment, I realized something very important. And that is that, and I'm sure you've heard it here already, nobody is coming to save you unless you're willing to save yourself. I was up there alone because I put myself in this silo. From there, I started to reach out to people. I started to lean on my support community and started to build an even bigger network. Then I started studying people that had come before me that had made these magnificent lives and lived their lives with intention, with purpose, and lived it fully. Part of that process, I realized how many people, countless thousands and millions of people, live their lives like this and have these same struggles. They don't know where to turn to. Sometimes people step off that ledge. Tragedy is they don't need to. There's a community out there for everybody. There's always somebody that would rather have a cup of coffee with you. They would rather carry the weight of your tears than the weight of your casket. Now, you don't need to get to that far of a breaking point to realize that you need a breakthrough. Don't wait until you're at the absolute rock bottom before you say, you know what? Something's not working. Something's not aligning here. Something's off. Because the further you go down that road, the harder it is to come back. That was a great lesson I learned from my uncle when I was a teenager. I was a bad teenager. I was getting into all sorts of trouble. And he taught me that lesson. It's easy to make that decision to go down the wrong path, to steal, to lie, to rob, to sell drugs. That's all easy to do. And I chose that path. But then I decided to turn around and come back from that path. And it's true, the further you go down these paths, the harder it is to turn around and come back. But the truth is, you can always turn around and come back. Sometimes you don't even need to turn around and come back. You just need to take a different fork, go in a different direction. Get away from the crowd that doesn't serve you and get into the crowd that does serve you. I remember a few months ago, I woke up. You ever have those moments? I'm sure you do, where you wake up and you're half awake, half asleep. It's your deep subconscious. And this thought came to my mind, this phrase. And I didn't really understand it. I think it was back in February. And it's a phrase that Elena is sharing. It's what she stands for. It's hope. Help one person every day. Sometimes that one person that you need to help is yourself. And sometimes you can help yourself by helping others. Because when we lift others up, it lifts us up as well. So I implore you, if there's something you're struggling with, if something feels unaligned or doesn't feel quite right, reach out to your network. If you don't feel like you have that network, I bet you do. And if you still really don't feel like you have that network, take a look at the list of speakers that have been speaking here. Every single one of us would love to be your guide and to be your friend and to be that person that you need to help you get out of that moment.
I love that. Every single one of us. Take a look at that list of every single one of us. Number one, wow. We learn a little bit about each other in every single time we get to speak, because that's the first time I've heard that part of your story. So thank you for sharing this morning.
You're welcome.
Wow.
I had somebody reach out to me, a good friend, a couple months ago and say, man, I thought your life was perfect. I didn't realize that you had all these moments, which was, it felt good, but also broke my heart.
Mm-hmm.
Because it made me feel like I was unreachable or unrelatable to people that were struggling. But it felt good to know that I've done so much work that not only internally, but externally, people can see the improved version of myself.
And that's a gift. That's a gift to all of us. And that's what this is all about this morning. What is your one recommendation for somebody to take action? That's been the common theme throughout this whole Stream-a-thon. What is the one thing that you can recommend to somebody to just take action?
One of the biggest challenges I see that we face, even I faced it. And there was times when my ego got in the way and I didn't want to face it. But stuff happens to us in life and we have a choice. We can be a victim or a victor. Mm-hmm. And even when I thought I wasn't being a victim, I still was playing the victim card. Yeah. And we see all these people, if you look at people that have just broken generational curses and had massive success, they don't use that incident or that setback to hold them back. They use it as a springboard. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Feel the emotions. Absolutely. Go through the emotions, feel them, but use that as a springboard, as your power to move you forward. Use that as your example.
I love that. Use that as your example. These minutes are moving too fast now. I mean, it's almost like, oh my gosh, I wish I could have like 30, 45 minutes with everyone. But I want to thank you for coming on and sharing with us this morning, all the way from Canada.
Thank you for the time and the stage.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you for letting me go fill up my coffee. But no, for the first, Christmas in July, we're growing, and it's just a blessing to have you be a part of it. So thank you for showing up for us today. And I need to talk to you about a couple things, and so I'll be in touch with you very soon.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Doug. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
That was awesome, guys. Don't go anywhere, because we have a full schedule, full plate right on. And so I'm going to move right along, and we are bringing up Miss Ivy. Ivy Perez, good morning, beautiful. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic too.
You know, everyone says, I don't know how Elena does it, And you said it. You said it, I think it was yesterday, is you absolutely love what you do. And everyone says it, who is in a profession, in a sport, whatever, when they do, as much as it's hard, because not every day is easy, when you love what you do, and there's days when you're like, oh my God, I don't feel it, but you do it because it's just, it gives you energy. And I love seeing that. Believe me, I watch you from the sidelines. I love seeing that in you. I love seeing it in a lot of people, you know, when people say like, oh, wow, so-and-so is killing it. Yeah, because they absolutely love what they do.
Yes.
And so, yeah, so that's part of the, you know, hoping, you know, it's, if you're not in a place where, you know, that thing has kind of flourished for you, you know, hope, you just got to take, and again, there's the help one person every day. And Doug said it perfectly. Maybe that person is you, and you got to help yourself, because if you don't help, you got to fill your cup first. If you don't fill your cup, you can't help anyone else. I mean, you do. And a lot of times people just like, they give and they give and they give, and then they're just wiped. And that doesn't help anyone. You know, it definitely doesn't help you. But now I'm like off topic. But anyway, here we are.
I love it. I love it. So so we got Nikki Cuesta saying good morning. We got Giselle on here saying good morning. Tony. So you have started. Tell me about your coffee talk time.
I started that back in, I think it was August, late July, August last year.
Okay.
And it was one of those things where, you know, especially in this online space, you know, going live, it's important. Videos are great. Going live is important. And I've tried it a handful of times. And I was like, oh my God, you know, how do I stick to this? And then one day, actually was in a breakout room in the CLA, and one of the gals was doing a 21-day live challenge. And I was like, you know, I've done those before. I'm going to do it with you. I'm on my own, but I'm going to do it 21 days. Did it 3 days, fell off. Did it 4 days, fell off. And I'm like, okay, what is it? And then I thought, wait a second. First of all, if I don't do it first thing in the morning, it's not going to get done. It's like my working out. If I don't do it in the morning, if I say, you know what, let me get this and this done, and then later on around 7 o'clock, I'll go out for a run or whatever. It doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen, because now I'm relaxed. I had dinner. Like, days go on. I'm like, nope. No. So I have to do it first thing in the morning. And so I'm like, well, I have my coffee. I love my coffee. I got the ho. I love my coffee.
I love it.
So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do it first thing in the morning. And so I started doing that. And after a few days, a week, I'm like, wait a second, like, it feels good. I got it done. And honestly, I did it for a solid, maybe a solid 10 months. A solid 10 months. And I still do it, but now it's not daily. It might be once a month, only because like my business has taken off. And I'm like, I can't. I don't have the bandwidth. Some people could do it. They spread themselves into 15,000, you know, I can't. So I haven't done it, but it's still there. Like, I've come on, I'm like, it's not going anywhere. It's there. But the coffee talk for me was about just personal development, just a little bit of everything, a little bit about mindset, a little bit about taking care of yourself, a little bit about, I think I talked about my story here and there. Like, I believe it was April was Alcohol Awareness Month, which a lot of people didn't realize. They're like, oh my God. So it was one of those things that it helped them to have conversations with other people. It kind of was that little bit wake up call for themselves. Like, and it's just, you know, you just share, like, this is sharing our story. It's doing the thing. So thank you. Thank you for asking. Thank you for this platform. I don't know what the heck is going to come out of my mouth, but you know, I hope it helps someone. I really, really do. I like wrote down notes and stuff, but you know, when I was in high school, one of the things I remember saying, and it's the caption or the title of the first anthology I was in, which Emilio and Daniela's book, My Spiritual Fitness Survivor. And it's education and love. And I remember at that time, I don't know what I was going through, and I was just crying. I was sobbing. I think I was a sophomore, junior in high school. And I was just sobbing. And I was like, please, God, just give me education and love. I don't know why those words came out of my mouth, but just education and love, educating. And of course, I go about my life. So it really is all about educating yourself, surrounding yourself with people who are doing good and doing better, not in a way, because I've been around this a lot when I was younger, is the judgment. Oh, look at that person, look what they're doing. Oh, they think they're better because they have this and they're doing this. And as a kid, I always thought, well, that's not cool. You don't know what they're going through. And who are you? Like, now I don't say this to like an on and on. I'm like, okay, yeah, you're perfect. So like, how can you point fingers? And then, it's the point one finger, there's three pointing back at you kind of thing. So I always like intuitively knew that, like, you don't do that. So I've always like pointed the finger at myself. I judged myself. I, put a lot on myself. But I always wanted to be an example of possibility. That's it. Where that came from, I don't know. But it's just like to do better and be better and show without being braggadocious, without being conceited. Just do good. Just do good and do it like silently, so that not that you want people to see, you're doing it for you first and foremost, but people see that. And even for me, like I see other people doing well, like, wow, like that's really cool. Like I want to do that. I want to be more like her. I want to be more like him. What are they doing? And you learn. Maybe you ask. Maybe you just get in the community. So two things for people who are kind of like, feeling it is you always have to do something. You always have to show up wherever that is. Just show up. In this online space, it's interesting. I've been in this online space since 2015, but it wasn't really until about maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And I will say that I think it was 2 years ago, because I'm that type of person. I don't know if it's something in me. Like people just like see something in me and they want to help me, because I swear I grew up with no support. My mom was always working. My dad was gone. So I just floundered. I floundered throughout my whole life. I figured things out. I fell on my face. I made a lot of mistakes. But I always genuinely, I guess was a good person. Like I didn't, not purposefully did anything bad or wanted to hurt anyone. I was doing things that sometimes I hurt myself, which hurt people because they saw that I was hurting myself. And alcohol played a big factor in that. This year, June, which is so funny, I totally forgot. June 1st came and went, was 7 years sober from alcohol. Yeah, and that's huge.
It's
like,
huge.
That was something for me. And I know Spencer, Father Grill, he talked about it. A couple of people talked about like addiction and things like that. And it's it's something that it plays a big part in your life. But if there is an internal part of you that really, really wants more and wants to do better and be better, people can see it, they feel it, and they want to help. And I got that. I got that a lot. I got it from you. I got it from Nikki. I got it from Jose. I got it from a lot of people. And throughout that time, I'm like still floundering. And I'm like, everybody's helping me. They see this in me or they see that in me. I'm like, why can't I see it? Why can't I see it? And again, it's the education and love. And I swear I get it all the time. I get educated. People pour into me. People pour love into me. And I just keep, I accept it. I'm like, I just have to believe. That's the hoping. I believe and trust without knowing what's out there, without knowing what's beyond 5 years from now, 10 years from now, that something good is going to happen. I just got to keep on keeping on. That's it. That's all that's in my power, is to keep on keeping on. Sometimes I'm like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm sure a lot of people saw that like, oh my God, what is Ivy doing this time? She's so good at this and now she's doing this. So, but I think it was 2 years ago, you said to me, because I was in your focus group, and and talking about a lot of it, and it was life coaching at the time. But I think I went through that. The whole life coaching thing was for me, not for others, even though I can help people, and I have, but it was more for me. But now it's like, what is it that I'm good at? And it took a while. And you said to me one day, and this was like, it wasn't until this year that something came up, but my business. And you said, well, Ivy, maybe your people are not on Facebook. And that was like a ton of bricks that hit me. It really was. It was almost as if it gave me permission to kind of, it's okay to not do the thing that everybody else is doing.
I remember that conversation because you were like trying to put this group thing or doing this thing. And then you ended up saying something about like, you just didn't want to be tied to your computer. And I'm like, then why are you trying to build that? Like,
it was so frustrating. I was like, I have programs that I've put together, videos that are on my computer, 6-week programs, 8-week programs. I get to the point, and when I'm doing it, it's good, but I just don't like, I can't wait to share this. And then once it's done, I'm like, I can't. And it's not about money. I will not put something out just to get money from you. I know you'll gain something from it, but it's me. Like, I just feel like there's that part of me that's just a phony, that I'm not giving you that 120%, and I can't do it. And I'm like, dang it, but I need money. Like, I need money, and I can't do it. Yeah. So fast forward, for a long time, ever since my daughter was little, I've cleaned houses. Like, I've waitressed. I've done all sorts of side things. I've waitressed. Not good at waitressing. That is not my jam. It's just, oh my God. And then I cleaned on the side, just, helping friends out, this, that, the other. And I'm good at it. I'm very good at it. I didn't want to do it. I got to do coaching. I got to do the online thing. I got to do this, but I'm good at it. No. I kept on pushing it aside. And so I had one of my clients, and I call him my VIP client. He's super, super nice guy. And he offered me a job to clean like his family. There's like 4, it's like a big deal. And I thought to myself, oh, like this could be the thing. And, I haven't had a paycheck, like a steady paycheck. I can't even tell you how long. So the thought of that felt good, sounded good. And I really thought about it. And I did my research, and I played with the numbers, and I'm like, I can't. But the thought of a page, just something steady, was like so, I don't know, inviting, whatever. So we had a conversation, and I knew the door was closing. I knew it. And so in my head, I'm like, do I just take it? I'm like, no, you can't just take it. You can't here and what you can do and what you're worth, and then go over here, no. And I'm back and forth in my head. I'm like, conversation ends. Yeah. And I'm like, all right, God. All right. It's time to put the big girl panties on. I said that out loud. I was like, it's time. And so I'm like, that's it. I'm going to, do my own thing and do a business and all the things. And that was in January. And it took about 2 months, because then I started doing busy work, which I'm very good at. I think a lot of us are very playing with the logo, trying to figure out a name for like 2 months. And a friend of mine was like, what the hell are you doing? And I'm like, he was like, whatever. And then it's just so funny. And so anyway, I just put myself out there with their help. Friends of mine were just tagging me like crazy. And I am so busy. And now I'm at a point where I need help, but I'm also at a place where I need to be. So all the things that I've wanted, what I've seen from everybody online and what they're doing and what they're succeeding at, and it's sales and it's marketing and it's all these things. I wanted to do it with the coaching. It wasn't happening. Well, now all this knowledge that I've gained from everyone, I've got it. Now I have to put it into play. Yes. Something that I'm actually good at and I want to do and whatever.
Well, and I'm really glad that you've been able to like own that, like own that. And For the one person, because take action has been the theme for today. And I know it's almost like time is just like going so fast right now. We got Tina behind the scenes and all of that. But if you could tell that one person just a little advice on take action, what would you tell them?
I would say two things. One is you got to surround yourself with people who are doing well. It might not be in exactly what you're in, but that are doing, so you can learn from them. It could be an online community, and I've been in so many. It could be in a community, just, you know, in real life, you know, community. Just surround yourself with people, talk to people, listen to people, and just kind of like just fill yourself. And that's part of taking action. The other thing is there's the trusting. And there's trusting, like, oh yeah, I know everything's going to work out for me. And I just know I'm a good person. That's one. That's like a low level trust. And then there's the trust and belief. And that's part of the hope, the trust and belief that there's something greater out there for you. For me, I believe it's God. And that's another thing that I feel like I've been called back to, and just building a relationship with, and with him, and just really talking to him, because there's a difference with just, you know, a Sunday prayer and then talking to him on a daily basis. And then you get to a point where you feel like you need him. And the thing is with that, for people, is like to let go, because what you've got going on, it's not easy, but what you got going on in your, you know, human life, let go, in a sense of, you got to just take one step every day and keep on moving forward. Do something, whether it's, you know, taking a walk, doing a stretch, eating a little bit healthier, journaling, meditate, all these things, being in stillness, just one little action step, and then just saying, okay, God, whoever, all right, now you tell me, guide me, please guide me. And you'll feel it. Like if you truly want that, you will feel it. And I have felt that. And I'm like, I get chills. I'm like blown away. Like I'm really, really blown away by it. And I'm still at, like, I'm a toddler right now.
I love it. I love hearing this for you. Beautiful. And I'm so glad that you were able to spend time with us, you know, this morning on this 4th annual Christmas in July, as we are rocking and rolling. And I can't, we just need to catch up behind the scenes, because I know that we could keep going and going and going. So thank you for spending time with us this morning.
Thank you for
having me. And I'm so happy for you. I really am. Like, I want to hear more about it. All righty, hun. Thank you. Talk to you soon. Okay, guys, who's ready for the next? We got Tina Kadish. Come on, girlie. Good morning.
Hello, Elena. This is exciting.
Hugs for you.
Hugs to you too. I was just watching Ivy and catching up, listening to her and everything she's doing. Great lineup. I wasn't able to attend a lot of them yesterday, but today I'll be able to catch up more, because you're ending this later this morning, right?
2 hours.
2 hours. That's what I thought. Okay.
We got 2 more hours. So it's your time. Why don't you share? Why don't you pour in? I mean, we're like back to back to back. Everybody's like sliding in on this last guy.
Okay, good. Well, you know, it's great to be here. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Tina Kadish. From Job to Joy is the name of my business. But I'm all about helping women, empowering women to really stepping into their purpose, living life on passion, having that freedom, all that great stuff. But my story really began, you know, throughout my life. I never believed in dreaming that you can live life on purpose. I always believed in you just did the work, just work. And there's really no time for you. And so when I was in one of my corporate careers, I got laid off. And that was my turning point, is when I got laid off and I didn't know what my purpose was. I just really was the first time. And I was a single mom with 2 children at the time. And I was scared, because I was always the one thinking in control. And because I'm a control freak and everything has to be on my own terms, the way I want it to be. And so this was a real wake-up call. So for me, that wake-up call was when I got laid off. And it was the first time that I had to really figure out me. What did I want to do with my career? So I started to network, meet people. You know, people have talked about it. You got to be in the rooms, you got to meet people. And I did. And I learned of a tool that I started my business with called the Passion Test. And it's helping individuals find their passion. Because what I discovered is too many of us don't live life with passion. We're just surviving. And, you know, one of the things I want to talk about with hope, thinking of that today as I was preparing, is all through our life, we go through challenges, we go through loss. I lost my job. I've also lost a marriage. I've also lost a daughter 5 years ago. And throughout those losses, I've always had the faith in myself that I can overcome whatever challenge. And, you know, a few minutes ago, I heard Ivy say about surrendering. We have to surrender to the things that happen, but not stay in that self-pity party. Stay there a little bit. Now, you know very well, being the comeback queen, and you didn't stay in pity. You took action. And I love it because this is the theme we were talking about. I had to take action to figure out what did I want to do with my career. After I got divorced, figured out what I needed to do to be able to take care of my two kids. Losing my daughter 5 years ago, I had to surrender and took action. I wrote a book. I shared our story together. So I look at all of these things as we go through life. You know, we have to really trust the process, or I invite people. You don't have to do anything. Yeah. I invite you to trust the process, believe that there's something else out there, and that things happen for a reason. As they say, I am still trying to figure out why my daughter passed away. I'll be totally honest. Okay, because I've said that too. My daughter used to say that to me, Mom, everything happens for a reason, and haven't figured that out yet. But I think the reason was maybe for me to continue her legacy, because that's one of the things I want to talk, you know, in talking today is what legacy are we creating?
Yes.
You know?
Yes. And that's honestly a really deep question that can make some people uncomfortable, and others like go right in. You know, I think it just depends on where people are within themselves.
Yes.
You know? Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And, you know, because I believe like having resilience. And one of the things that I learned in my challenges that we all need to have a voice, and using our voice, but using our voice in a way that's empathetic, optimistic, making an impact, having the courage to do it, and not be afraid, because fear is huge. Fear has held me back for far too long. And, you know, I've been playing small in the past, and it's time to elevate and get bigger, because, you know, life is too short.
It is. It is. What are you waiting for?
You know, like Jose yesterday was talking about that. It's like, we don't have time. We need to take action. We need to do it. Stop thinking about it. And I have to say, though, I have taken action in a lot of things over the years. I have. I'm not sitting on there, and I'm not a perfectionist. All right. But I do want things to go well, and having things in place before I just like do it. I don't like to do it messy. I want to be prepared. But you know what? People, you're going to resonate with the right people. The right people need to hear your message.
Yes.
And it's really being selfish if we're not sharing.
And that is true. And we heard that earlier. I think it was Emilio that said it earlier. And, you know, that you're selfish if you're not sharing your story. But the right people will hear the message, but not if you don't share it. So you got to share it. And yes. Yes.
Exactly. And that's why, I wrote my second book about my daughter, is because I really wanted to share the story and give hope to other moms and dads and siblings that there is life after losing a loved one. But what are you going to do with that? That's the thing. It's, again, taking action. What will you do with it? And, one of the things that I share a lot is I could have taken the bitter road when she died, or the better road. And I had too much to do, too much life to live.
Yeah.
Too many other
and I'm sure if you think of what she would have wanted, she would have been like, Mom, come on.
I know. Oh, yeah. She would have you doing? Because my daughter was very like, oh, come on, Mom, get the F, like, get it done. That's how she was. Oh, yeah, she was a very outspoken. She took after her mom in a lot of ways. And but it's time for us to really step it up. But go with faith, go with trusting yourself, believing in yourself that you are worthy.
Yes.
You are special. We all have gifts and talents to the world. And it's time for us to dream, but not only just dream, visualize, but taking action. Again, getting back to what action are we taking? And why are we not? If we're not taking action, why not? What's what is holding you back? And maybe, people are afraid. Again, it could go back to fear. They don't want to be seen because they're afraid that they're going to be somehow judged.
One of my big things is, especially in business, is people don't get started because they don't want to be seen starting at the bottom.
They don't want to be at the bottom. Yes.
They don't want to be seen starting at the bottom. And it's like, well, that's all ego, because everybody starts at the bottom. I don't know anybody that comes out starting and is like at the top. And so if you're not willing to walk through that piece of it, then go clock in, go do something else.
Because, and I help those women who are starting at the bottom. That's where I come in, at the beginning stage.
Yes.
And you have to begin somewhere.
Yeah, everybody does. And so surrounding ourselves with like our communities and our people and the ones that believe in us, and it doesn't matter how many times you fall, we're going to be there to cheer for you on the sideline while you dust off and get back up. I mean, that's what makes it like so beautiful.
It does. Yes. It does. And I really believe that being vulnerable and sharing your vulnerability is very important. And this is something that I really never really did. I was always masking the feelings on the outside, looking good, when the inside was crashing, and until my daughter passed away. That's when I uncovered and started to really feel our feelings. So I think no matter what experience we are going through in our life, we need to uncover, be real, feel your feelings. And it's okay to share you're not feeling good. And I love it because you've done so many videos and lives, really sharing your real, authentic, raw self. And that is, to me, very inspiring, because people need to see that.
We're all hot messes. We can just still put our lipstick on and it's all good, but we're all hot messes. Oh my gosh, girl, you and I, we need to catch up. I wish like I had like 30 minutes or something with everybody, but I just want to say thank you for coming on and being part of this like 4th annual Christmas in July Stream-a-thon. And next year is our number 5. And I'm like, I swear we're going to do it in person or something. I don't know. We'll figure something out, but I absolutely love you. And thank you so much for, coming on and starting your morning with us. So
thank you so much, Elena.
Love you, Tina. Bye-bye. All righty, guys, we're rocking and rolling. Let's bring the queen up. We got Miss Nikki Cuesta. Hello, beautiful.
Hello, beautiful. Oh my goodness. It has been popping all weekend long. Congratulations. Can't wait till you get some rest and catch up with you on everything else. But this has been phenomenal.
Thank you. Thank you. It usually takes me a while to like come down. As surprising as it is, you just can't like, okay, I'm going to go to sleep. Like it'll be a while. So pour into people, pour into people. This is
Oh my goodness. Let's just talk about the 4th annual Christmas in July, where miracles happen, where hope is just poured into the souls that may be lost, that may just need just that one-liner that's going to get them to take action. Let's talk about action. I was actually in the back in the green screen, and I'm actually preparing something that says action. And I think Ivy said it. I'm like, what? Like, this is just confirmation, right? But I just want to talk about possibilities. Possibilities when you say yes to you, when you say yes to your calling, yes to your dreams, yes to all of your desires. And I'm a walking testimony of that. I just want to kind of recap the last 4 years of me sharing my story here. Year 1, 2022, I was just meeting you 2 months before, at Emilio's event, the speaker competition. And I was just getting started. I was at the bottom. There. A year later, also in May, 2023, I actually built my first stage where I invited all the people, some of them that were on this lineup throughout the weekend, that poured into me and just gave me that juice that I needed to complete, different missions and different goals. Then year 3, I'm launching my first collaboration with Warrior Women Bomb Global. And now we are right at the beginning of the Empower to Inspire tour. So let me tell you that every moment, every person that's touched my life, every person that I've been able to touch, it's always because of that yes to really going all in on you with the faith, with just all these things. And I kind of just wanted to bring up some topics here, just some questions that you need to start asking yourself right now. Because if you're feeling stuck and you think that this is just a stream-a-thon, it's absolutely not. This is your wake-up call. This is, if you're feeling stuck or if you're feeling doubt in any type of way, and if you've heard the stories that we've been able to hear, and not just that, like, I'm just a proud leader right now, because the last 2 ladies are part of the leaders, right? The ladies of leadership. You're part of that community. Just the collaboration and the opportunities that have came, like, I'm just proud just seeing all these people on here, just really soaking it all in. I'm really hoping that they go and watch the replay over and over again as a reminder until we hit our 5-year. And I'm all in for that in person, Alana, let me tell you. But just ask yourself the question, what could happen if you just said yes to what could be? Yes to a dream, yes to your voice, yes to becoming her or him, because we had some kings on here as well. The woman you've glimpsed in your visions, but don't fully believe you can. Why is the belief not there? What can we do to alter those thoughts that we give ourselves? What is blocking you right now? Common struggles that we all go through, and it's been talked about all weekend, it's that comparing journey. Don't compare yourself. You are you. You are absolutely fabulous in how he created you. You're probably feeling too old or thinking it's too late, or you are too broken. You are never broken. No one can break you. The only one that can break you is you. So start diving into not doubting your worth, because again, we're all here for a reason. Questions that should be asked always: what lie have I been believing about what's possible for me? When Bomb Global started, it was started because of rejection. Because in 2021, I bring building a leadership mindset to an organization that, because of my lifestyle, I could not lead as the leader. How heartbreaking is that? That could have totally destroyed my thought. I could have gave up. I could have threw in the towel. But imagine the 100+ women that I have been able to touch and been able to move them. And they remind me every day when I sometimes feel like, am I doing enough? What more can I do? But when you give your all, your heart, your soul, the possibilities are endless, 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 endless. And I'm going to just leave you with this. And then, Elena, we can go back and forth until the closing of that. But family, I want to just remind you that you're not here by accident. You're not hearing this by coincidence. The enemy of your future is not failure, it's doubt. And today, doubt loses. Because what Elena put together this weekend and what she has been doing every single year has been that for me. Because when I was in doubt, I just come on here, I listen to other people's stories. I'm like, shit, it's not that bad. We can all get through it. So what I want you to declare today to yourself is I will not let what I've been through define where I'm going. I say yes to the vision inside of me. I say yes to healing. I say yes to becoming her or him. And I say yes to the power of possibility, because this is your Christmas in July, and it's not a date, it's a decision. And today you have just unwrapped, because you've showed up. Even if it was one live that you saw on this 24-hour marathon, you just unwrapped your future. I just want to leave you with that, because it's been amazing.
I love it. Thank you. Like that's awesome. So, it is a journey, and, for people to just have that belief breathed into them, sometimes that's all people need, is just somebody to believe and truly care, just genuinely care, and with everything that you're doing and you're building, I mean, you've just proven that that's what you're pouring into the community. So it's a beautiful thing.
Thank you so much. It's not, when you say yes to you, it becomes a little easier. Like when you can really accept that you have that voice and people need to hear it. I was just here yesterday in the studio, which was not a plan last year. We were blessed with it in December. And it's because of all the hard work that each and every one of our ladies put in. And I had someone that I met at the DMV, because I was in a 6-hour line trying to get my mom's real ID to get her out to Vegas in June. And we were just having general conversation. And so, my mama bomb, she's always like, oh, well, my daughter does this, my daughter does that. So she's like my walking billboard. And I'm like, I don't even expect it. But in general conversation, she was interested. And this lady has been following us. She came to our event and she was just at the studio. We just started game planning about what her future looks like. And it was just that listening part. And let me tell you, that TV was playing Christmas in July, and I was able to share. I think Marilyn was on at the time. Jose came on, Giselle, throughout our conversation. And she just questioned, like, what is that? Mm-hmm. And I'm like, that's my tribe. That is my tribe. And we are spreading love and hope, one person at a time, every single day. And that's all it takes. That's all it takes.
And that is help one person every day, HOPE. And, that's all that we can, we've heard that theme as far as being that ripple. And if we can just create that one little moment of impact and have it, ripple out, we don't know how far it's going to reach. We don't know how many lives are actually touched, but it won't happen if we don't do it. We got to start somewhere. Absolutely. So what's next for you? You got what do you got going on in your plate next?
Oh my goodness. Well, we have so much. Our next thing is we're hitting Las Vegas October 3rd through the 5th for our second stop on this 50-state tour. We're looking for speakers, sponsors, just people that are ready to make an impact. We are gearing up for our She Leads retreat in August of 2026. where 30 women are going to come in an immersive experience and really leave leading every area of their life. We have our Me versus Me. We're celebrating 3 years of Ladies of Leadership in November, just so much. And it's really just making sure that all of our ladies are taken care of and that they know that whatever they're building right now, that's the legacy they're going to leave for their future. And I'm just walking them on that journey to really see more than what they can see within themselves and just bringing that out and making it happen, because what we believe in is just make it count. You are a recipient of that because you make every moment count, and we acknowledge and recognize all our women that are just doing amazing, fabulous things in this world. And there's so much more to come. So just keep tuning in, keep plugging in, find your tribe or create your table.
There you go. Congratulations. Exciting stuff. It's just pretty cool, you know? It's just pretty cool to see others win and build their dream. I'm all about like building the dream. So congratulations and thank you so much for coming in and starting this day and just making this fourth annual Stream-a-thon just a heartfelt success. I'm overflowing with gratitude. So I love you.
I just want to thank you. I love you, but I just want to thank you, Elena, for making some of my dreams come true, because I need people to know that when you connect and what the possibilities are, BALM stands for Building a Leadership Mindset, but it's also a lip balm. And we're also daring to lead. So these are some products that you believed in, you created, the mission. It's more than a lipstick, it's more than a balm. What Elena brings to the table is hope, is possibilities. So keep rocking it, girl. I can't wait for She Leads Loud to just share. That's also on Prospera TV. That will be coming out in August, doing the recordings, ready for that. And that's the last of, well, it's not the last. It's just the beginning of what God is just putting into all our souls.
Yeah, we need to get your show on. Yep, next month, guys. Next month we'll have another show premiering and debuting on Prosperity TV Network. It's like we just rock and roll, girl. Like let's do our thing. So much love to you, and thanks for being a part of this. You've been there for the past several years, and it's just not complete if you're not.
Yes. And I came in at the last minute. I was like, oh, I knew I was missing something. But thank you again for the reminder and giving us all this platform to just share the hope, share the love, share just our hearts. So I love you, girl. Keep rocking it.
Thank you. Okay. Oh my goodness. I'm like, all the love. So we are going to bring up our next guest, who is a bronze sponsor of the 4th annual Christmas of July, and Miss Roxy B. Rocker, who is also a show host on Prospera TV Network now. Her show, What's Possible with Roxy, Embrace What's Possible with Roxy. Like, hello, beautiful.
Good morning. I cannot believe you're still up and vibrant, but that is you, Elena.
Good morning. Yes, it is. I'm still
morning.
Yeah. So this. You've got 30 minutes. You've got a full half hour as a sponsor to just really talk about whatever you want. If you want full stage, if you want to have conversation.
No, let's be interactive.
Let's
please.
be interactive.
Yeah.
Very good.
Because we need people. We need each other. Building community. Let's be interactive.
So let me say this first. All right. As this has been for everybody to pour in their little bit of hope and inspiration into the world. But I first want to start by saying congratulations to you. You took advantage of this opportunity. You didn't second guess it. You're already in motion. Like you are embracing what's possible. So you are a pure example of what you stand for. And I'm honored. I'm celebrating you. So thank you.
So, gosh, Alina, everything has just kind of like went full speed within like the last couple of months, even the last few weeks, just full speed. I cannot even believe that I'm working on a course. I've got a new show, second episode next Saturday. And it is called Embracing What's Possible. And the reason for that, and I love that the lovely lady who was before me was talking about possibilities and the what's possible. And I was like, what a lead in, validation. And the whole thing is I've been a whole life of born with disabilities, bullied as a person with a disability. So, I don't represent the disability community, but I have a heart of wanting the disability to want more. I'm invisible. I know that I have them and I speak about them that I have them. And I was a job developer a long time ago. Like in my original career, I was helping people about their possibilities, about their passions, about their challenges. And so I wanted their more and would help and support them through their more and try to help overcome those obstacles. But let me tell you, I had a lot of them too. Bosses used to scream at me, yell at me, make fun of me, tell me I was unworthy. I
Wow.
moved to Boston and I worked for an agency that was all about inclusion. Guess who wasn't included?
Wow.
I moved here for that agency. They even helped me move.
Really?
And it failed miserably. Everything I tried, everything I wanted to do. No, 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 that's not the right way. Well, show me the right way. Well, we are. Well, it's not working. It stressed me out so badly that I was falling down in the streets of Boston.
Oh my goodness.
Would not want to be on the train, so I would drive in the streets of Boston to work so no one would see me cry.
Wow.
No one would see me cry because
Wow.
I would hurt myself driving to Boston in fear instead of taking the train, which I could have taken.
Now, how long
Because
ago was that? How many years
that
ago
was
was
in
that?
20. I made myself stay at that job because I was determined to prove myself from 2011 to 13.
Okay.
And I even got fighting and I called on the union because I was like, this is unfair. I'm like, I can't say the name, but you're the Institute for Inclusion in Boston and you're blah, 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 not
Wow.
including me. And
Wow.
real inclusion is, you've got a place at the table. You're doing real inclusion. I have a place at the table. I get to speak. I get to have my own show, and that's real inclusion is that I'm not isolated because I have a disability and you're not just saying, oh, Roxy, just show up as a host. Just be a host. Just facilitate the call. No, Roxy, you want your own show? You can have it. That's inclusion, right?
That's
You
because
want your own show?
I believe in dreams.
Right? Go do your show. So, but I kept on asking him, like, well, can't we create something like where they interview me and ask me questions? That could be very innovative. Oh, no, no. Oh. And I had a lot of knowledge and a lot of talent, but never utilized. And jobs were sometimes, except for my amazing job where we were very innovative and it was government. Like, who would have heard that there was an innovative government job? But I had one, and it was called Disability Program Navigator. And we got to do all the things we wanted to do, but we had to report it back to the government. That was the only rule. But you could do whatever you want.
But you got to report it.
You got to report what you did to the government. And that was the cool job. And I got to do everything in the whole disability arena. I worked with children in the schools. I worked with people who had mental illness. I worked with people who were in the deaf and hard of hearing community. Blindness. Every aspect of the disability world was kind of touched upon in this. And some people were successful in getting work and some people weren't. But
Justin's up there saying, Roxy. I just so then I'm curious. So then if you did all of that, when did your massage come into place? Or when did that work
let's
come
talk
in?
about that.
Yeah.
How did that lead? So When that job ended and the grant was drying up, the union and I fought to get me out early release. And then for about a year, we were trying to look at what Roxy could do with her life again, and nothing was working. Every job fell apart. I got 3 offers. 3. Somebody got into a car accident, became brain injured. The 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 job now was going to undergo changes, and that job wasn't going to start anymore. And I don't know whatever happened to the other one, but I had like 3 job offers, and they were all really good paying jobs, and all of them fell apart. So like, I'm now, what am I gonna do? I have no idea. I can't. I thought about starting something of my own in the disability world. Scared as a rabbit, little rabbit hiding in the corner. I didn't have no breakthrough, and then I was meditating, and all of a sudden I heard massage therapy. I'm like, what? I've never had a massage in my life. I'm like, this is what you get on your vacation, and they just kind of put some lotion on you and like smelling things. Like, I don't know if I want to do that for a living. Weird. And so I kept on hearing massage therapy. So I called 2 schools. One school, and I had mass rehabilitation, where mass rehabilitation has been a part of my life since I was 16. And they helped me drive, they helped me go to college, all these things. So I was in mass rehabilitation, and I'm like, well, what if I gotta go to massage school? And what kind of, y'all getting to know me, I'm a little bold. So I go, okay, I want to come in and tell y'all why this is going to work. And I did a presentation for them why this was going to work and why they should pay for me to go to massage school. Well,
and did they?
Yes. And guess what? I just had a party on Friday celebrating my 10 years licensure. And for a person with a disability who's been bullied, beat up, yelled at at his work, and I have 10 years of this license, hand, heart, and soul, to be able to put my heart into human beings' lives. There was a client, she was never in this much pain, and then she was like, oh, it's my lumbar, it's my this, it's my that. I'm like, we got to calm down your nervous system, honey. I'm like, we're going to go calm down your nerve. Well, it's that. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? We're going to calm down. Guess who walked? She hobbled in, had to lower the table for her. And guess who walked out comfortably yesterday? Because I brought her back in. And that's what you do for good customer service. You put your heart into soul in people. And so massage license happened. I hated Swedish. That's funny. Like, no, putting the salt scrubs and, oh God, leave that to the spa girls. I am no spa girl. I like deep tissue and sports for a while. Justin would have probably liked that. And I could probably still do a really good job at it, but I'm more into like lymphatic drainage, neurolymphatic drainage, and cranial sacral, and all these orthopedic, therapeutic kind of manipulation work where I'm really being able to feel and make systematic change on people's bodies.
Wow.
Lymphatic is like my favorite. We could have a whole episode on lymphatic drainage, on how much I love that and how important it is for the body. But that's not what we're here to talk about today. But the massage license happened 10 years ago. Yeah.
Congratulations. So we're here to talk about pouring hope into people and taking action on the hard things. And so what you got?
Okay, pouring hope. Look, many of us have been through hell. And if you've got a disability story, you've probably been through hell and back, sisters and brothers. And I am here to tell you, come on, we got this. And to my beautiful person who I know is a little upset with me, that is my employee, you know what? You got this. We might have differences of opinions and different ideas, but you got this, sister. And I know you may or may not watch this, but you have this. And just because we are labeled doesn't mean we're not enough. We are everything. And we have personalities. We have even the ones that are nonverbal. We have personalities. And people with disabilities are people in the world. We're humans. And so put us in society. Include us, because guess what? If you do include us, you're going to be so amazed at all of the things and all of the gifts and everything that we as that society that can be put onto the sideline or in the corner or hiding away, and you never will know the possibilities of their gifts. So my job and my role that I want to do in this beautiful world is to uplift that and say, hey, you've got a guide, you've got a mentor, you've got a friend, you've struggled enough, you've had hurt enough, you've been challenged enough, you've been hurt enough. But you know what? I so the hell have I. And can, and through the faith and the word of my divinity, I know that I've gotten through all of it. And now, I mean, 18 people came to my party. 18 people came to my party. We had a beautiful party celebrating the fact of 10 years.
That is a milestone to be celebrated. Congratulations.
Exactly.
Yes.
With a show on the heels, and I mean, that's gonna grow. You're doing something so amazing, and just watching you and knowing to be in your tribe, this is gonna grow. And every single one of us show hosts are going to be able to take flight with that and do things that no one knew what possibilities were. And so, and my whole thing about embracing what's possible is it's asking you a question, my beautiful peeps. It's asking you a question. And you know what that question is? Are you curious enough to know what's possible for you? Are you curious enough to join arms with a community, a bunch of people, even one or two people, and ask what's possible for them? What's possible for us? Because when you struggle so much and you have so many challenges and you don't believe in it, at least you could believe in a possibility. Even if it's not getting up out of bed in the morning and getting dressed, or stepping out of the house and going to the grocery store. I just told somebody online this morning, go and call your friend. They might be so happy that you called, and you might make their day. You're angry that you haven't heard from them. But what if you don't know what they're going through? And my heart is hurting for the mental illness of what's happening with those families that got caught, because everybody's making fun of it and making memes. But my heart is hurting because now somebody might have some mental health issues because of this. And it's public now. And that makes my heart sad, because they don't know about what's possible for them right now. They're lost, they're confused. So instead of us mocking them with memes, maybe we should be lifting them up and sending love and light out to the world, because there's more important things than a lot of people got hurt there. A lot of people.
And really, we need to just send love and light. Just
yes!
if we all just stood in our own love and light and just shared it.
Yes!
Like imagine. So if this can be that little glimpse to just try to touch the world in 24 hours, but and pour nothing but goodness out there, man, because that's what we need right now.
Let's do it now. Sparkle it up.
All the magic. I love it.
All the sparkle, woo, woo, woo. Hey, I don't care what belief system you have. It doesn't matter, because you know what? Even when Jesus was trying to break some bread, he was sparkling. He was sending out love and light, breaking that bread, pouring that wine, and saying his message. He was pouring love and light. It doesn't matter what your faith is.
No.
It doesn't. But, can we just take that couple of minutes and pour that light out? Because you know what? The world needs it. It's a suffering, hard place.
Yes. And really, it just boils down to just love. Just love one another.
Love one another. It's so simple, and we make it so complicated. Why do we have to judge you? Why do we have to do that? Why do you misunderstand that we're judging you when maybe we're not even judging you? Communication with everybody would make a little bit more simplicity in the world too.
Yes.
Love, light, love one another, and be simplistic.
Yes, yes. We got Martha on here. It says, Roxy, freaking love your sparkle and heart. Thank you for sharing today. Marilyn says,
No, you
love it.
guys are the cutest. I missed some, but the ones that I did was just magical powers. It was just magical powers. I can't wait to go back and watch this. And you know what, Elena, I have to say the brilliance of you and the brilliance that you are was, and just business world or non-business world. The fact that we're doing this now on the Prospera Network, as the Prospera Network is in growth, it's another way to elevate. It's another way to bring that light out of the whole reason why we're trying to shine the light on prosperity, and we're trying to shine the light on helping others and being that beacon of sparkle to everyone.
Yes.
And everyone has some kind of sparkle, even if
Everyone.
it's a different.
Everyone.
It's that light. It's that inner guidance that we all have. And it's there'll be sometime in your beautiful life that'll wake up. And I hope that I'm a witness to it when it does, because I want to, yay for you. As the fairy godmother, I won that award in it's the spring of this year with a huge business group. They awarded me that. They all voted for me. Hundreds and thousands of women voted for me as the fairy godmother because I want to lift you up.
Yes. Yes. And you are a hug, like,
oh, I'm a big, yeah,
personified. Like, I just think of a hug and it's like Roxy.
yeah. Well, and it's true. And I called it a hug knows no disability. Because when we hug one another, you don't know you're in a wheelchair. We don't know that you're nonverbal. We don't know. It's a hug. A hug knows no disability. And that's society that I want.
Yes.
That we don't understand that disability. Now, do I believe that that's going to actually happen in my lifetime? Probably not. Because, be honest, the world is not the world that I want to love in, but I'm going to love it in it anyway because it's challenging out there. And we know that there's a lot of hurt and hate and anger and suffering. But boy, can we just be that hope?
Yes.
That different idea, because trust me, I could tell you stories about bags in my belly and surgeries and car accidents and face bruising and head bruising and all different kinds of things, that it has been a really long, hard journey. And now you get to see the sun that's out and the sparkling light that's out, because that hard journey feels like it shifted into something new that I'm still like going, what in the world is going on here? Because
and that's why you speak, like, we speak that same language. Like, let's just do it. Let's just try it and
why
see what
not?
happens.
Throw it on the wall. I don't know.
Because it's beautiful. I mean,
Right.
think about how many people sit back and don't take action or don't take the chance because they're worried about all that other stuff, where you might not even get to that stuff. Do the thing first and just enjoy the process. Like, man,
I'm
so proud.
laughing because the other day I saw that I was going to do some matchmaking thing, and I was going to try to like bring people together and have their joy. I have the minister's license and all of that. That would be fun, but maybe we'll do live weddings on Embracing What's Possible with my minister's license.
Hey, I have a minister's license too. I can
See,
marry
we'll
you.
do live weddings, Elena. But I was laughing because that matchmaker thing never happened. I had a whole other idea that I was going to make this collaborative council around disability and non-disability, and I was like, okay.
Well,
yeah,
now I know. See, now you're telling me, and I'll be like, Roxy, I'm reeling you in, girl.
Yeah,
I'm
please. You
reeling
have
you
to. I told my marketing manager, Liz, that she has to reel me in because I have too much right now. I have a show, and something big is coming in a few weeks. So, what I really want to say to all of you beautiful people is, you know what? Digestible bites, little tiny bit at a time. If it feels like it's going to fail, it may. Cry a little bit, smile at it, tell it you love it, give it some good life. And you know what? If it's such a passion for you and such a feeling of joy for you, go after it and make it your own. Don't be afraid of what they're going to say. Who the heck knows what they're going to say? They might say, we love you. They might say, you're really weird. They might even be cruel. But you know what? If you have people, they're not going to say that. They're going to say, you're amazing, you're beautiful, you're wonderful. And they're going to hold your hand and they're going to lift you up and they're going to tell you to keep going. And so that's what I'm telling you to do right now. Yeah, amen, right? And keep going. Do the thing you're afraid of. Do the thing that you've been hiding in the closet and be like, oh, yeah, I really want to make that gardening club because, man, do I love flowers during the summer. And I want to plant with some other humans. And, oh, man, what if we all got to go and have brunch or coffee and said, let's go plant? And then we could have coffee together afterwards. You know, oh, I love to dance. Okay, go find that dance studio. You'll go find meet some people. You can go dance. Movies are my favorite thing. Like, go make a movie club and go have dinner. Then at least you're gonna go hang out with some people. It might not be a business. It don't have to be. Some of us are the craziest, ambitious people in the world, and we just never want to stop. You got two of us right here. That we're just crazy ambitious and we're just gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna go and make that and I'm gonna make that and I'm gonna try that. But you don't have to be us. You just have to be you. And in your you, be curious about what's that possibility is and be intrigued by it so much that it lights your fire. And what is wrong with that? You know, when those muscles like unwind for me and all of a sudden like something is like soft tissue and I'm like, I like literally go, oh my God, on my clients. And like, I don't care, but they love me for that because I'm like, oh, and then I'm like, are you doing okay? And they're like, yeah, but it still hurts. I'm like, all right, well, we'll get to that one. But I'm like, but does that one feel better? Yeah. I don't want to know what you do. You got magical hands, you know? So, but that's the what's possible, right? That something could, you know, she hobbled in yesterday and then she walked out.
That's
right?
beautiful. That's
Right?
such
Like,
a gift. Yes.
yes. And so, and you know, I never know what I'm going to do, but it's a toolbox. You know, it's like the guy asked me about Swedish. I go, well, I don't really love it, but you know, we could do something relaxing. You know, what's possible? I have these new magnets that I don't really know how to study, but it's this that I haven't really studied enough, but I explore and experiment. And I think that that's what's the fun about all of this is, right? You're making a cake.
Yeah.
The recipe got ripped. So now you can't know what that ingredients is. But maybe in your heart, you know that grandmama used to put in this very special spice in this carrot cake. And I'm going to mix all these ingredients in. And then you start smelling it in the oven. Ooh, my house smells like grandma's house. What did I do? Then it's pulled out and it's warming on the oven. And all of a sudden, you made a cake. That's your what's possible.
That's your what's possible, girl. I love you.
I love
you
you.
so much. I got like I don't even know what time it is. It's great. So it's like 9 o'clock.
8:57.
I got 1 hour left, and you just like boom. I needed Roxy. So thank you.
Hug.
I love you. I am so excited for what's ahead for you. And not even what's ahead. I'm just so excited for what you are doing, who you are, where you're at, and just all of it. You bring joy to all those that come into contact with you, and I'm grateful for you.
I'm really grateful for you. I've known you for almost 4 years now, and I'm so blessed because I feel like now we're really starting to form that bond and that friendship, and it's going beyond just knowing you and admiring you and respecting you. Now I feel like we're really starting to have that bond and getting to know each other deeper, and I love that about it. And I just want to say also to the community that watch. If you didn't get to see
everything, just watch. 3, 1, 5 people might pour into your heart and ignite you to do something different tomorrow. The speakers that were here are all amazing beings. We all started at rock bottom or weird places, struggling places, painful places. And just because you're seeing the happiness and the la la la's right now and the joy right now doesn't mean that's where we were. And even in the beginning stages of our business, and I have 2 businesses. And so, but again, turn this on and find somebody that's going to be wonderful, because maybe that first person that you turn on is going to be the wonderful. The second person is going to even be more wonderful. The third person is going to ignite it. But you're going to get something from every single one of the people that you do tune into. And you don't have to watch all 50. If you can, fabulous. But, even if you watch 2 or 3, you're going to get something really valuable. And Elena, God bless us and God bless you, because what you're doing here is, now I have 70 ideas spinning in my head of like, oh, well, what kind of, a thon can I do? Or what kind of, what kind of summer am I going to do? And now I have people I can call upon and say, Elena, I want your support on this, and share with me, fill me up and tell me, that I can be brave and do that.
Absolutely.
Because we need each other. We can't do this alone. So hold each other's hand and ask the questions, because they're your what's possible.
That's beautiful right there.
They're your
That
what's
is
possible.
beautiful. Love you.
I love
girl.
you.
Thank you so much for spending your time with me this morning and being
Oh my
part
God,
of
yes.
this Stream-a-thon. I'll talk to you soon, girl. I love
Talk to
you.
you soon.
Thank
Love
you.
you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Oh my goodness. Are you guys all feeling it? So guys, we are rocking and rolling. We actually have 3 guests left. Mr. Josh Aronovich is coming up next, and we are down to, let's move. Hello. We got 15 minutes, man. 15 minutes, man. Pour it into us. How are you doing?
Good morning. Good morning. It is so wonderful to see you and to share this space with you.
Oh my God, you look amazing.
are
You look
a
amazing.
warrior for light, and I'm just so honored to be your friend, and I freaking love you. And I am so inspired, not just by this incredible 24 hours, but by the way you show up every day, leading with love, fighting for what's right, and showing up for your people with unconditional love. And it's such a beautiful thing, and it feels rare, but it's not as rare as we think. We just need to learn where to look for it and to seek out the people that resonate with our frequency.
Wow. So number one, big hugs to you. And I do have to say, you look fantastic.
Thank you.
You look amazing. We have found that the overall theme that has surfaced throughout the Stream-a-thon is take action.
Mm-hmm.
Take action. So what can you tell to that person that needs that little bit of hope, that's sitting on the sidelines and doesn't know? Like, talk to that person.
I'm gonna say that I'm gonna push back on that just slightly, because taking action doesn't start with taking action. Taking action doesn't start with doing. Taking action starts with being. And one of the things that I've learned on my crazy yoga journey over the past year and a half, I actually got certified as a yoga teacher in Sri Lanka back in April, which was amazing. But there's this sacred dance between ease and effort. And some of us are too much in ease, are taking it easy on ourselves, or as Justin would say, need to tighten up. But I think most of us, honestly, in this group of people that are drawn to this message, into this space, I think are too much in the effort. They are doing, but they're doing the wrong things. They're doing things that feel like work, but don't actually move the needle towards making a better world, towards giving them more joy. So really, my advice would be, before you do, focus on who you're being, who you're becoming. What if joy was your purpose? What if you got to cultivate joy, peace, love by becoming those things, by making them a part of your core, a part of your soul, a part of your identity, and then the doing flows effortlessly. If you build a business to make money, it's not going to make money. If you build a business to change lives, it's going to make money as a side effect because you're doing the work, you're doing the play that is your reason for being here on this earth. The more we're aligned with our purpose, the more we're in touch with our soul, the more we take time for silence and stillness, the more aligned and effective the doing is. It's not about doing more. It's doing more in a way that resonates with who you truly are at your deepest core. Does that make sense?
It does. And it's beautiful, actually. It's that pause that we all need to be reminded that it's all right here.
Yes.
You know?
And it's just breath. Breath is foundational. Breath is life. Breath is soul. In Hebrew, the word for breath, nefesh, is the same as the word for soul. It comes from the same root. So when we breathe in that life-giving energy, we're breathing in the same air that all of the other people that we love on this planet breathe. Breath is something that connects us, that weaves us together. And as Roxy said, you can't do it alone. Maybe you can, but why would you want to? And we can do so much more together. We are so much stronger than the sum of our parts. And when we unite in purpose, when we unite in faith, when we unite in joy, that's literally when we change the world. And I think if anything is my message today is that we're all, me included, we're all thinking too small. We are all capable of so much more than we can even imagine. So when you set goals for yourself, set this or something even greater, this or something even bigger, and really think about not just what I want to do for me, though you do have to fill your own cup first, but think about what is the change in the world that I am here to usher in? How can I continue the work of creation? How can I be a vehicle for what we as humanity are growing into? And by asking ourselves those questions, asking ourselves, how do we want to be remembered 100, 200, 500, 1,000 years from now? It changes the stakes and it lets us focus on what actually matters. Because most of what we pour way too much energy and worry and perseveration into is stuff that won't even matter to us tomorrow, let alone a week, a year, or a decade from now.
And you're so right.
I mean, stress is optional. We decide to stress over things that really are completely insignificant. So by really refocusing our gaze, our drishti, as they would say in yoga circles, on what actually matters to us, to the planet, to the universe, that brings us such greater peace because we realize both how little others can affect and change us at that level, but also how much power we have to shift that needle just a little bit toward a better world.
Wow. And you nailed it. How much power we actually have. I mean, and we do. And I think if we all sit in our own power, we would never doubt that we could at least take the step, do the thing when we get into our true potential.
It's about leaning into trust, deep trust of ourselves and of God, the universe, however you want to refer to that something more and bigger than ourselves. And I love the concept of pronoia. It's like the opposite of paranoia. It's this belief that the universe is secretly conspiring in our favor. And I find that is so true. And the more we believe it, the more it becomes true. A few folks this morning have talked about surrender. And I struggled with the idea of surrender for a long time because I didn't actually understand it. But surrender doesn't mean giving up or giving in. It doesn't mean being passive. It just means swimming with the currents instead of against them. And we get so much further that way. So I'm still swimming. I'm still setting my course. I'm just being awake and aware to how and why and where the universe, the divine, is supporting me in that journey. And swimming with those currents or tacking my sails to those winds so I can get further, faster, and in more integrity.
That's beautiful. Like just that visual of the surrender of swimming with current. Yeah. Wow.
Because when we stop swimming, then we just get tossed in the current. And then we have no volition, we have no agency. And that's not where we're supposed to be either.
No.
But if we thrash against the current and we insist that we have to go that way now, I like to say the goal, the dream is non-negotiable, but the timeline belongs to God. And when we realize that, why are we in such a hurry? Sometimes we need to slow down in order to speed up. Sometimes we need not to plan, not to overthink, but to make sure we come into proper alignment, to take the time to really think and feel about, what do we actually want? What is the world I'm trying to create for myself, for the people I love? What exactly is it I'm trying to feel, trying to build? And that's when we get out of our head, into our hearts, into our souls, and really quest and explore with this playful curiosity, with this not putting pressure on ourselves, shifting from have to get to, and really treating more of life like play. I think that children have such a deep wisdom that we forget sometimes as we get older. The play, the awe, the wonder, and these are so much of what gives spice and joy to life. And it's fun when you do it right. And part of my message too is that so many of those who have spoken have experienced deep pain that they've turned into power, trauma that they've transformed into triumph. But you don't need to hit rock bottom in order to shift your trajectory and excel. You can go from good to great. And I think there are many within the sound of my voice who feel like things are really good, but they still haven't even come close to peaking yet. That they're still just at the beginning of the story. And you don't have to go backwards. You don't have to hit a place of pain and discomfort in order to grow. Sometimes it's as simple as a choice. And it's a choice to say that growth is one of my core values. That I can be happy and still not be content and complacent. That I can go from joy to greater joy. Because we are all perfectly imperfect, but we are all perfect in this moment. Here we are, right here, right now, is exactly who and where we were created to be. And that is true for the next moment, and the next moment, and the next moment. Because ultimately, the current moment is all we have. So by fully inhabiting that moment, being mindful, being present, being so awake that we savor every aspect of this current experience, enables us to grow into the next one. And making growth, making joy our purpose, means we keep moving forward. But we do it in a way that fills our cup instead of depleting it.
Josh, I love you.
Love you too.
Every time it's just like wisdom bomb dropped. Like I can sit and just listen to you, and it's like, so
yeah. After listening to you and to John this morning, maybe I should start a podcast.
there you go. Yeah, I saw your comment. They were coming through so fast, but yeah, I think you definitely should get a hold of him or a TV show. So we could talk about that too. But we'll be streaming. We stream in 17 countries. So just letting you know. But so I just have to ask, where are you traveling off to next? Because your adventures are beautiful.
Next trip is going to Belgium. My dear friend Anne Schreppers is one of the hosts of the Lionsgate Festival, which is in Belgium, August 1st to 3rd. And it's a mix of yoga, meditation, sound healing, tantra, all sorts of different things to explore and people to learn from. And then I'm not sure exactly what's next after that. There's the Unleash cruise in October, which the destination is still a bit unclear. And then in November, I'm actually doing 2 retreats in Morocco, one that I'm hosting and one that I am attending. And so excited about that. My friend Jessica Kazaski and I, we hosted our very first retreat last week in Ocean City, New Jersey, and it was spectacular. People came out of it with such deep clarity of their next steps, with a deeper sense of trust in who they are. We called it the Return to You retreat. And it was really just a portal for growth and self-love and acceptance. We did meditations on the beach. We did yoga. We did exercises. We talked about a great exercise that everyone should try with a friend or loved one, or even just in a journal, is to ask yourself, who am I? Not what do I do? Not what roles do I inhabit, but who am I? Who is the me that has been at the core of all of those experiences? It's harder than it sounds to define who you are without reference to other people or to roles or things that are expected of you or shoulds, but it's empowering. And then after you've done that, ask yourself, who am I not? And That can be things you've never been, things that you just don't identify or resonate with, things that just are not for you. But it also can be aspirational. It can be things that you've been but are deciding no longer to be.
That's a big one. Those are two like just great questions to sit in on a regular basis and do a check-in, just do a check-in on self right there. Wow. Good
And
stuff.
people fetishize consistency. I hear a lot in this space. Oh, you got to be consistent. You got morning ritual, same thing, same time, every day. And I think people tend to misunderstand consistency. Consistency doesn't mean doing the same thing all the time, because that works for some people, but not for others. Some people rebel against rigidity and don't feel safe when they're doing the same thing. They feel stifled. They feel constrained. So when I think about consistency, I think about consistently showing up in full integrity, consistency in showing up in unconditional love. Consistency is not about what you're doing, it's about who you're being. And when you're being in alignment with your true nature, then the doing flows effortlessly and joyfully.
Oh, that's a boom. Big hug to you, man. Like that's like we're gonna clip this out and like play it again and again and again. But I just want to thank you so much for taking us on your walk with you this morning, but being here and really just pouring into us and sharing that. You just made the world a better place, my friend.
It is always a joy and honor to share time and space with you, my friend. Love you and so proud of you.
I love you too. And I'm proud of you too. And I stalk your page for your adventures. Travel safe. I love you.
Love you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Oh my goodness. Josh is just always amazing. Guys, we are moving right along. We've got 2 guests left. And so my next guest, who is known as Coffee Cup Chuck Doyle, let me add him to the stage. Mister, how are you doing?
What's good? What's good, sis? How you been?
It's been a minute, but I'm doing wonderful.
I see that.
Why don't you tell everybody where you're joining us from?
I'm coming from Overland Park, Kansas.
Nice. And this is your first Stream-a-thon, Christmas in July. So you're probably like, what the heck? Like, what are we even doing here? But you're coming in at the final stretch.
Well, we just had a Christmas in July.
Nice.
For real.
Yeah.
When I say that, my son-in-law, my stepson, his last name is Christmas, and he just had a baby girl on the 4th of July.
Oh my goodness. That's like textbook classic right there.
I know,
congratulations.
Right? Thank you.
Congratulations. So I have had the honor of hearing you speak at different times. So with this, we got 15 minutes. So with this being your first, you get an option. Like I can give you full screen and I've heard you pour into people and just give you your stage time, or we can just like sit and have a conversation. But what would you like?
We can have a little short conversation. I know you guys have been talking about bringing hope back into the world and stuff like that. So I do have a little example between this little presentation I do want to present. But I think that with you sitting side by side with me, it's just going to push more power to the world. So don't take yourself away from this awesome activity that you got going on this weekend. Powerful 24 hours. It's been amazing.
Yes. Thank you.
You're doing your thing, sis.
Thank you so much. And I know that I think the first time I heard you speak, and I think it was you had that monkey hat on.
Yes.
What was the story behind that?
And that's what I wanted to touch on, because I've been following a couple of people. I haven't been able to see everything. Yesterday was a real busy day for me, but I was able to drop in and I see where the power is, and I don't want to lean away from that power because, like I said, you guys are changing people's lives right now. And I did want to bring that story up because at that moment, I felt I really made a big difference in somebody else's life. And in the process of doing that, it created this Coffee Cup Chuck image. And, he's been helping do the same ever since. And I just want to say that it's very important to use your voice, your platforms, to not do bad for people, but do good for people. And like like you were saying earlier about the sock monkey hat, I still have that sock monkey hat, and I should have put it on this morning, but I got it tucked away and stored because, of course, it's very sentimental to me. But just the cap on what you were saying about that, it was about in 2017. I was working for the last company I used to work for before I actually started my own business. And I was working in a bucket truck. And that bucket truck, I needed to repair a parking lot, not a parking lot, a pole light that was actually just above a sidewalk that was on a bridge. And this bridge was a two-lane bridge. So I really didn't have a lot of space to park a big giant utility truck and not block off traffic. So I had to jump the curb, and this curb happened to be the sidewalk, the only sidewalk to this bridge.
Wow.
So whatever work I had to do it fast. But it was cold out because living in Kansas City, you get to learn real quick that the weather, it will change on you in a minute. But that particular morning when I was repairing this pole light, the sun was out, it was shining, it was really bright. If you would have looked out your window, you could tell that the sun was out, but you couldn't tell the weather. But it was cold, so I wore this sock monkey hat during the winter to kind of like bring smiles to people's faces all the time. And I'm working, and I pop the curb this day, and I get up in the truck, and I'm boom up, and I'm up working on this light, and I see a Caucasian man walking across the bridge. He's coming. I see him coming from a distance. He hadn't hit the bridge yet, but it made me want to, speed up my pace because I knew this truck was in his way. So I'm working. This guy gets about halfway over the bridge and he stops. And he never really looks at me at first. He just stopped and he turned out and looked over the bridge out at the water. And he was standing there, and I'm just frantically, like literally trying my best to hurry up and get this repair done before, just because I was in this guy's way. But the faster I tried to get done, the more slips I made. You got gloves on because it's cold, and you got little screws you're trying to screw in place. And so I knew it was going to take me a lot longer than what I wanted it to take. So I had to say something to this guy. This guy's waiting patiently, and I normally don't really speak to a lot of people when I'm out there working. But this day, something told me to say something to the guy. And I just remember saying, you remember I had the sock monkey hat on. But I just remember telling him, hey, man, I'll be down in a minute. I'm sorry it's taking me for so long. I'm sorry for being in your way. I got to fix this light up here, as you can see. But, hey, it's cold out, but the sun is at least shining. And I remember telling him that it was a beautiful time to be alive. And when I said it, when I was speaking to him originally, the guy never turned around and looked at me. I was just basically speaking to myself. But when I said that last phrase, he turned around and he looked up at me. And he had this crazy look in his face that didn't look pleasant at all. And I remember him turning around and him just walking back the same way that he had came. And, I didn't think nothing of it. I fixed the light and boomed down and picked my cones up, and I went about my day. Well, a year later, I'm in a Quick Trip gas station just around the corner from where I lived. And I got my bucket truck parked out at the pump, the diesel pump, and I'm pumping my gas. And I go in the store to pay, and I grab a couple of snacks. And I remember standing in the line with that sock monkey hat on because, again, it's cold out. And I remember looking across the counter at somebody just staring at me. And the guy was staring at me so much that I figured, hey, man, I know this guy from somewhere. And with me working in a bucket truck and it being a commercial job and me having a big relationship with a lot of facility directors and facility managers at these compounds that I did a lot of work for, I just figured it was somebody I knew at work. I had my harness on. And so I just figured, hey, it's somebody I know at work. Well, this guy got his order taken before mine, and he started walking around the counter. He was coming towards me, sis. And At that moment, I just knew, oh, okay, I'm trying to figure out which property manager this guy is because he's coming my way. He's coming to say something. And he did. He came up to me and he said, hey, don't you work in a bucket truck? And I told him, yeah, and I'm waiting on him to say what company he works for just to give me a reminder who he was. And he's like, can I hug you? And his face dropped when he said that.
Wow.
And for a minute, I'm like, hey, what the heck? I'm like, that's cool. And he hugs me, sis, and it's like, it wasn't a hug. This was like more of an embrace. So strong that the man could have probably carried me out of the store.
Wow.
I remember him whispering in my ear. He said, thank you for saving my life.
Wow.
And I didn't understand what he was saying at first until he stepped back and I seen him again. And he told me, you were working on a bridge one day. And I came across the bridge. And then when he said that, my body just shot with chills everywhere because it all came into one puzzle. The puzzle came to one piece. And I realized that this man that day, a year prior, that was standing on that bridge, he wasn't coming to walk and cross my path. He came across my path, but he was coming to kill himself. He was coming to jump off that bridge.
Wow.
And because of the words that I said, because of me taking the time to speak to somebody and not to cut them down, not to hinder them, but to help them, I saved somebody's life.
Wow.
And it dawned on me that moment, that the words that you say can really affect people. Yeah. And that's what kind of started the whole coffee cup Chuck thing, because I guess it's like a drug. When you take a drug and that drug becomes an addiction to you, what you're basically doing is you're chasing that same feeling that you got before. And I wanted that again. And I just started writing messages. I would get up 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning every morning and didn't know why I was up so early. So I got to asking God, what do I do here? You got me up early in the morning and every morning I don't want to wake wifey up. So I got to do something and it's got to be quiet. And he said, right. I put you in a position to help somebody out before. I need to put you in a position to continue to do the same thing. So I started using my platform as power to help give some sort of glory back to the world.
Yes.
And that's what I want to remind people about today, that we all have this salesmanship that's built inside of us to where we can sell ourselves. We can sell anything. So why not sell joy? Why not sell peace? Why not sell positivity? Because there's a lot of things on the internet, which we all go to every single day. All of us, we're on the internet every day. We're online every day. And you see all this negative stuff going on in the world. You see all of this stuff going on. But what are you doing to counter that stuff? All that negative stuff. What are you doing to counter it? You got to use the voice that you've been given, because that voice of yours is so powerful. It is so powerful, sis. You can literally say something that makes somebody kill themselves, or you can say something that saves them.
Wow.
It's just that I really want to end this weekend powerhouse, this 24-hour success run that you got going on in everybody's lives, because I woke up this morning feeling positive. I woke up and said, I get to speak today. I get to help change somebody's life. Let's do it. And I've been sitting here just waiting on that opportunity, and I thank you for giving it to me.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. Like that's, you just never know.
You never know.
Just never know. And you were his earth angel that day. Like, oh my goodness.
And I never seen the guy again, I never seen him. So I hope he's watching me somewhere, and I hope he reaches out one day and says, hey, I remember you, because we are the ones that create the better world, because it's our world we're living in. We are the responsible parties that should be responsible for not making our own lives great, but other people's great. It's just like an apple tree. An apple doesn't eat his own apples. An apple has to give his apple. So I just appreciate you.
Are you coming on here?
That's my brother.
You want to say hey?
My brother.
Bro,
Coffee Cup
you,
Chuck.
man.
Keep doing what you're doing, brother. You
Yeah,
know I
bro.
love you,
Hey,
man.
you know what we have to do? We have to
No,
continue.
we do.
This isn't
And
a
we
thing that
we need to bring
choose.
more in.
Yes, this is
Yeah.
something we have to do now, and I'm so grateful for you guys even giving me the opportunity to continue to stay positive.
Heck
Well,
yeah.
I had the photo for me, man.
You're part of the fam now.
I had to say hi. Tell your wife I love her too. Yeah. Take care.
You know, we'll be down there to see you guys soon.
See you in
man.
September.
I hope so.
Yeah, it's coming.
Yep. So what I want to do is, you know, we all have our the families and the tribes and the communities and stuff, and you know, with me coming and visiting over in the BTBY arena, I want to tell everybody that is tuning in that you got to follow Coffee Cup Chuck. You got to find him. You got to follow him, because every day that's Coffee Cup Chuck. And actually, Javier that we have coming on next, he's all about coffee, so it's like a perfect match. But really, honestly, I just have to say thank you, because when I saw you for the first time, when I came to, I think it was Kansas City or St. Louis, I don't even know
Yeah, it
where.
was St. Louis.
St. Louis, and I heard you, life changing. Like that moment was life changing, but even you sharing is life changing, because it is that reminder that our words are that powerful. So let's speak life and let's speak goodness into people. Let's speak love into people. And so thank you so much for being part of this Christmas in July 24-hour Stream-a-thon. And you just made it a better place. So thank you.
Thank you. And stay positive, people.
We'll see you soon. Thanks.
Bye, sis.
Bye-bye. All righty, guys. That was amazing. And Coffee Cup Chuck, just amazing the first time that I heard him. But are we ready? And as I bring Mr. Javier Santana up to the stage, you don't even know, but you are the finale.
Hey,
You're the wrap it up and like go out with the bang. How are you doing?
Great. Thanks for having me. I like to be the exclamation mark in a sentence instead of the period. That's good. Thank you. I appreciate that.
It is so good to see you. How you been?
Very good. Thank you. I'm incredibly inspired. I mean, the last two speakers. Did you plan this? I know you put us all in order like this, because between Josh and the gentleman just went Coffee Cup Chuck. I love that. I mean, I resonated with both of them, and it's amazing what's happening these days, where there seems to be this theme happening with all of us in wanting to make this world better, and one person at a time. And that's what really encourages me about what your message is, because it doesn't have to be this huge thing. But I'm doing well. It's good. Thanks, for having me. I know that we're here in the last 15 minutes, so. What do you want to talk about?
There's been many things, like when I think of take action, because that's the thing that has popped up. I didn't set out for that. It's just it popped up yesterday. But in following you and meeting your mom, in Nashville and all of that, I feel are slowing down.
Yes.
Like being present, and you're being still.
Right.
And I want you to kind of share the power, like how is that changing you? Because you can feel it. I mean, I can feel it. So just kind of talk about like what has made you kind of take that pace or make that shift or whatever it is.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you that it's noticeable, because I'm still in work in progress, but Josh mentioned this, and we don't have to have trauma and things to have us make adjustments in our lives. And we talk about ours because that's a lot of times that happens. For me, the end of a 28-year marriage, was the awakening I had in my life. But it doesn't have to take that for us to awaken. And without going into detail there, I don't have the time for that. But to answer your question, I realized that for my entire life, really, as far as I can remember, I was living in the moment, but not really. I was numb through life, and I was going, and I wasn't enjoying. There was no joy. There was no happiness. I was doing my dutiful things as a father, as a husband, and there's nothing wrong with that. But in the meantime, I was neglecting me. I didn't know that was a category, taking care of me, and being around all the folks within these communities and you, I started realizing, well, wait a second, that's actually an option. That's actually a category. I can, that's unselfish for me to take care of me. And the space during the separation allowed me the time to make a choice instead of an excuse to get better and to figure out what's happening with me. And my heart started healing and my soul started healing. And then I started seeing that, oh, okay, in order to be able to enjoy and have joy, I have to allow myself to feel. So, but at the risk of pain, because in avoiding the pain, I block the happiness and the joy.
Yeah. So trying to block the pain, you block the good stuff too.
Absolutely. Absolutely. For 50 plus years. Right. So I now, I say this all the time. I didn't have a midlife crisis. I had a midlife awakening. I'm not blaming you. And now it's like I have a choice. I'm not a young guy, not an old guy, but I have a lot of life in front of me as long as the good Lord, He's ready to take me whenever that is. But while I'm here, and so then I call what we're talking about live now, and I have to call it something because I'm a marketing messaging guy. So I have to create a logo and name it something and create its slogan. So I talk about live now, and live now. It's as simple. It's nothing. Look, Josh was talking about it for when it's nothing new. But I think that we just need to be reminded of things that we know because we forget. And all of us, including me, has to purposely downshift because we're going so fast all the time. And that's when we slow down. We are able to see the miracles of everyday life and the mundane, ordinary moments instead of just focusing on milestones, which are important. Those in-between moments are so important.
Yes. And when you talk about like downshifting, like, having to slow that part down, how uncomfortable was that for you in the beginning?
It's interesting because it was forced on me by the situation rather than me saying, hey, I'm going to do this now. But I started embracing it because I was experiencing it. I had to, when I allowed myself to kind of feel the grief of the loss and allowed myself to go through that, there was a lot of tears that came out of that, even outside of the marriage ending. But I went to Puerto Rico in last August, which people that know me, that's my roots, that's my homeland, that's my heart's there, my soul's there. But I went back in order to settle things in my soul, in order so I can move on. So I had to physically go back home and go around and go to places that and reconnect with these places, not as I'm going to let him go, I'm mad. It's just to kind of settle things in my heart. So I went in this pilgrimage journey of by myself for 8 days. And that was, part of my journey. But it was something that I started now realizing there's something here and I need to purposely do this every single day. Like, force myself to go from all of us go into fifth gear. We have our things, we have our goals. But I'm not doing that at the expense of now and at the expense of my peace. So instead of camping out in the past, instead of because that's dangerous. We can go back there, but if we stay there, it creates depression and regret, right? And then if I focus too much on my goals and forward, which I get that, it creates anxiety sometimes and uncertainty, right? So by focusing on now, then that brings joy and peace and presence, that the terms that we use all the time. So that's something I'm saying, looking back. In the middle of it, I'm making reactionary moments, but I'm realizing, okay, there's something here. And when I started eliminating these values and these agreements that I made, like, taking care of you is wrong, is selfish. No, that isn't selfish. I started starting to live the way I should have lived for the first 50 years of my life.
Wow. So my question is, especially for the person that might feel like, I don't even know where I am right now. Like when you talk about being numb like that, how did you even start to recognize that you had been living numb? Like, were you aware of that, or did it kind of just like become this thing one day that you realized, like, wow, I really haven't been feeling anything for a long time?
Well, yeah, it's actually, I remember the moment. There was the anniversary, my first anniversary without her, and it was my my youngest daughter's birthday is the day after the anniversary, and it was a weekend. And I remember saying to Grace, my daughter, let's go get some furniture at IKEA that you've been wanting for your room. And in that, I did that during that anniversary. And I'm going to make this very quick, but we went, got that, so I could get out of the house, not be in the house. Then next day I helped her put her together.
Can I ask one quick question? What was your anniversary? How many years had it been again?
I was married 28 years.
28. Okay.
And together with her 33.
Okay.
So it was death. I mean, obviously, and the grieving. I hadn't done the grieving. I've been kind of like sucking it up, and anytime putting in the tears. But then she
just stuffing it down. Yep. Mm-hmm.
She started playing a song from Taylor Swift while we were doing this called "Exile," and I'm not. They don't have the time. Go read the lyrics. There's one line that says, "You're not my homeland. You're not my homeland anymore. So why am I pretending?" And that line broke me, and I immediately started kind of tearing up in front of my daughter, and I caught myself. And sucked it in, and then I said, let me finish this with her, and I said, hey, can we play like "Shake It Off" or something? That's a better song. So the next day, when we set up the room, that day I went back to start cleaning up the room. That the master bedroom, there was still evidence of her, and it's not that I wanted to forget her. I just didn't want to be reminded of her every. So I wanted to make my space. So I started cleaning things up, and I looked at my walk-in closet. There were still things there, and I stared in there for about 30 minutes. I could say I could have been more or less. It felt like a lifetime, and I couldn't do anything. I was frozen, and then at that moment I started crying, and I think it was probably 2 hours where it just broke. And I started feeling, and then all of a sudden, it's that moment. I don't know if you saw the movie Pleasantville, where everything was black and white for your life, and all of a sudden becomes color. And then I was hypersensitive about everything from that.
Wow.
It was a moment I allowed myself to feel, and that moment it created. It was the beginning. It's not like the end. Now it's like, oh, now there's this new, a kid in a candy store, and I'm starting to, make adjustments and how I moderate. This, and there's times to be more emotional, but I realized that it's okay. It's not weakness for any man to feel and to understand that there is that moment. There's times to be soft as velvet and hard as steel. And when you know when to do that, that's power.
That is, I was just going to say that's true power, because I mean, honestly though, in the culture, the men, like, you don't have feelings. You're like, strong as whatever, and how, like, where that even comes from.
Plus, as a Gen X, suck it up, buttercup. We're not allowed to figure it out yourself.
Put your key around your neck and go be by yourself all the time. I mean, it's just.
I do want to say something, quantify this, because people see me with the coffee. And Ivy, I saw the comment. The song is called "Exile" by Taylor Swift. Powerful song. Real quick about coffee. So coffee is a passion of mine. People that know me, Ivy, you're a coffee drinker, Marilyn. A lot of us, like coffee is it's more than a commodity. It's for me that it's actually live now, literally for me. And I called my new coffee company that I'm launching soon, Vivir, to live, and that's an expression for me about living now. That philosophy. So it's bigger than a business. It grounds me, pun intended. Good.
You're good.
It brings people together, reminds me to slow down and be present, because try running around with a hot cup of coffee. You're going to burn yourself.
Well, I gotta tell you too, some of your photos have been amazing. And I'm like going, oh my gosh. So do you like put your thing on the stove? Like, what is your contraption that looks like this?
Well, that one is la cafetera.
Okay.
I have a lot of things to make coffee. That
Okay,
one is we put the ground coffee in this little place, and then it's condensed, and then you put the water underneath, and when it boils, it pushes it up through the coffee into that, and it's very concentrated. You got to have a cafetera if you're you know, especially Hispanic. You know, that was one of, but I do have a grinder and different things, and I'm not a coffee snob. Okay, maybe I am.
I was gonna say what,
but in a good way. In a good way. You know, I have a question for you. Since it's another 2 minutes left, and maybe I'll.
No, you're fine. Like, dude, we're good. What's the question? In fact, anybody else got questions? Put them in the comments. I love answering questions.
Like, how do you personally stay grounded? I'm going to use that pun again. In the now, when you know, when life feels heavy. I know you've gone through the fire like all out of us. So, and you've been, you know, and I'm throwing you a question after 24 hours of you not doing any, you know. But how do you do that?
So, I love this question because for me, and I don't know if it's an answer that people will like. Okay, but for me, for as long as I can remember, I always had this knowing for God. Okay. Like there's a picture that I put on my Facebook page every once in a while of me. I think I'm like 4 or 5 years old, and I look serious as can be. I was always that child that was just steady. I was the pillar. I was the wise one. Like, so I always knew the importance of my faith. Like I always just remember the importance of my faith. And so when these trauma bombs hit, from clear back 8 years old, 8 years old is the first one I can remember. And then there was like 14, and that like there was a time in my life, and I'm going to just share the story because I was actually going to share it at some point today, but a few years ago, I was in my bathroom. I had my neck surgery, and God had to literally silence me. Okay. And I'm brushing my teeth. And this is when he was telling me I was going to write a book. And I was just like, no, we're not, like, you got the wrong person. Anyway, he said, you will write a book. It will be called Broken Stronger. But in that moment, I hadn't lost my husband yet. Like, none of that. This was like the year before. In that moment, he flashed like a movie trailer, like all of these moments of pain in my life, clear back from a little girl. I saw it, and it was just like boom, 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 boom. And I bawled. I mean, I just sobbed, and I think I had toothpaste still like running down my arm, and I just sobbed. So he was showing me all the pain that I had in my life, and all that I was carrying. All that I've been carrying, but then he came and he swooped it up and he took it away.
Awesome.
And I knew in that moment, like, I was a changed person, but I knew in that moment he was making room for everything that was to come. But he also showed me, I can take it away. I can take your pain away if you just give it to me. So in that moment, so much happened. But when you ask that, for me, it's almost like I had a bank of faith, like, in there always, so that when these moments hit, I knew, hold steady, because even in this difficult moment, God is here, and God can take it, and God will fix it. He can't take the uneasiness and the growth that you have to go through away, because then you miss the impact and the transformation. But that's why I said, I don't know if you would like my answer, because it's almost like it was just an abundance of faith that was almost like banked up for in advance when I knew I would need it. So when the shit hit the fan, and when the heart's broken and all this stuff, I still had to experience it, but I already knew God's got it. God's got it. And I just have to go through it. Like, but God's got it. And he's doing something here. That's how I looked at it. He's doing something here, even though it doesn't feel good. And I trusted that. I trusted it every day. Like, God, I don't know why this is happening. I don't know why I have to experience this. I don't know why you have me here right now, but please help me see it when you reveal it to me.
Right.
So that's my answer. I mean,
I
it's
love
not
it.
really.
No, and that's a great answer, because I think it's just you're connected to that, so then you were able to draw from that power in order to continue to do that, and that's what he wants. He wants us to lean on him, not on our power, on his power, right?
Yeah.
So I love that. You know, that's it's interesting, because for me things have gotten simpler, and there's still a lot of work to be done, and I can't give what I don't have. So understanding that when I take care of me, I'll have the capacity, the margin, the surplus in order to do the impact that we want to do out there. So when that shift happened, you know, now I'm kind of my mission, you know, officially, it's kind of to like live my life fully and help others like awaken their souls. This is not a heart level stuff. This is like soul level things that we need to know, because now we can really, really have an impact when we really know ourselves, we understand what's happening, and we slow down enough to look around and find those moments in between the milestones in order to find those blessings. And that's real legacy. My daughter, Megan, my oldest, said one time, we were talking about legacy, and I was asking her those questions during this time of grief and stuff, and she said to me, she told me, like, this is the legacy you're leaving, and I'm not going to share that, but I cried because I was very emotional about the way she thought about my relationship with her, and I was very glad. But she said, Dad, why focus so much on leaving a legacy? Why don't you live a legacy?
Mm-hmm.
And to me, it's like that shifted to like that trail that I always say, leave a trail, is leaving that trail every moment, every connection that I make. That's leaving a legacy, and those moments are just as important as the big milestones. One person at a time, like you have here. You just helping one person. That moment, that what just happened. The gentleman who just spoke before, he talked about that moment. That's legacy. He never is going to see this person again, but he was so mindful of the moment that he did, and he spoke life into somebody literally. We have that power, and if we cannot see those moments if we're going 1,000 miles an hour every day.
Well, and I think seeing death, like experiencing, we all know somebody that's passed away, but literally knowing that you are signing the paper to turn these machines off, like you have to make this decision, and someone's no longer going to breathe, right? So for me, I know that 1 minute here, 1 minute not. And so for me, if I take care of the moment, if I take care of this very minute, the hour, the day, the week, it takes care of itself. If you are taking care of this very moment, because this is all we have, period.
Right.
So I think just kind of keeping that in perspective, but also
you brought the slowing down. That's why the slowing down is a purposeful thing. Society, life in general, will pull us into the matrix, and we have to purposely disconnect in order to live.
Yes. And for me, I'll be very honest. I live in go mode most of the time. And that's, of course, that's just kind of my thing. But there's also, for me, in a relationship standpoint, I spent 5 years just really getting in tune with me, getting in the healing with me. I had a lot to filter, and not even to say that it was all done. Like, and I don't think it will ever be all done, but I wasn't in a hurry to jump into like something else. I needed to just be selfish and just focus on me. And that kind of slows things down too.
It does. And I'll say one more thing to that point, and I'll stop there. You said hurry. Okay. And that's the point. When we can have hustle, there's a difference between rushing and having a sense of urgency. Big difference.
Yeah. I like to say I'm not in a hurry, but I'm not into wasting time.
Right.
Either.
So, and spending time in the right things, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So it's I'm glad. Thank you for your answer. That was really good. Yeah. And for me, the coffee, it's something obviously personally and culturally I have a tie to. But at my message, I'm just tying it around a bean. because it's not about the coffee, it's about the bean. It's about the potential life that can come out of this. And then there's so many metaphors in life that I can talk about this story, talk about this message, and wrap it around this product.
I am so excited for you putting this all together. Like, I really am. I'm so excited to see this all grow and come about, because to be there from hearing about the beginning things and just to watch what you're doing, like I'm really happy for you.
Thank you, and me too. And thank you for having me again. I know you and I have talked many times, and I love what you're doing. Keep doing that. Keep bringing, you're changing the world one person at a time, and you're living that legacy. You're not just leaving one, because now when it's all said and done, there'll be incredible evidence and that trail of really good things that have been left because of the decisions you made. And instead, your trauma and your things, you use them as a reason to bless others instead of an excuse to just give up in life and saying your best days are behind you. You made that concert, and that's on you. And thank you for doing that, because you've been inspiring a lot of people, including me.
Thank you. I love that. I receive it. Well, thank you so much for sharing this time, being like that finale in, and I look forward to seeing what you got going on next, mister. I'm always here. So love you. Thank you so much.
See you soon.
All righty. And tell your mama I said hi.
Yes, I will.
All righty, folks. We are there. I want to make sure that nobody else sent a question. If anybody ever wants to, when I said send in a question, I can't even read right now. Guys, we did it. We are just a few minutes away from 10 a.m. I gotta stand up and straighten my legs out. And number one, say Christmas in July, 4th annual is in the books. We nailed it. There was over 50 of you that came forward and shared your heart, your love, your light, and poured hope and inspiration and all the things into this world, which is all I wanted, which is all that this is here for. And it's to show you that no matter how difficult life can be, it will get better. And if we all just come together and love each other, then we're doing enough. We are helping one person every day with our circle of hope. So before we head out, I got to do it. I got to do it. And I'm going to do it. We got to dance it out. So don't click off until you dance it out. But I do, from the bottom of my heart today, thank you for hanging with me. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for loving me. And also, one ask, go to Prosperity TV Network on YouTube and subscribe, because what I am building with the shows that are going to be in 17 countries is just a touch of what you saw here. But I'm helping each person create their very own that is unique to them, because the world needs us, guys. The world needs us. And as God said to me, and I share with you now, remember who you are. Remember whose you are. And so boldly step forward and show your crown. And your crown is your uniqueness. So here we go. We're going to dance it out. Hopefully it plays for us one more time. And I hope you enjoy it, just like me.
Snowflakes in the sun, warm hearts on the run, a silent night that changed her life. But she rose with the morning light where sorrow tried to stay. She built a brighter way. Now every July, love leads the fight, and darkness can't survive the light. It started with one broken heart, one brave soul. Now 1,000 voices echo, one purpose, one goal. We're standing in a circle of hope. One spark turns the night to gold. Helping one, healing morning praise, a stage of stories that amaze. Comeback kings and queens arise with truth and fire in their eyes. We don't wait for December snow, we bring the miracle down below. Joy wrapped in every word we say, a gift that never fades away. We started with one widow's vow, one divine spark. Now hope is streaming through the dark, a light that leaves a mark. We're standing in a circle of hope. One spark turns the night to gold. Helping one, healing many in this 24-hour soul revival. Her pain became a platform, her loss became a light. We rise, we speak, we show what love can do. This is Christmas. Christmas in July. So here we are, voices raised like northern stars. Not just surviving, we're rewiring what it means to heal the scars. To anyone watching, to anyone near, you're seen, you matter, you belong here. We're standing in a circle of hope, and every voice becomes a rope. Lifting one, lifting many, this 24-hour anthem of revival. Her grief became a mission, now we echo it with pride. We rise, we give, we pour out all our light. This is Christmas. Christmas in July. Help one person every day. That's how we change the world. That's how we heal the hope-filled way.